Hi friends, my name is Maruti and I'm the co-founder of Krakow. In this video, we'll be looking at 180 plus questions from the arithmetic topic for CAT. Like many of you know, arithmetic is a very important topic, probably the most important topic in quant. So definitely go through this video. This will be very useful for you. If you find this video to be useful, please do like it. And if you are having trouble with any of the questions that I've solved in the video, please do comment below this video. I look at all the comments and I'll try to respond to them to the best of my ability. In this question, we are told that there is a mixture P that was formed by removing and replacing some coffee from a coffee jar and replacing it with cocoa powder. So let us assume that this is the coffee jar. Initially, some amount of coffee is replaced with cocoa and a mixture P is formed. If the same process is repeated again, you get mixture Q. So again, from mixture P, certain amount of coffee is replaced with cocoa powder. Let us assume that the initial volume of the coffee jar is V. The amount of coffee that is replaced with, say, cocoa is, let us assume, is equal to A. Then the amount of coffee in mixture P will be V minus A. And the amount of cocoa will be A. In mixture Q, what is the amount of coffee? We know that the amount of coffee will be V minus A divided by V whole square. This will be the fraction of coffee that is there in mixture Q. If the process is repeated a third time, the amount will be V minus, or the fraction will be V minus A divided by V whole cube, and so on. That is, for example, if you have a 1000 ml solution of clear water, of which 100 ml is replaced with milk, the amount of milk will be initial, the amount of water will be 0.9. If this process is repeated 2 times, the amount of milk will be 0.81. If this is repeated 3 times, it will be 0.729. We are essentially making it as 0.9 whole to the power n. Similarly, over here, if A amount is being replaced with cocoa powder, initially all of this V is coffee. After the first time, that is, the percentage of coffee is 100%. After replacing it for the first time, the percentage of coffee will be V minus A divided by V. After replacing it for the second time, the percentage of coffee will be V minus A by V whole square, and so on. Here what we are told is that the ratio of coffee to cocoa in mixture Q is 16:9. So the ratio of coffee to cocoa is 16:9, or the fraction of coffee is 16 divided by 25, which is 16 plus 9. This is the fraction of coffee in mixture Q. This would imply that the fraction of coffee in mixture P will be 4 by 5, which is basically the square root of 16 by 25. See how this actually works. So if you assume that the initial volume of the coffee jar is, say, 1000 ml, the amount of coffee in mixture P will be 800, the amount of cocoa will be 200. Similarly, in mixture Q, the amount of coffee will be 640 and the amount of cocoa will be 360. How did we get 640? It is just 16 by 25 into 1000. So now the required ratio is the amount of cocoa in mixture P, which is 200, to that of mixture Q, which is 360. So the required ratio is 200 is to 360, which is equal to 5 is to 9. So the correct answer is option C. In this question, we are told that the angle between the hour hand and the minute hand is observed at 8:48. 8:48 will be something like this. This is 8:48 AM. Now the minimum duration in minutes after 8:48 AM when the angle increases by 50%. That is what we are required to calculate. Let us first calculate the angle over here between the hour hand and the minute hand at 8:48. How can we calculate it? At 8 o'clock, it will look something like this. The minute hand will be exactly vertical. The hour hand will be at exactly 8. It will be something like this. So the hour hand will be over here. This angle will be 240 degrees. Every single minute, the angle traversed by a minute hand is 6 degrees. And every single minute, the angle traversed by the hour hand is equal to half degrees. How do we know it? Because a minute hand will go the entire way from the start of 12 till the end in 1 hour. So it covers 360 degrees in 60 minutes. So every minute it will cover 6 degrees. An hour's hand will traverse only from 8 to 9 or from 9 to 10. So it will traverse 1/12 of 360 degrees, that is 30 degrees in 1 hour. So every minute it will traverse 1/2 degrees. At 8:48, that is 48 minutes after 8, what is the angle traversed by the minute's hand, this angle? That angle will be 48 into 6, which is equal to 288 degrees. What is the angle traversed by the hour's hand, this angle? Initially it was 240 degrees at 8 o'clock, and in the 48 minutes it will traverse another 48 by 2, that is 24 degrees. This is 264. So this angle over here is 288. This angle over here is 264. So this difference, this angle between both the hands will be equal to 288 minus 264, which is 24 degrees. If the angle increases by 50%, that angle becomes 36 degrees, which is equal to 1.5 into 24. Suppose it becomes 36 degrees x minutes after 8. So what is the angle traversed by the minute's hand? That will be 6x. What is the angle traversed by the hour's hand? That will be minus, again like earlier, initially it was 240 degrees plus x by 2. This we are told is equal to 36. We have to calculate the value of x, or 11x by 2 is equal to 240 plus 36, which is 276, or the value of x is equal to 276 into 2 by 11, which is equal to 552 by 11. So how much time has elapsed since 8:48? This will be 552 by 11 minus 48. This is equal to 552 minus 528 divided by 11, which is equal to 24 by 11 minutes. So the answer for this question is option D. In this question, we are told that Geeta sells two objects A and B at the same price. So we have A, we have B. Let the selling price of both be equal to X. On A, she makes a profit of 20%. So the cost price of A is X divided by 1 plus 20%, which is 1.2. And on B, she makes a loss of 10%. So the cost price of B is B divided by 1 minus 10%, which is 0.9. Now she increases the selling price of the objects and still sells them at an equal price, such that she makes a profit of 10% on object B. So what is the new selling price of B? This is the cost price, but she's making a 10% profit on this. So it will be 1 plus 10%, which is 1.1 into X divided by 0.9. Because the selling prices are still the same, the new selling price of A also is 1.1x divided by 0.9. This is the cost price of A, this is the new selling price. So what is the profit? The profit will be 1.1x divided by 0.9, which is 11x by 9, minus the cost price, which is x divided by 1.2, which is 5 by 6x. This is equal to, by 18, this is 22x minus 15x, which is equal to 7x by 18. This is the profit. So what is the profit percentage? Profit percentage is profit divided by cost price. So this is 7x by 18 divided by x divided by 1.2 is 5x by 6 into 100. This is equal to 7 into 100 divided by 15. This is equal to 140 by 3, which is equal to 46.66%. The profit percentage is closest to 47% amongst the options, so that will be the correct answer. In this question, we are told that Bristi started an 8-hour trip in a car and she saw the meter and it was a whole number which is also palindromic. And after she finished the trip, she covered the total distance traveled is 26,862, which also is palindromic. We are told that she never drove at more than 110 kilometers per hour. What does this imply? This implies that the total distance that is traveled has to be less than or equal to 110 into the time, which is 8, which is 880. So the total distance that she traveled in this trip cannot be more than 880. So what would this imply? At the start of the trip, the reading has to be, this is the reading at the end. So the start has to be greater than this. This would be 2, this is 8, this is 9, this is 5, and this is 2. Because if it is less than this, for example, if the meter reading is say 25,000, it would imply that the total distance traveled is 1862, which is 1800 kilometers, greater than 1800. Because she didn't travel more than 880 kilometers, the starting reading has to be greater than or equal to 25982. We know that it is palindromic. And this number has to lie between 25982 and 26862. This would imply, first of all, that the last number has to be 2 and 2. The last number and the first number has to be 2 and 2 because it is the same. This number, if you assume is A, this number also will be A and the middle number is B. What are the values that A can take? Can A be equal to, A is either 5 or 6. Can A be equal to 5? If A is equal to 5, this will be 2, 5, B, 5, 2. Now, even if the value of B is 9, this number will be 25952, which is actually less than 25982. This would imply that this number cannot be equal to 5. Because if you assume that this is 25952, the total distance traveled will be actually 910 kilometers. It will be greater than 880 kilometers. So it cannot be 5. So this has to be 6. So what we can infer is that this number is 6, this number is 6. What are the values B can take? Now there is no condition on B. Why is there no condition on B? Because this number lies between 26062 and 26862. Any of the values that B takes, either 0 or 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7, probably not 8, any of them will satisfy this condition. The total distance will be less than or equal to 880 kilometers. So now if you are trying to maximize the speed, which is what we are required to do, you want the distance covered to be as high as possible. So we'll make B to be equal to 0. So essentially what we are saying is that the meter reading at the start is 26062. The total distance traveled is therefore 26862 minus 26062, which is 800 kilometers. And therefore the speed is 100 kilometers per hour, which is option C. In this question, we are told that the salary of 3 friends, Sita, Geeta and Meeta, were initially in the ratio of 5:6:7. So this is Sita, this is Geeta, and this is Meeta. The ratio is 5:6:7. So let us assume that the initial salary of Sita is 5x. So that of Geeta is 6x and Meeta is 7x. They get a salary hike of 20%, 25% and 20%. So the new salary of Sita is 5x into 1 plus 20%, which is 6x. New salary of Geeta is 6x into 1 plus 25%, which is 7.5x. And new salary of Meeta is 7x into 1 plus 20%, which is 8.4x. Now, Sita and Meeta get hikes of 40% and 25%. So what is the new salary of Sita? It is 6x into 1 plus 40%, which is 8.4x. And 8.4x into 1 plus 20%, which is 1.25, which will be 10.5x. We are told that the salary of Geeta is the mean of the salary of the 3 friends. So basically what we are told is Geeta is equal to S plus G plus M divided by 3, or 3G is equal to S plus G plus M, or the value of G is equal to S plus M divided by 2, which is equal to 8.4x plus 10.5x divided by 2, which is equal to 18.9x divided by 2. This is equal to 9.45x. This is the salary of Geeta. So how much salary hike did she get? Her salary before the start of the year was 7.5x. After it, it was 9.45x. So the increase is 9.45x minus 7.5x, which is 1.95x, divided by 7.5x into 100, which is equal to 195 divided by 7.5, which is equal to 390 divided by 15, which is equal to 26%. So the salary hike is option C, which is 26%. In this question, we are told that Arvind travels from town A to town B and Surbhi travels from town B to town A. So we have A and B over here. This is A and this is B. Arvind is traveling from A to B and Surbhi is traveling from B to A. After they meet, let us assume that they meet somewhere over here. Arvind takes 6 hours to reach B and Surbhi takes 24 hours to reach A. Now we know the formula to calculate the ratio for the speed of Arvind to the speed of Surabhi. What is that formula? That will be square root of the inverse of the times taken by them. What is the time taken by Surabhi? It is 24. What is the time taken by Arvind? It is 6. So the ratio of their speeds is 2. We are given that the speed of Arvind is 54 kilometers per hour. So if the speed of Arvind is 54 kilometers per hour, the speed of Surabhi is 27 kilometers per hour. If you assume that their meeting point is C, this distance therefore will be 6 into 54. What is 6 into 54? It is 324. And this distance will be 24 into 27. What is 24 into 27? It is 648. So the total distance between A and B is 648 plus 324, which is 972 kilometers. So the answer for this question is 972. If you are wondering how we got the square root of the inverse ratio of the times, if you assume that the speed of Arvind is say SA and the speed of Surabhi is say SB, let us assume that initially the time taken by them is T to meet. That is, the distance between A and C will be SA into T. And the distance between C and B will be SB into T. We know that the time taken by Arvind to go from C to B is 6 hours. That is, SB into T divided by SA is 6. We know that the time taken by Surabhi to go from C to A is 24 hours. So SA into T divided by SB is 24. If you just divide one by the other, you are going to get that SA square divided by SB square is equal to 24 by 6, which is 4. Or the required ratio is square root of this, which is 2. If you know the formula already, just take the inverse of the square root of the ratio of the times. So if Surabhi has taken 24 hours and Arvind has taken 6 hours, the ratio of the speed of Arvind to Surabhi is square root of 24 by 6, which will be 2. Anyway, the answer for this question is 972 kilometers. In this question, we are told that Anil invests 22,000 for 6 years in a certain income at a rate of interest of 4% per annum compounded half yearly. So what is the total amount that he will get? The total amount he will get will be 22,000, which is the principal, into 1.02 to the power 12. Why is it the case? Because this is compounded half yearly. If an interest is compounded yearly, the amount will be principal into 1 plus rate of interest divided by 100 whole to the power n. If it is compounded semi-annually, that is, if it is compounded twice every year, the amount will be principal into 1 plus r by 2 to the divided by 100 to the power 2n. So we basically divide the rate of interest by 2 and we multiply the time period with 2. So in this particular case, this will be 12 time periods. The rate of interest effectively for every time period is 2%. This is the same as the amount that Sunil invests for 5 years. So let us assume that Sunil invests amount P. What is the amount at the end of 5 years? It will be into 1.02 to the power 10. Because the rate of interest is the same, the time period is now 5 years. And at the end of 5 years, this is the amount he will receive. He invests this in a simple interest for 10% for 1 year. So again, you multiply this with 1.1. Both of them have to be the same. Using this equation, we can calculate the value of P. So you can cancel this. This will be 1.02 whole square. 1.02 whole square will be 1.0404. 22,000 divided by 1.1 is 20,000. So the answer is 20,000 into 1.0404, which is equal to 20,808. This is the amount that Sunil invested at the start. So the answer for this question is 20808. In this question, we are told that the amount of work done by Amal, Sunil and Kamal is in a harmonic progression. We are told that Kamal takes twice as much time as Amal to do the same amount of job. So essentially, we are told that the efficiency of Kamal, who is taking twice as much time, is half that of Amal. So if Kamal does X units of work in a particular day, Amal will be doing 2x units of work because Amal finishes the job in half the time. So he is doing twice the same amount of work as Kamal in the same time. Because these three are in a harmonic progression, we can calculate the amount of work done by Sunil. How can we do that? If A and B are two numbers, their harmonic mean, that is the middle term, will be equal to 2AB divided by A plus B. This is the harmonic mean of A and B. What is the harmonic mean of 2x and x? the harmonic mean of 2x and x will be 2 times 2x into x divided by 2x plus x, which is 3x. This is equal to 4x by 3. So the amount of work done by Sunil in the same time will be 4x by 3. What we are told is that if Amal works for 4 days, Sunil works for 9 days, then Kamal has to work for 16 days to finish the job. Or the total work that needs to be done is equal to 4 into 2x, which is 8x, plus 9 into 4x by 3, which is equal to 12x, plus 16 into x, which is 16x. This is equal to 36x. So how many days will Sunil alone take to finish the job? That will be 36x divided by 4x by 3, which is equal to 27 days. So the answer for this question is 27. In this question, we are told that a merchant purchases cloth at the rate of rupees 100 per meter, but he receives 5 centimeters length of cloth for free whenever he is purchasing 100 centimeters of cloth. Let us assume that this guy goes to the town with rupees 100 and he purchases 1 meter. If he is purchasing 1 meter of cloth, he is getting 0.05 meters of cloth, that is 5 centimeters for free. So overall, he will have 1.05 meters. Now he comes back home and he is selling this 1.05 meters. But what is he selling at? The rate at which he is selling is rupees 110 per meter. So when he is selling at rupees 110 per meter. But he is not selling by giving 1 meter. He is cheating his customers and is only giving 95 centimeters. So basically the cost price for the customer, or basically the selling price for this guy, for the shopkeeper, is rupees 110 for 0.95 meters. That is, when he is selling 0.95 meters, he is actually collecting 110 rupees. So if he is selling 1 meter, what is the selling price? The selling price of actually selling 1 meter is rupees 110 divided by 0.95. Now the merchant provides a discount of 5%. If this is the mark price, the selling price will be mark price into 1 minus discount. So that is equal to 110 divided by 0.95 into 95%, because he is providing a discount of 5%. This is equal to rupees 110. So the actual selling price is 110 per meter. So when he is selling 1 meter, he is collecting rupees 110. How much cloth does he have? He has 1.05 meters. So what is the total selling price? Total selling price will be 110 into 1.05. Total cost price is 100. 110 into 1.05, if you are calculating, will be 115.5 rupees. Therefore, the profit percentage will be 15.5%, which is option C. In this question, we are told that Rahul, Rakshita and Gurmeet, they were working together on a project. Let us assume that the number of units of work that Rahul does in one day is capital A. The amount of work that Rakshita does in one day, let it be equal to B. And the amount of work done by Gurmeet in one day be equal to C. So when all three of them are working together, the amount of work that is done by them is A plus B plus C. And it is told that when all of them are working together, it takes more than 7 days to finish the job. So the total work that needs to be done is greater than what they will do in 7 days, which is 7 times A plus B plus C. Now, if only Rahul and Gurmeet are working, the total work that is done in a day is A plus C. And we are told that they take less than 15 days to finish the job. So total work that will be done, that needs to be done, is less than 15 times A plus C. Now, they finish the job when all of them work together for 6 days. So the total work that needs to be done is equal to 6 times A plus B plus C, plus when Rakshita worked alone, 3 more days were taken. So all three of them worked for 6 days and Rakshita worked for 3 days. So the total work that needs to be done is 6 times A plus B plus C plus 3B. Using this, we will get two inequalities because we know that total work is greater than 7 times A plus B plus C. So if you are looking at it, 6 times A plus B plus C plus 3B is greater than 7 times A plus B plus C. Or it would imply that 2B, this is A plus B plus C. So yeah, 2B is greater than A plus C. This is the first equation that we have. The second equation that we have is 6 times a plus b plus c plus 3b is less than 15 times a plus c. So this would imply that 6a plus 9b plus 6c, which is the total work, just expanding this, is less than 15a plus 15c. Or this would imply that 9b is less than 9a plus 9c, or b is less than a plus c. What this would imply essentially is that a plus c divided by b over here is greater than 1, and over here a plus c divided by b is less than 2. That is the ratio of a plus c divided by b. What are we required to calculate? We are required to calculate if Rakshita alone is working, how many days will she take to finish the job? What can we say about the number of days? The total work that needs to be done is 6 times a plus b plus c plus 3b, which is basically 6a plus 9b plus 6c. So the number of days Rakshita will take is 6a plus 9b plus 6c divided by b. This is equal to 6 times a plus c divided by b plus 9. We know that a plus c divided by b lies between 1 and 2. So 6 times a plus c divided by b will lie between 6 and 12. Therefore, if you are adding 9 to it, 6 times a plus c divided by b plus 9 will lie between 15 and 21. So it can be 20, it can be 16, it can be 17, it cannot be 21, because it has to be strictly less than 21 and it has to be strictly greater than 15. So the answer for this question is option D, it cannot be 21 days. In this question, we are told that the Anil mixes cocoa with sugar in the ratio of 3:2 to prepare a mixture A. So in mixture A, he has cocoa and sugar. They are mixed in the ratio of 3:2. And coffee and sugar is mixed in the ratio of 7:3 to prepare mixture B. So in mixture B, he doesn't have cocoa, but he has coffee. And coffee and sugar are mixed in the ratio of 7:3. Now he combines A and B in the ratio 2:3. So A he has 2 and B he has 3 to get a mixture C. And with C he mixes an equal amount of milk to make a drink. We are required to calculate the percentage of sugar in the drink. Before we calculate the percentage of sugar in the drink, let us calculate the percentage of sugar in mixture C. We have 3 plus 2 is 5. We have 3 plus 7 is 10. And they are mixed in the ratio of 2:3. So just to make calculations easy, because this is 5 and this is 2, let us assume that the total amount of A that is mixed is 10 kgs, which is 2 into 5. Therefore, the amount of mixture B that is mixed will be 15 kgs, because A and B are in the ratio of 2:3. In 10 kgs of A, how much cocoa will be there? Cocoa and sugar is in the ratio of 3:2. So the amount of cocoa will be 3 divided by 3 plus 2 into 10, which is 3 by 5 into 10, which is 6 kgs. And the amount of sugar will be 2 divided by 3 plus 2 into 10, which is 2 by 5 into 10, which is 4 kgs. In 15 kgs of mixture B, what is the amount of cocoa? The amount of cocoa will be 0, because this doesn't have cocoa, this has only coffee and sugar. What is the amount of sugar in it? It will be 3 divided by 3 plus 7 into 15, which is 3 by 10 into 15, which is 4.5 kgs. And what is the amount of coffee? It will be 7 divided by 3 plus 7 into 15, which is 10.5 kgs. So overall, what is the weight of mixture C? That will be 10 plus 15, which is 25. What is the amount of cocoa in it? It is 6. What is the amount of sugar? It is 4 plus 4.5, which is 8.5. But what is the amount of coffee? It is 10.5. You can cross check that 6 plus 8.5 plus 10.5 is actually equal to 25. Now for C, he mixed an equal amount of milk. So he has 25 kgs of milk that he has mixed to get a drink. What is the total weight of this drink? It will be 25 plus 25, which is 50 kgs. Out of this, what is the amount of sugar? The amount of sugar is 8.5. So what is the percentage? It will be 8.5 divided by 50 into 100. This is equal to 17%. So the answer for this question is option A. In this question, we are told that there are 3 people in a room. They are A, B and C. Let their average age be equal to P years. So the P kilograms. So the total weight of these 3 guys, A, B and C, will be equal to 3P. Now if a 4th guy D is joining, A, B, C and D, the average has come down by X kgs. So the average now is P minus X. But now there are 4 people, A, B, C, D. So the total is 4 times P minus X, which is equal to 4P minus 4X. So we can calculate the weight of D. We know the sum of A plus B plus C. We know the sum of A plus B plus C plus D. So the value of D is P minus 4X. However, instead of D, if you are adding E to the room, the value of A plus B plus C plus E, now we are told that the weight increases by 2x. So the average becomes P plus 2x. This is equal to 4 times P plus 2x, which is equal to 4P plus 8x. Again, you can calculate the weight of E, because from A plus B plus C plus E, you can just subtract A plus B plus C. So the weight of E is P plus 8x. The weight of E is P plus 8x. The weight of D is P minus 4x. So the value of E minus D is equal to 12x. But this we are told is 12 kgs. We are told that E is 12 kgs more than D, or the value of X will be equal to 1, which is option C. In this question, we are told that there is a boat which takes 2 hours to travel downstream from port A to port B, and it takes 3 hours to return to port A. So let us assume that this is A, this is B. It takes 2 hours to go downstream and it takes 3 hours to come upstream. Let us assume that the distance between A and B is D. Let the speed of the boat of this boat be equal to X, and let the speed of the water be equal to Y. So now we have 2 equations. We have D divided by X minus Y. This is when it is traveling upstream, is equal to 3, and D divided by X plus Y is equal to 2. If you take the reciprocals of both of them, X minus Y is equal to D by 3, and X plus Y is equal to D by 2. Or it would imply that the value of 2Y is D by 2 minus D by 3, which is equal to D by 6. Or the value of Y is equal to D by 12. So the speed of the boat is the distance divided by 12. Now we are told that there is another boat. This takes a total of 6 hours to go from B to A. This is upstream, and then come back from A to B. So the total time it has taken is 6 hours. Let us assume that the speed of this boat is, say, Z. So what we have is D divided by Z minus Y plus D divided by Z plus Y is equal to 6. But we know that Y, which is the speed of the stream, is D divided by 12. We'll substitute it over here. So what we are going to get is D divided by Z minus D by 12 plus D divided by Z plus D by 12 is equal to 6. We can simplify this. What we are going to get is 12D divided by 12Z minus D plus 12D divided by 12Z plus D is equal to 6. We can divide the entire equation with 6. So this is 1, this is 2D, this is 2D. So what we are going to get if you cross multiply is this will be 48 dz is equal to 144 z square minus d square. This is the equation that we have. Let us try to calculate the value of z in terms of d. So what we are going to have is 144 z square minus 48 dz minus d square is equal to 0. This is the equation that we have. We can use the formula for quadratic equations. So the value of z will be equal to 48d plus square root of d square, that is 48d square, 48 square d square, plus 4 times AC, that is 4 times 144 d square, divided by 2a, that is 2 times 144. Here it will be plus or minus, but this minus will give us a negative value for z, that is not value, that is not allowed. So we are only considering one root, which is the positive root. You can simplify this. You can take 24 in the numerator and denominator common. So if you are taking 24 common, it will be, the value of z will be 2d plus square root of, you are removing 24 square from the square root. So this is, you will take d also out, 4 plus 1 divided by 2 into 144 divided by 24 is 12. Or essentially what we have is that the value of 12z is equal to 2d plus d root 5. And we are only looking for the value of 12z because we want to know the time that it takes to go from A to B. The time it takes to go from A to B is basically this one, d divided by z plus 5, which is basically equal to this one, that is 12d divided by 12z plus d. This is what we are essentially looking for. 12z is 2d plus d root 5. So the required answer will be 12 divided by 3 plus root 5. If you are looking to rationalize the denominator, you multiply the numerator and denominator with 3 minus root 5. So this is 12 into 3 minus root 5 divided by, what is 3 plus root 5 into 3 minus root 5? 3 plus root 5 into 3 minus root 5 will be 3 square minus root 5 whole square, which is 5. That is 9 minus 5, which is 4. If you are simplifying this, this will be 3 into 3 minus root 5. This will be the answer. This is a very long question, very complicated question also, but sometimes these kind of questions are given in the examination. Anyway, the answer for this is option D. In this question, we are told that Gautam and Suhani, when they are working together, they can finish a job in 20 days. Let us assume that in one day, the work done by Gautam is G and the work done by Suhani is S. Therefore, the total work that needs to be done is 20 times G plus S. Now, if Gautam is working only 60%, the amount of work he will do is 0.6 G. Suhani must do 150% of a usual work. So, Suhani must do 1.5 S to make up for it. So, again the total work will be done in 20 days. This would imply that this is also equal to 20 times 0.6 G plus 1.5 S. Both of them have to be the same. This would imply that G plus S will be equal to 0.6 G plus 1.5 S, or 0.4 G is equal to 0.5 S, or the value of 4 G is equal to 5 S. In this kind of an equation, when you know that the value of G is equal to 5 by 4 times the value of S, let us assume that G is equal to 5K and S will be equal to 4K. So the total work that needs to be done is 20 times G plus S, which is equal to 20 times 9K, which is equal to 180K. So the total work that needs to be done is 180K. The faster person does 5K units of work every day. So the number of days that person is going to take, which is Gautam, will be 180K divided by 5K, which is equal to 36 days. So the answer for this question is 36. In this question, we are told that there are 3 pipes, A, B and C. A and C are fill pipes, B is an emptying pipe. B takes 1 hour less than A to empty the tank that A takes to fill the tank. So if you assume that A takes T hours to fill the tank, B will be taking T minus 1 hours to empty the tank. If you assume that the volume of the tank is V, in 1 hour, the amount of water that is filled into the tank by A will be V by T. The amount of water emptied by B will be V by T minus 1. We are told that if A, B and C work together, they can fill the tank in 2 hours. If you assume that C fills C liters every hour, V by T minus V by T minus 1 plus C is equal to V by 2. Because in 2 hours, they fill the entire tank whose volume is V. So here we can calculate the value of C. So C is equal to V by 2 plus V by T into T minus 1. We are just simplifying this equation. the value of C will be equal to V by 2 plus V divided by T into T minus 1. That is the amount of water filled by C in 1 hour. What we are now told is that if B and C are opened and B is shut off after 1 hour, C will take another 1 hour 15 minutes to fill the tank. So what is the total time that B is open? Total time B is open is 1 hour. So that is minus V by T minus 1. What is the total time that C is open? C is open for a total of the initial first 1 hour along with B, and after that 1 hour and 15 minutes. So total it is open for 2 hours and 15 minutes, which is 9 by 4 hours. Into V by 2 plus V by T into T minus 1. This is equal to the volume of the tank. Using this equation, we can actually calculate the value of T. That is what we are required to do. So if you are simplifying this, minus V by T minus 1 plus 9V by 8 plus 9V by 4 times T into T minus 1 is equal to V, or this is equal to V by 8. You can cancel V from the entire equation. So the equation that you have is 9 by 4 into T minus 1 plus 1 by 8 is equal to 1 by T minus 1. You can multiply the entire equation with 8. So this will be 18 divided by T into T minus 1 plus 1 is equal to 8 by T minus 1. Or we can now multiply the entire equation with T into T minus 1. So we are going to get 18 plus T square minus T is equal to 80. Or T square minus 9T plus 18 is equal to 0. This can be factorized. The value of T is either 6 or T is equal to 3. We are told that the time taken by A to fill an empty tank is less than 5. So it cannot be 6. So the value of T is 3. So how much time is taken by C to fill an empty tank? What is the amount of water that is filled by C in 1 hour? That is V by 2 plus V by T into T minus 1. The value of T is 3. So the amount of water filled is V by 2 plus V by 2 into 3, which is V by 6. V by 2 plus V by 6 is 2V by 3. This is the amount of water filled by C in 1 hour. So the time it takes to fill the entire tank is 3 by 2 hours, which is equal to 90 minutes, which is option A. In this question, we are told that Anil borrows 2 lakhs at a rate of interest of 8% per annum, but this is compounded half yearly. So if you have an amount principal, which is P, and the rate of interest is R% compounded annually, the total amount will be P into 1 plus R by 100 whole to the power N. But if this is compounded semi-annually, we have to divide the rate of interest by 2 and we have to multiply the time period with 2. So the total amount will be P into 1 plus R by 2 divided by 100 whole to the power 2N. In this particular case, the principal is 2 lakhs. So this is 2 lakhs into 1.04 whole square. This is the total amount that he will receive at the end of 1 year. This is the amount that he should repay at the end of 1 year. This, if you calculate, will be equal to 2 lakhs into 1.0816. This is equal to 2 lakhs 16,320. Out of this, he repays 10,320. So the amount that is outstanding, this will be 000, this is 60. The amount outstanding is 2 lakhs and 6,000. The rate of interest continues to be 8% per year, compounded semi-annually, and there are 2 more years left because he closes this at the end of the 3rd year. After 1 year, we have calculated the amount outstanding. So now 2 years are left. So the total amount outstanding is into 1.04 whole to the power 4. This is equal to 2,40,991. This is the total amount that he repays. So what is the total amount he repays? He repays this at the end of the 3rd year, and in the middle at the end of the 2nd year, he repays 10,320. So the total amount he repays will be 2,40,991 plus 10,320, which is equal to, this is 1, 3, 1, 5 and 2. So the total amount he repaid is 2,51,311. What is the total amount that he borrowed? The total amount he borrowed is 2 lakhs. So what is the interest that he repaid? The interest he repaid is 51,311, which is option B. In this question, we are told that Ravi is driving at a speed of 40 kilometers per hour on a road. So this is Ravi. He is driving at 40 kilometers per hour. Vijay is behind him. Vijay is 54 meters behind Ravi. Let us assume that he is going at V kilometers per hour towards Ravi. Ashok is driving in the same road in the opposite direction. Ashok is going this side at the speed of 50 kilometers per hour. And the initial distance between Ashok and Ravi is 225 meters. We want the three of them to meet at the same point at the same time. So what should the speed of Vijay be? So at this standpoint, Ravi and Ashok are 225 meters away. So what is the time taken by them to actually meet? The time taken by them is 225 meters, which is 0.225 kilometers, divided by their relative speed, which is 40 plus 50, because they are traveling in the opposite directions, which is 90. So after this many hours, they would meet. In this many hours, you want Vijay and Ravi to also meet. What is the distance between them? It is 54 meters. So this has to equal 54, that is 0.054 kilometers, divided by what is the relative speed of Vijay and Ravi? It is V minus 40. If you solve this equation, we are going to get the value of V. 0.025 divided by 90, this will be 1 by 400. Because 0.225 into 400 is equal to 90. So the value of V minus 40 is equal to 0.054 into 400. This is equal to 0.54 into 40, which is 21.6. So the value of V is equal to 61.6 kilometers per hour. That should be the speed of Vijay, which is option C. In this question, we are told that Minu purchases sunglasses at rupees 1000. So Minu purchases sunglasses at rupees 1000. So the cost price is rupees 1000. And she sells it to Kanu at a profit of 20%. And she is selling it to Kanu at 20% profit. So that is 1200. From the standpoint of Kanu, the cost price is rupees 1200. And she sells it back to Minu at a 20% loss, and the selling price will be 0.8 into 1200, which is equal to rupees 960. This is the selling price. Now the second cost price per Minu will be 960. Finally, Minu sells the same pair of sunglasses to Tanu. Let us assume that the selling price, the second selling price is rupees X. And the total profit made by Minu from all her transactions is 500. In the two transactions, what is the total cost price? The total cost price is 1000 plus 1960, 1000 plus 960, which is 1960. And the total selling price is 1200 plus X. So 1200 plus X minus 1960 is equal to 500, or the value of X is 1260. So basically the price at which she sold it the second time is rupees 1260. The second time she bought it at 960. So the profit is equal to 300, and the profit percentage is equal to 300 divided by 960 into 100. You can simplify this. This will be equal to 31.25%, which is option C. In this question, we are told that the price of a precious stone is directly proportional to the square of its weight. Initially, a precious stone was bought which was weighing 18 units. So let us assume that the price of a stone is of the form a constant K into the square of its weight, which is W square. So when the weight is 18 units, the price of the stone will be P is equal to K into 18 square, which is 324K. Now this stone was broken into 4 parts. Let us assume that the weights of the 4 parts are A, B, C and D. This will sum up to 18. And the price of this stone will be, price of the sum of the 4 stones will be K into A square plus B square plus C square plus D square. We are not given the value of A, B, C, D, but we have been told that A, B, C and D are distinct integer weights. So all of them are integers and all of them are distinct. We are given the difference between the highest possible and lowest possible value of the total price. That is, we'll have to first calculate the highest possible value of this. Then we have to calculate the lowest possible value of it and find the difference between them to get the value of K. What is the highest possible value of A square plus B square plus C square plus D square? The highest possible value will be there when all of them are as far apart from each other as possible. Essentially, the maximum should be as high as possible. So this would essentially be 15, 1, 1 and 1. But this won't exist because we are told that all of them are distinct integer weights. Here we are getting 3 ones consecutively. So to get the highest possible sum of the squares, again we will make the maximum number to be as high as possible. But the minimum 3 numbers will be 1, 2 and 3, which will total up to 6. So the fourth number has to be 12 because the total weight is 18. And the sum of a square plus b square plus c square plus d square will be k into 12 square plus 1 square plus 2 square plus 3 square, which is equal to k into 144 plus 1 plus 4 plus 9, which is equal to 158k. This is the maximum possible value of the sum of the squares. What is the minimum possible value? The minimum possible value will occur when all of them are close to each other. We should not have any number which is very high, like in this case. So all of them should be 4.5, 4.5, 4.5 and 4.5 because the total is 18 and each one of them will be 18 by 4. But again, all of them have to be integers and all of them have to be distinct. So the best way in which we can keep them as close to each other as possible is if they are 3, 4, 5 and 6. And the sum of the squares will be k into 3 square is 9 plus 4 square is 16 plus 5 square is 25 plus 6 square is 36. This is equal to 86k. This is the minimum possible value of the sum of the squares. The difference between these two is 72k. This we are told is 2,88,000, or the value of k is equal to 4,000. What is the price of the original stone? The price of the original stone is 324k. So the price of the original stone will be 324 into 4,000, which is equal to 1296000, which is option D. In this question, we are told that in a company, 20% of the employees work in manufacturing department. So let us assume that the total employees is 100. So manufacturing is 20, non-manufacturing will be 80. Let us assume that the average salary of manufacturing employees is M and average salary of non-manufacturing employees is N. So what is the total salary of all the employees? It is 20M plus 80N. This we are told is 6 times the total salary of the manufacturing employees, which is into 20M, or 20M plus 80N is equal to 120M, or 80N is equal to 100M. So the ratio of M by N is equal to 80 by 100, which is equal to 4 by 5. So the answer for this question is option B. In this question, we are told that Jane bought a certain number of white t-shirts at 1000 per piece and a certain number of blue shirts at 1125 per piece. So let us assume that he bought W white shirts for 1000 rupees a piece and he bought B blue shirts at 1125 per piece. So what is the average cost per shirt? If you assume that the average cost per shirt is A, this is equal to 1000 W plus 1125 B divided by B plus W. Now he marked up the average price by 25%. So the marked price is 1.25A and then gave a discount of 10%. So the selling price is 1.25A into 0.9. This will be equal to 1.125A, or simply this is 9 by 8A. Now he sold all the t-shirts. What is the total number of t-shirts? That will be B plus W. So what is the profit that he made? This is the average selling price. This is the average cost price. So by selling one t-shirt, the average profit he makes is 0.125A. This is the profit, which is basically equal to A by 8. So the total profit that he made will be A by 8 into B plus W, which is the total number of shirts. But we know that B plus W is the total number of shirts and the value of A is this. So the total profit that he made will be equal to 1000 W plus 1125 B divided by 8. Now let B plus W be equal to N, which is the total number of shirts that he bought, which is the total number of blue shirts plus the total number of white shirts. So this is equal to 1000 into N plus 125B divided by 8. Why is that the case? Because 1000 W plus 1125 B can be written as 1000 W plus 1000 B plus 125 B. This is equal to 1000 N plus 125 B. This we are told is equal to 51,000. Or the value of 1000 N plus 125 B is equal to 51,000 into 8, which is 4,08,000. If you divide the entire equation with 1000, N is equal to 408 minus B by 8. So the maximum possible value of N, because W is greater than 0, B is greater than 0, we are told that he bought both colors of t-shirt. So B cannot be equal to 0. And we want both of them to be a natural number. This would imply that the maximum possible value of N will be equal to 407. This will happen when B is equal to 8 and W will be equal to 399. In this case, N will be 408 minus 1, which is equal to 407. That will be the answer. In this question, we are told that there is a container which has 40 liters of milk. First 4 liters is removed from the container and replaced with water. Then another 4 liters is replaced, liquid is replaced from the container with water, and so on. This continues. Now we know that initially this is 40 ml of milk. Now 4 ml is removed and replaced with water. So the percentage of milk becomes 0.9 into 100, which is 90%. Once this process is repeated 2 times, the percentage or the fraction of milk becomes 0.9 whole square. Once this is repeated 3 times, it becomes 0.9 whole cube. Basically, if you have any container and if say the percentage or the fraction of milk is say F at the start. If the total volume is V and say X amount of the liquid is removed and replaced with water, the fraction of milk becomes equal to F into V minus X divided by V, where F is the initial fraction of milk, X is the amount that is replaced with water. It is fairly simple. So over here, essentially what we are saying is initially it was 100%. So initially this is 1 into, out of 40 liters, we have replaced 4. So this is 40 minus 4 divided by 40. So this becomes 0.9. After the first replacement, we have the fraction as 0.9, and then again the same fraction or the same constant is used, 40 minus 4 divided by 4 divided by 40. So this becomes 0.9 whole square. Essentially remember that if you have a volume, a bucket of volume V, and X is being replaced every time, then the constant is V minus X divided by V. Initially if the fraction, if it is 100% pure milk, this fraction will become equal to 1. But initially if it is not equal to 1, if it is 60% or 70%, you have to put that initially. Over here initially it is all milk, so it is 1, and this fraction V minus X divided by V is 0.9. So after the first time it is 0.9, after the second time it is 0.9 whole square, after the third time it is 0.9 whole cube, and so on. We are required to calculate the smallest number of times. We have to repeat this process so that the volume of milk in the container is less than that of water, or essentially we want this percentage to be less than 50%. When does this happen? When N is 1, it is 0.9. When N is 2, it is 0.81. When N is 3, it is 0.729. When N is 4, it is 0.6561. When N is 5, it will be approximately 0.59. When N is 6, it is approximately 0.53. When N is 7, for the first time, this will drop below 50%. When N is 7, 0.9 to the power 7, you can calculate, will be approximately 0.48. If you are wondering how you can do it easily, you would know 0.9, 0.81 and 0.729, the first 3 powers of 0.9. 0.729 whole square will be equal to 0.9 to the power 6. You can calculate 0.729 whole square, this will be approximately 0.53. Now just multiply this with 0.9, and even if you are not able to calculate it exactly, you can approximate that 53 into 9 will be approximately 480, because 50 into 9 is 450, 3 into 9 is 27, so this will be approximately 477. So using that also you can figure out that the answer will be equal to 7. In this question, we are told that there is a village in which the ratio of the males to females is 5:4. So we have males and we have females. Let the number of men be 5x and the number of women be 4x. Out of which the number of literate men, we are told that ratio is 2:3. So let the number of literate men be 2y and the number of literate women be 3y. This would tell us that the number of illiterate men can be calculated. This will be 5x minus 2y. Similarly, the number of illiterate females will be 4x minus 3y. This ratio is again given to us. This is 4:3. We are told that there are 3,600 males in the village who are literate. So this 2y is equal to 3,600. If 2y is equal to 3,600, y will be equal to 1,800 and therefore 3y will be equal to 5,400. So this is equal to 5,400. Or essentially what we are told is that 5x minus 3,600 divided by 4x minus 5,400. This is in the ratio of 4:3. If you cross multiply, we are going to get 15x minus 1,800 is equal to 16x minus 21600, or the value of x is equal to 10,800. What we are required to calculate is the total number of females in the village, which is equal to 4x, and that will equal 4 into 10800, which is equal to 43,200. This will be the answer. In this question, we are told that there are some students, their average weight increases by 600 grams when some new students join. And we are also told that the average weight of the new students is 3 kgs greater than the average weight of the original students. We are required to calculate the ratio of the number of original students to that of the new students. Let us assume that the original weight, the average weight of the original students is W, and there are A such students. Now the new group, let us assume, has B students. Their average weight is 3 kgs more, so this is W plus 3. When you combine both of them, you get A plus B students, and their average weight is given to be 600 grams more, that is W plus 0.6. Using this, we can get an equation between A and B, because the total weight of the first group is WA plus the total weight of the second group is W plus 3 into B, which is WB plus 3B. This is equal to W plus 0.6 into A plus B. This is equal to WA plus WB plus 0.6A plus 0.6B. We can cancel WA plus WB on both sides. We will be left with 2.4B is equal to 0.6A, or 4B is equal to A, or the ratio of A by B is equal to 4:1. So the answer for this question is option C. In this question, we are told that there are two trains, A and B. They start at the same time towards each other, and we are given some information about the times that they have taken. Let us assume that this is train A and this is train B. This is station X and this is station Y. Let us assume that both of them meet at a point. Let us call this point M. Train A starting from X, it is going towards Y. B started from Y and it is going towards X. Let us assume that they met for the first time after P minutes. So the time that A has taken to come from X to M is P, and the time that B has taken to come from Y to M is also equal to P, because they met each other after P minutes. Now after they met, train B has taken 9 minutes to reach station X. So B has taken 9 minutes to reach A after to reach X after it has left M, and the total time that A has taken to reach B is 10. So the total amount of time that A has taken after M to reach Y is 10 minus P. Now we are required to calculate the value of 9 plus P, which is the total time that train B has taken to go from Y to X. One of the things that you will notice is the speed of trains A and B has remained the same. So the ratio of the time that A has taken to go from M to Y will be the same. Basically, the ratio of the times that they have taken to cover the distances from A to M, from X to M, that is this ratio, and this ratio to go from M to Y should remain the same, because their speeds are the same, the ratio of their speeds is also the same. If you are looking at one aspect, what is the ratio of their speeds, and if you are only comparing the times that they have taken to go from X to M, that ratio will be P by 9. But you can also compare the ratio of speeds as the times that they have taken to go from M to Y. That will be equal to 10 minus P divided by P. Both of them have to be the same. So now if you cross multiply, we are going to get P square is equal to 90 minus 9P, or P square plus 9P minus 90 is equal to 0. This is equal to P plus 15 into P minus 6 is equal to 0, or the value of P is equal to 6 minutes. So this is 6 minutes. So they met for the first time after 6 minutes. B has taken 9 minutes to go from M to A. A has taken only 4 minutes to go from M to B. So the total time that A has taken is 6 plus 4, which is 10. And the total time that B has taken is 6 plus 9, which is equal to 15. So the correct answer is 15 minutes. In this question, we are told that Ankita buys 4 kgs of cashews, 14 kgs of peanuts, and 6 kgs of almonds, when the cost of 7 kgs of cashews, that is 7C, is equal to 30 kgs of peanuts, that is this is equal to 30P, this is equal to 9 kgs of almonds. To make things easy, let us assume that 7C is equal to 30P is equal to 9A is equal to, what is the LCM of 7, 30 and 9? This is equal to 630. So let us assume that the cost of 7 kgs of cashews is equal to the cost of 30 kgs of peanuts is equal to the cost of 9 kgs of almonds, and this is equal to 630x. So the cost of cashews will be 90x, the cost of peanuts will be 21x, and the cost of almonds will be 70x. This would tell us what is the cost of 4 kgs of cashews plus 14 kgs of peanuts plus 6 kgs of almonds. 4C will be 360x, plus 14P is 21 into 14, that is 294x, plus 6A is 6 into 70x, which is 420x. This is equal to 1074x. This is the total cost price. This is how much they spent. And how much did they buy? The total weight that they bought is equal to 4 plus 14 plus 16, that is 24 kgs. Let the selling price of 1 kg of these nuts be S. So the total selling price of 24 kgs is 24S. So 24S is equal to 1074x. This is the total cost price, plus 1752. This is what we are told. This is one equation. We are also told that if they sold this 24 kgs as 4 kgs at the selling price for 4S, and the remaining 20 kgs they sold at a discount of 20%. So they sold this 20 kgs at 0.8S. So they would sell it at 16S. So the total selling price will be 4S plus 16S, which is 20S. In this particular case, we are told that the profit is only 744. This would immediately tell us that 4S is equal to 1008, or the value of S is 252. If the value of S is 252, we can calculate that 24S minus 1752 will be equal to 4296. This is equal to 1074x from this equation, or the value of x is equal to 4. How much did he spend on purchasing almonds? 6 kgs of almonds is what he purchased. He spent 420x because 1 kg of almonds is 70x. So the total money that he spent is 420x, which is 420 into 4, which is equal to 1680. So the answer for this question is option A. In this question, we are told that Amal buys 110 kgs of syrup and 120 kgs of juice, and the cost of the syrup is 20% less than the cost of juice. Let us assume that the cost of juice is rupees X per kg. So the cost of syrup is equal to rupees 0.8 X per kg because it is 20% lesser. He bought 110 kgs of syrup and 120 kgs of juice. So the total cost price of this mixture will be equal to 120x plus 110 into 0.8, which is 88x, which is equal to 208x. This is the total cost price. And what is the total selling price? He sold 10 kgs of this syrup and he sold 20 kgs of the juice. Juice he sold at 1.2x, he made a profit of 20%, and the syrup he sold for 10% profit. 10% profit on 0.8x will be 0.88x. So by selling this, he made 10 into 0.88, which is 8.8x, plus 20 into 1.2x, which is 24x. So this is equal to 32.8x. And in addition to it, what did he make? He also sold the remaining. What is the remaining? 20 kgs of the 120 kg juice is sold. So 100 kgs of juice is left. And 10 kgs of the 110 kg syrup is sold. So 100 kgs of syrup is left. So this 200 kgs he sold at 308.32 per kg. So there he made 308.32 into 200 rupees. Plus in the 30 kgs he made 32.8x rupees. This he made an overall profit of 64%. The total cost price is 208x. So this is equal to 208x into 1.64. You will notice that 208x into 1.64 minus 32.8x is equal to 308.32x. The question and the numbers have been designed in such a way that we can actually cancel 308.32, or the value of x is equal to 200. What are we asked to calculate? We are asked to calculate the cost price of the syrup, which is equal to 0.8x, which will be 0.8 into 200, which is equal to 160 rupees. That will be the answer. In this question, we are told that the average of three integers is 13. So the sum of those three integers is 13 into 3, which is equal to 39. To these three integers, a new natural number n is added. So the sum becomes equal to 39 plus n. And now we have four integers. So their average is 39 plus n divided by 4. And this average, we are told, is an odd integer. The minimum possible of n is. This is what we are required to calculate. 39 plus n divided by 4 is an odd integer. The smallest odd integer, which is greater than 39 by n, which is equal to 9.75, is equal to 11. So the smallest value of n will be when 39 by n divided by 4 is equal to 11, or the value of 39 plus n is equal to 44, or the value of n is equal to 5. So the smallest possible value of n is 5. In this question, we are told that there is a mixture of lemon juice and sugar, and that has equal proportion. So the original mixture, the ratio of lemon juice to that of sugar syrup is 1:1. Now a new mixture is created by adding this mixture and sugar syrup in the ratio 1:3. So this mixture 1 and sugar syrup is 3. This is added. What is the ratio of lemon juice and sugar syrup in the new mixture? Let us assume that the amount of the original mixture is 2A. Then we will have A of the lemon juice and A of the sugar syrup in it. And because the ratio is 1:3, the amount of sugar syrup added is 6A. In the final mixture, the total weight will be 2A plus 6A, which is 8A. The amount of lemon juice will be A, and the amount of sugar syrup will be A plus 6A, which is 7A. So the required ratio will be 1:7. So the answer for this question is option D.
We at Kraku provide all the previous year CAT papers along with many other MBA examinations such as IIFT, ZAT, SNAP, MAT, CMAT, TIS and PGDBA in the actual exam format. You can attempt them as a test and get a detailed analysis of your performance or download them as PDFs.
In this question, we are told that Alex invested his savings in two parts. Let us assume that the first part he invested A and the second part he invested B. Both of them he invested in simple interest. In the first part, the interest at 15% per annum for 4 years, that simple interest will be equal to principal into rate of interest, which is 15% into 4 divided by 100. This is 15 into 4. This is equal to the simple interest on the second one, which is B into 12% into 3 by 100. Both of them, we are told, are exactly equal. This will help us in getting a ratio of A and B. So this is 4 and this will be 3. You can cancel 1 3 and this will be 5. Or the value is 5A is equal to 3B, or the value of B is equal to 5 by 3A. What we are required to calculate is the percentage of his savings invested in the first part. The total savings is equal to A plus B. This is equal to A plus 5 by 3A, which is the value of B. This is equal to 8 by 3A. So the percentage will be equal to A divided by 8 by 3A. We can cancel A on both sides, into 100. This is equal to 300 by 8, which is equal to 75 by 2, which is 37.5%. So the correct answer will be option A. In this question, we are told that there is a person called Pinky who is standing in a queue, and the number of people ahead of her and the number of people behind her, that numbers are in the ratio of 3:5. So we can assume that this is 3x and this is 5x. So the total number of people who are in this line will be 3x plus 5x, that is 8x, plus Pinky herself. So this is 8x plus 1. This is the total number of people who are standing in this line. This, we are told, is less than 300, or the value of 8x will be less than 299. What is the largest multiple of 8 which is less than 299? Because we are trying to maximize the value of x. You will notice that the maximum value, the highest number which is less than 299, which is a multiple of 8, is 296. This is equal to 37 into 8. So the highest possible value of x is equal to 37. So the maximum number of people who are standing ahead of Pinky will be 37 into 3, which is equal to 111. So the answer for this question is 111. In this question, we are told that Pinto invests 1/5 of his capital at 6%. He invests 1/3 of the capital at 10%, and the remaining he invests at 1%. All of this is simple interest. To make calculations easy, because we are talking about 1/5 and 1/3 of the sum, let the total sum be equal to 30x. Because 30 is a multiple of 5 and 3, calculations will become easy. 1/5 of 30x is 6x. So 6x he invested at 6%. 1/3 is 10x, he invested at 10%. And the remaining, which is 30x minus 6x minus 10x, that is 14x, he invested at 1%. From the 6x, the simple interest that he earned is 6x into 6% into 1 divided by 100 in 1 year. So that is 0.36x. From the 10x at 10%, in 1 year he is going to make x. From the 14x at 1% in 1 year, he is going to make a simple interest of 0.14x. So in this arrangement, in 1 year he is going to make 0.36x plus x plus 0.14x, which is 1.5x. How much time will it take for him to accumulate an interest which is greater than or equal to his initial capital? If that time required is t, 1.5x into t will be greater than or equal to 30x, or t will be greater than or equal to 20 years. So the minimum amount of time is 20 years. In this question, we are told that Manu earns 4,000 rupees per month and his monthly expense for the first 9 months is 3,500. So monthly savings for the first 9 months is 4,000 minus 3,500, which is equal to 500. So the total savings for the first 9 months will be 500 into 9. Let us assume for the last 3 months he is saving S rupees every month. So in the last 3 months he would save 3s. So the total savings will be 500 into 9 plus 3s. He wants his average savings to be 550 per month. So in the year his total savings will be 550 into 12. 500 into 9 is 4500 plus 3s is equal to 550 into 12, which is equal to 6600. Or the value of 3s is equal to 2100, or the value of s is equal to 700. So in the last 3 months, he has to save at least 700 per month. His expenses in the last 3 months is 3700 per month. So his earnings in the last 3 months should be 3700 plus 700, which is equal to 4400. So the answer for this case is option A. In this question, we are told that there are two ships which meet in the middle of the ocean. One ship goes south, that is, one ship is going this way, and the other ship goes west, that is, it is going this way. After 2 hours, they are 60 kilometers apart. So this distance is given to be equal to 60. If the speed of one of the ships is x kilometers per hour more than the other one, so let us assume that the speed of the slower boat is x, the speed of the faster boat will be x plus 6. In 2 hours, the slower boat will travel 2x and the faster boat will travel 2x plus 12. So this will be, say, 2x and this is 2x plus 12. They form a right angle triangle. The length of the hypotenuse is 60. So using Pythagoras theorem, we can calculate the value of x. So 2x whole square, which is 4x square, plus 2x plus 12 whole square is equal to 60 square. We can divide the entire equation with 4. So x square plus x plus 6 whole square is equal to 30 square. Or x square plus 12x plus 36, this is x plus 6 whole square, plus an x square at the start, this is equal to 900. You can simplify this as x square plus 6x minus 432 is equal to 0, or this is x plus 24 into x minus 18 is equal to 0. So the value of x will be equal to 18 kilometers per hour. So the speed of the slower boat is 18 kilometers per hour. The speed of the faster boat is 24 kilometers per hour. So the correct answer is option C. In this question, we are told that there is an election in which 4 candidates contested and 80% of the registered voters casted their vote. Let the total number of registered voters be equal to 100x. So the number of votes that are cast is 80% of it, which is 80x. Out of this, one of the candidates got 30% of the votes. So the number of votes that this candidate got will be 30% of 80x, which is equal to 24x. So what happens to the remaining 80x minus 24x, which is equal to 56x? This is distributed amongst the remaining 3 candidates in the ratio 1:2:3. So the candidate who got this proportion 3, the number of votes that he has secured will be 3 divided by 1 plus 2 plus 3 into 56x. This is 3 by 6 into 56x, so this is 28x. This guy will be getting 2 by 6 into 56x, which is approximately 18 2 by 3x. And this guy will get 1 by 6 into 56x, which is equal to 28x by 3. So the candidate who won the election by getting the maximum number of votes got 28x, and the candidate who came second got 24x. The difference between both of them is 4x. This we are told is equal to 2512, or the value of x is 628. Therefore, the total number of registered voters, which is 100x, will be equal to 628 into 100, which is 62,800, which is option D. In this question, we are told that working alone, the times taken by Anu, Tanu and Manu, they are in the ratio of 5:8:10. So their efficiencies, or the amount of work that they do in 1 hour, will be in the inverse ratio of their times taken. That is, the efficiency or the amount of work that they do will be in the ratio 1/5:1/8:1/10. To remove the denominators, let us multiply the efficiencies with 40, which is the LCM of 5, 8 and 10. So if you are multiplying all of them with 40, the efficiency or the amount of work done by Anu, Tanu and Manu is in the ratio of 8, which is 40 by 5, is to 5, which is 40 by 8, is to 4. which is 40 by 10. This is the amount of work that they do in 1 hour. This is the ratio. So let us assume that Anu does 8 units in 1 hour. Tanu does 5 units in 1 hour. And Manu does 4 units in 1 hour. Now they accept a job which they can finish in 4 days if all of them work together 8 hours per day. That is, the total amount of hours that they work together will be 4 into 8, which is 32. And the amount of work that they do cumulatively in 1 hour will be 8 plus 5 plus 4, which is 17. So the total work that needs to be done is 32 into 17 is the total work that needs to be done, which is equal to 32 into 17 can be calculated. This is 320 plus 32 into 7 is 224. This is equal to 544. This is the total work that needs to be done, 544 units. Now initially we are told that only Anu and Tanu work. If Anu and Tanu are working, every hour they will be doing 8 plus 5, which is 13 units. And they work for 6 days. And every day they work for 6 hours and 40 minutes. 6 hours and 40 minutes is 6, 2 by 3. So the total work that these two women have finished will be 13 into 6 into 6, 2 by 3. 6, 2 by 3 is 20 by 3. This is 2. This is 13 into 40, which is 540. So the work remaining is equal to 24 units. And this work has to be done by Manu alone. Manu does 4 units per hour. So the time that she takes will be 24 divided by 4, which is 6 hours. This will be the answer. In this question, we are told that there are 2 containers which have the same volume. First one is half filled with the sugar syrup and the second one is half filled with milk. Let us assume that the volume of the first container, which is equal to the volume of the second container, is equal to 100x. Both of them are half filled. So first one has 50x, this is sugar syrup. The second one has 50x, this is milk. Half of the contents of the first container are transferred to the second container. What is half of the contents of the first container? That will be 25x. So 25x will be the sugar syrup in the second container and 50x will be the milk in the second container. And 25x remaining will be the sugar syrup of the first container. This is after the first transfer of half of the contents is done. And half of this mixture is transferred back to the first container. If half of this mixture is transferred back, half of the sugar syrup is transferred back and half of the milk is transferred back. So we'll have 25x, which is initially the sugar syrup in the first container, plus half of 25x comes back. So we have plus 12.5x. And we have half of 50x milk which comes back. So this will be 25x. So the sugar syrup in the first container will be 25x plus 12.5x, which is 37.5x. Milk in the first container will be 25x. In the second container, sugar syrup will be half of 25x, which will be 12.5x. And milk will be 25x. This is after this transfer is done. Next, again half of the contents of the first container are transferred back to the second container. Again half of milk is transferred, half of sugar syrup is transferred. So in the first container, the sugar syrup that will be remaining will be half of 37.5x, which is 18.75x. And milk that will be remaining is half of 25x, which is 12.5x. And the sugar syrup in the second container will be 12.5x, which was there originally before this transfer, plus it gets half of 37.5, so that is 18.75x. And milk, it has 25x initially and it gets half of 25x, which is 12.5x. So the total sugar syrup in the second container will be 12.5x plus 18.75x, which is 31.25x. And milk will be 25x plus 12.5x, which is 37.5x. This is the ratio of the sugar syrup to milk in the second container. We can cancel x on both sides. To remove decimals, let us multiply the numerator and denominator with 4. 31.25 into 4 is 125. 37.5 into 4 is 150. Now you can divide the numerator and denominator with 25. So the required ratio is 5:6. So the answer for this question is option D. In this question, we are told that a and b are non-negative real numbers such that a plus 2b is equal to 6. We are asked to calculate the average of the maximum and minimum possible values of a plus b. As a plus 2b is equal to 6, the value of a plus b is equal to 6 minus b. Now, a plus b is maximized when b is minimized, and a plus b is minimized when b is maximized. Now, what is the value of a plus b? What is the maximum value? This will happen when b is minimized, and b is minimized, it will equal 0. So a plus b maximum value is 6. Similarly, a plus b is minimized when b is maximized. And what is the maximum value of b? Because we know that a plus 2b is equal to 6. b is maximized when a is equal to 0. In that case, 2b will be equal to 6 or b will be equal to 3. So the maximum possible value of b is 3. And therefore, the minimum possible value of a plus b will be 6 minus 3, which is equal to 3. So the average of 6 and 3 will be 4.5. So the correct answer is option D. In this question, we are told that there are 5 students, including Amit, who appeared in an examination, and they scored marks between 0 and 50, both of them inclusive. We are told that exactly 3 of the students scored more than 32, and the average of the 5 students is 38. We are required to calculate the maximum possible marks of Amit, who scored the least, and the minimum possible marks of Amit, and we are required to calculate the difference between these 2 marks. Let us first calculate the minimum possible score for Amit. What is the information that we know? The average of the 5 students is 38. So the total marks of the 5 students is 38 into 5, which is equal to 190. We have 32 over here. More than 32, we have only 3 people. Now we are trying to minimize the score for Amit in the first case. So we have to maximize the score of the remaining 4 people. Because the total is fixed, the total is 190. If you are trying to maximize the scores of the remaining 4 people, the first guy, the highest guy, will score 50, which is the maximum allowed. Because the scores are distinct, the second highest will be 49. And the third highest will be 48. Now the fourth highest, because only 3 people scored more than 32, this guy will score exactly 32, the fourth highest, because there is also a condition that only 3 people scored more than 32. Now what is the maximum possible sum of these 4 scores? That will be 50 plus 49 plus 48 plus 32. 32 plus 48 is 80, 50 plus 49 is 99. So the sum of these 4 scores, the maximum possible sum is 179. So the minimum possible score for Amit is 190 minus 179, which is equal to 11. Now let us try to maximize Amit's score. Maximizing the score for Amit is actually much more easier, because the only condition that we have to keep in mind is that only 3 people scored more than 32. So if you are looking at the maximum possible score for Amit, this is the maximum possible score for Amit. This is maximized if the fourth highest score, that is this guy, scores 32 and Amit scores just 1 less, which is 31. Now the sum of their 2 scores is 63, which is 31 plus 32. So these remaining 3 guys have to score 127. And this can be done in multiple ways. One simple example is, because 127 is the average will be around 42.33. We can say that this guy scored 41, this guy scored 42, and the highest is 44. These 3 will sum up to 127. As you can imagine, there are multiple cases possible. This can be 40, this can be 45. We are just required to ensure that the top 3 guys, all of them score above 32, all of them score distinct numbers, and their sum has to equal 127, which is possible in multiple ways. In this particular case, the maximum possible value for Amit is 31. So the difference between the maximum possible and minimum possible score of Amit is 31 minus 11, which is equal to 20, which is option D.
Google search Krakow CAT formulas PDF. Click on the first link. You will get a list of topics for CAT. Click on one of the topics. Download the PDF to get a list of formulas for the topic.
In this question, we are told that n people worked on a project and they finished 35% of the project by working for 7 hours a day for 10 days. So what is the total number of hours these guys have worked? These guys have worked for 7 into 10, which is equal to 70 hours. Let us assume that one man or one person over here does 1 unit of work per hour. So in this 70 hours, the total work that is done is equal to 70n, because n people worked for 70 hours. Now they have completed 35% of the work. This is 35% of the work, or the total work that needs to be done, the actual work that has to be done, is equal to 70n divided by 35%, which is equal to 200n. So out of this 200n, they have done 70n. So work remaining is equal to 130n. Now this is done by n minus 10 people, because 10 people have left the group. So the number of people remaining is n minus 10. And what is the total number of hours that they worked? They worked for 14 days for 10 hours a day. So the total work that has been done is n minus 10 into 140. This is equal to 130 into n, which is the work remaining. Using this equation, we can calculate the value of n. This will be 140n minus 1400 is equal to 130n, or the value of 10n is equal to 1400, or the value of n is equal to 140. So the number of people who are working is equal to 140. In this question, we are told that there are 500 cc of milk. So initially the volume of milk is 500 cc, and this is in one cup, and another cup contains water. The volume of water is also 500 cc. Now some mixing happened from one cup to another cup, and finally we ended up with different solutions in both of them. We are required to calculate the ratio of milk in one container to that of water in the other container. Now this seems like a very tricky question, but this is actually a very simple question with a very elegant answer. Now this is commonly asked, and knowing this concept is very important. If you think about the total volume in the glass, this is initially the glass and this is the cup. Let us first only look at the volume in the glass and volume in the cup. We won't look at the split between milk and water. We just know that the amount of milk at the start is 500 cc and the amount of water at the start is 500 cc. That is, the initial volumes of both of them are the same. Initially 150 cc of milk is transferred to the cup and mixed thoroughly. So the volume in the glass is 300 cc. Volume in the cup is 650 cc. This is a solution, but the volume is 650 cc. Next, 150 cc from the mixer is transferred from the cup to the glass. So again this will have 500 cc and this will have 500 cc. But now both of them are solutions. They are not pure milk or pure water. Now what is the amount of water in the glass to the amount of milk in the cup? This is the ratio we are going to calculate. Now if you think about it, this 500 cc is a mixture. It has some milk. Let the amount of milk be m. Therefore, the amount of water will be 500 minus m, because that is the total volume in the glass. The total volume in the glass is 500 cc. Suppose it contains m cc of milk. The remaining will be water, which is 500 minus m. Now, what is the amount of milk in the cup? We know that initially the amount of milk is 500 cc, of which m is in the glass. So the amount of milk in the cup will be 500 minus m. And therefore the amount of water will be m. This is milk and this is water. Now you don't need to really calculate the value of m. That is not needed. What is known and what is certain is that the amount of milk in one container will be equal to the amount of water in the other one. And similarly, the amount of water in one container is equal to the amount of milk in the other. This is true because initially both milk and water were of the same capacity, and the volumes at the end is also the same. So in this particular case, the ratio of the amount of water in the glass, which is 500 minus m, to the amount of milk in the cup, which is also 500 minus m, this ratio is equal to 1:1. So the answer for this question is option A. In this question, we are told that Neetu has an initial capital of 20,000. Out of this, she invests 8,000 at 5.5% in bank A, 5,000 at 5.6% in bank B, and the remaining amount at X% in bank C. What is the remaining amount? Initially she has 20,000, 8,000 and 5,000 if you're deducting, that is if you're deducting 13,000, you will be left with 7,000. So she invested 7,000 at X% in bank say. So what is the total interest that she'll get in 1 year? That will be 8,000 into 5.5% plus 5,000 into 5.6% plus 7,000 into X%. This we are told is equal to the overall interest rate is 5%. That is, this is equivalent to getting 5% on the entire 20,000. Using this, we can calculate the value of X%. We can cancel 1,000 from each one of them. We can cancel this percentage from each one of them. So the right hand side becomes 20 into 5, which is 100. The left hand side is 8 into 5.5, which is 44, plus 5 into 5.6, which is 28, plus 7x. Or the value of 7x is equal to 100 minus 72, which is 28, or the value of x is 4. So the rate of interest of X% is 4%. If she had invested the entire amount at X%, the total interest she would have received will be 20,000 into 4%, which is 4 by 100 into 1 year. This will be equal to 200 into 4, which is 800. So the answer is option B. In this question, we are told that there are two cars which are at different locations and they're traveling at different speeds. Let us assume that this is the distance between both the cars. Let the speed of the first car be A and the speed of the second car be B. Let the distance between them be equal to S. If they are moving towards each other, they take 1.5 hours to travel to each other. So they'll meet over here. Let us assume that A is greater than B. So what we know is that when they're traveling towards each other, their relative speed is A plus B. So S divided by A plus B is equal to 1.5 hours. But if they're moving away from each other, the relative speed will be A minus B. So S divided by A minus B is equal to 10.5. Using this, we can calculate the ratio of A and B. We will be told that if you divide one equation from the other, A plus B divided by A minus B is equal to 10.5 divided by 1.5, which is equal to 7, or A plus B is equal to 7A minus 7B, or the value of 6A is equal to 8B, or the value of A is equal to 4 by 3 into B. As the value of B is given to be 60 kilometers per hour, the value of A will be 80 kilometers per hour. What we are required to calculate is the distance that the slower car travels when it is meeting the other car while traveling in the same direction. Now, to actually calculate this answer, you don't need to solve it. You don't need to calculate the speed of the faster car, because you know that in the first instance, they meet after 1.5 hours and the speed of the slower car is given to be 60 kilometers per hour. So this distance will be 60 into 1.5, which is equal to 90 kilometers. So to answer this question, you can directly mark it as 90. But if the question actually asks what is the distance traveled by the faster car, not the slower car, then we need to calculate the speed of the faster car, which we have calculated as 80 kilometers per hour. So this distance will be 80 into 1.5 hours, which is 120 kilometers. But in this particular case, we are asked the distance traveled by the slower car, so that will be 90 kilometers per hour, which is option B. In this question, we are told that there are two sections, A and B. The average of A is 32, the average of B is 60. We are told that the number of students in B is 10 more than the number of students in A. So if you assume that there are A students in A, the number of students in B is A plus 10. Therefore, the total number of students in both the sections together will be 2A plus 10. And what is the total marks that they scored? That will be 32 into A, which is 32A, plus 60 into A plus 10, which is 60A plus 600, divided by 2A plus 10. This is equal to 92A plus 600 divided by 2A plus 10. We can divide the numerator and denominator with 2. This is equal to 46A plus 300 divided by A plus 5. Because we have A plus 5 in the denominator, let us express 46A plus 300 as 46A plus 230 plus 70 divided by a plus 5. The reason for that is because 46a plus 230 is 46 times a plus 5. So this can be simplified to equal 46 plus 70 divided by a plus 5. Now this is an integer that is told to us that the average of both the sections is also an integer. So 70 divided by a plus 5 has to be an integer. So a plus 5 has to be a factor of 70. What are the factors of 70? The factors of 70 are 1, 2, 5, 7, 10, 14, 35 and 70. Now a plus 5 can be one of them, but because a plus 5 will clearly be greater than 5, as the number of students in section A will be at least equal to 1, a plus 5 cannot be 1 or 2 or 5. So the smallest value of a plus 5 is equal to 7, in which case a is equal to 2, and the largest value of a plus 5 is equal to 70, in which case a is equal to 65. So the difference between the smallest value that a can take and the largest value that a can take is 65 minus 2, which is equal to 63. In this question, we are told that there is a person called Moody who takes 30 seconds to finish riding an escalator by traveling at his normal speed in the same direction. Let us assume that the speed of Moody is s steps per second and the speed of the escalator is e steps per second. So he is going like this. He travels for 30 seconds, so he is going to cover 30s. In those 30 seconds, the escalator will cover 30e. So the total steps on the escalator T is equal to 30s plus 30e. We are told that he takes 20 seconds to finish riding the escalator if he walks at twice his normal speed. If he is walking at twice his normal speed, he is going to cover 2s steps per second. So in 20 seconds, he is going to cover 40s. And in 20 seconds, the escalator will cover 20e. So the total steps is also equal to 40s plus 20e. If you are equating both of them, you will figure out that 10s is equal to 10e, or s is equal to e, or the speed, the normal speed of Moody is equal to the normal speed of the escalator, and the total steps t is equal to 60s, which is equal to 60e. Now if he is just standing on the escalator, he is not moving and he is just going forward because of the escalator, the time that he takes to finish riding the escalator will be 60e divided by e, which is equal to 60 seconds. So the answer for this question is 60. In this question, we are told that there are two ships which are approaching the port in a straight line at constant speeds, and they initially form an equilateral triangle. So suppose this is how the equilateral triangle looks. This is the port and this is ship 1 and this is ship 2 of side 24 kilometers. So this is the port, this is ship 1, this is ship 2. The length of the equilateral triangle is 24, 24 and 24. So this will be equal to 60 degrees. They are coming towards the port in a straight line. Now we are told that when the slower ship traveled 8 kilometers, so this will be 8 kilometers and this will be 16 because the distance initially is 24. The triangle formed by the positions of the two ships and the port became a right angle triangle. So let us assume that this is how the new triangle is. This is the ship 1's new position, this is the ship 2's new position, this is a right angle triangle. We know that one of the degrees is 60 degrees, this is same as the angle of the original equilateral triangle, the other one is 90 degrees, so this will be 30 degrees. So this would tell us that the distance of the second ship from the port can be easily calculated. This is 16 is the hypotenuse of this right angle triangle, so this will be 16 into sine 30. Sine 30 is equal to 1 by 2, so this is equal to 8 kilometers. Or the distance that the second ship has traveled till now is 16 kilometers. So in the same time, the slower ship traveled 8 kilometers, the faster ship traveled 16 kilometers. So when the faster ship reaches the shore, it would have covered 24 kilometers. And in that time, the distance that the slower ship would have covered will be 24 divided by 2, which is equal to 12 kilometers. And it would have reached somewhere over here. This would tell us that the distance of the slower ship from the port by the time the faster ship reaches the port will be equal to 12 kilometers, which is 24 minus 12. So the answer for this question is option B. In this question, we are told that Bob can finish a job in 40 days. So Bob or B takes 40 days to finish a job. Alex is twice as fast as Bob. So Alex, because he's twice as fast, he'll take half the number of days. So he'll finish the job in 20 days. And Alex is thrice as fast as Cole. Or Cole, because he's 3 times as slow as Alex, will take 60 days to complete the job. Now, when you're solving these kind of questions, it is important to compare the efficiency of people. So let us assume that the total work that needs to be done is the LCM of 20, 40 and 60, which is equal to 120 units. So if the total work that needs to be done is 120 units, Bob will do, because he is taking 40 days to do 120 units of work, every day he does 3 units per day. Alex will take 20 days to do 120 units of work, so every day he does 6 units per day. And Cole takes 60 days to do 120 units of work, so every day he does 2 units per day. On the first day, Alex and Bob work. On the second day, Bob and Cole will work. And on the third day, Alex and Cole will work. If Alex and Bob are working, the amount of work that they'll do in one day will be 3 plus 6, which is 9 units. On the second day, Bob and Cole will work, so they will complete 3 plus 2, which is 5 units. And on the third day, Alex and Cole will work, so they will finish 8 units. Now, if they work for 3 days, the total work that they'll do is 9 plus 5 plus 8, which is 22 units. This is the amount of work that they'll do in 3 days. The total work that needs to be done is 120 units. So after 5 such cycles, the total work that will be completed is 110 units. So 15 days have elapsed. This is 3 into 5. And in 15 days, they do 110 units of work. On the 16th day, Alex and Bob will work. They will complete 9 units of work. So the total work that is done is 119 units. And on the 17th day, the total work will be finished. 17th day, Bob and Cole will work. They can complete 5 units of work. So they can easily complete the remaining 1 unit of work, and then the work is finished. In these 17 days, what is the number of days that Alex has worked? The number of days Alex has worked is, in these 5 cycles, in every cycle, Alex works on the first day and the third day. So he's working on 10 days. And he's working on the 16th day. That is, Alex plus Bob will work. So the total number of days Alex has worked is 11. In this question, we are told that there are 2 trains which cross each other in 14 seconds when traveling in opposite directions. So let us assume that this is the first train and this is the second train. Now let us assume that the first one is the faster train. We are told that it crosses a pole, it is 160 meters long, so this is 160 meters, and it will cross a person or a lamp post in 12 seconds. So the speed of this train is 160 divided by 16. 160 divided by 12, because it crosses the lamp post in 12 seconds. This is equal to 40 by 3 meter per second. We are told that the slower train is 6 kilometers per hour lesser. Now we have to convert meter per second into kilometers per hour. Whenever you are looking to convert meter per second into kilometers per hour, you have to multiply it by 18 by 5. So if you are multiplying 40 by 3 into 18 by 5, this is its speed. 40 by 3 into 18 by 5. This is 6 and this is 8. This is equal to 48 kilometers per hour. That is the speed of the faster train. So the speed of the slower train will be 42 kilometers per hour. If you are trying to convert kilometers per hour into meter per second, you have to multiply it by 5 by 18. So 42 into 5 by 18, this will be 7 and this is 3, will be equal to 35 by 3 meter per second. Let the length of this train be equal to L. We know that both the trains completely cross each other in exactly 14 seconds. So the total distance traveled by them combined will be L plus 160, and their relative speed is 40 by 3 plus 35 by 3, which is equal to 75 by 3 into the time taken is 14 seconds. 75 by 3 is 25. 25 into 14 is equal to 350. So the value of the length will be equal to 190 meters. That is the length of the slower train. So the correct answer is option C. In this question, we are told that Anu, Vinu and Manu take 15, 12 and 20 days respectively to finish a particular job. So we have Anu takes 15 days. We have Vinu takes 12 days. And Manu takes 20 days. We are given the time that is taken by each one of them to finish the work. So let us assume that the total work that needs to be done is the LCM of 15, 12 and 20. What is the LCM of 15, 12 and 20? That is equal to 60 units. So in one day, the amount of work done by Anu will be 60 divided by 15, which is 4. In one day, the amount of work done by Vinu is 60 units divided by 12 days, which is 5. And in one day, the amount of work done by Manu will be 60 divided by 20, which is equal to 3. But we are told that all three of them don't work every day. Only Vinu works every day. So on the first day, second day, third day, fourth day, fifth day, sixth day, seventh day, eighth day, all of these days, the only person who works is Vinu. And every day, she is going to complete 5 units of work. And on odd days, Anu works. So Anu works on the first day. Anu works on the third day. Anu works on the fifth day. Anu works on the seventh day, and so on. And on the even days, Manu works. Manu works on alternate days starting from the second day. So Manu works here on the second day, on the fourth day, on the sixth day, on the eighth day, and so on. So what is the total amount of work done on the first day? Vinu does 5 units of work and Anu does 4 units of work. So on the first day, the amount of work done is 9. On the second day, Vinu does 5 units and Manu does only 3 units. So the amount of work done is 8. On the third day again 9. On the fourth day again 8. On the fifth day again 9. On the sixth day again 8. On the seventh day again 9, and so on. So after the first day, 9 units of work is done. After the second day, 17 units of work is done. After the third day, 17 plus 9, that is 26 units of work is done. After the fourth day, 26 plus 8, that is 34 units of work is done. After the fifth day, 34 plus 9, that is 43 units of work is done. After the sixth day, 43 plus 8, so 51 units of work is done. And after the seventh day, 51 plus 9, that is 60 units of work is done, which is the total amount of work that needs to be done. So the total number of days it takes to finish the job in this particular work order is 7 days. In this question, we are told that the amount of money that Neeta and Geeta earn in one day is equal to the amount of money that Sita earns in 6 days. So n plus g is equal to 6s, and the amount that Sita and Neeta earn in one day is equal to the amount that Geeta earns in 2 days. So this is equal to 2g. We are asked to calculate the ratio of the daily earnings of the person who earns the most to the person who earns the least. This ratio is what we are required to calculate. If you are looking at the first two equations, if you multiply the second equation by 6, you are going to get that 6s plus 6n is equal to 12g. But the value of 6s is n plus g. So n plus g plus 6n is equal to 12g, or 7n is equal to 11g, or the value of n is equal to 11 by 7g. Now if you substitute that in the first equation, you are going to get that 11 by 7g plus g is equal to 6s, or the value of 18 by 7g is equal to 6s, or the value of s is equal to 3 by 7g. So if you assume that g is equal to 7k for some value of k, the value of n will be 11k because n is 11 by 7g, and the value of s is equal to 3k because s is equal to 3 by 7g. So the highest is n and the least is s, and the ratio of n is to s is 11 is to 3. So the required answer is option C. In this question, we are told that onion is sold for 5 consecutive months and the rate at which it was sold per kg was rupees 10, rupees 20, rupees 25, rupees 25 and rupees 50. The amount spent for the first 3 months was fixed, and the amount spent for the remaining 2 months was half of that original amount. So let us assume that the fixed amount that was spent on the first 3 months is 100F. This is also 100F. This is also 100F. And for the remaining 2 months, half of this amount was spent. So it would be 50F and 50F. So the total amount that is spent is 100 plus 100 plus 100 plus 50 plus 50. So the total amount is equal to 400F. And what is the total amount of onions that were bought? It is 100F by 10, which is 10F, 100F by 20, which is 5F, 100F by 25, which is 4F, 50F by 25, which is 2F, and 50F by 50, which is F. This is the number of kgs of onions bought on each of these respective months. So the total number of onions that were bought, the weight will be 10F plus 5F plus 4F plus 2F plus F, which is 22F. So the cost of onion per kg on an average across these 5 months will be 400 divided by 22, which is equal to 200 divided by 11. 200 divided by 11 will be approximately equal to 18.18. This is the price, average price per kg. If you are looking at the options, the closest one is 18 rupees. So that will be the answer. In this question, we are told that Amal purchased some pens at rupees 8 and then he has hired an employee at a fixed wage. Let us assume that the number of pens bought is equal to n. So the total cost price or the total expense that Amal has incurred will be equal to 8n plus the wage of the employee, which we assume is equal to f. So this is the total cost price. In the first case, he sells 100 of these at 12 rupees per pen and the remaining at 11 per pen. So the first selling price, the total selling price 1 is equal to 12 into 100 plus how many pens are remaining? It will be n minus 100 into 11. This is the first selling price. This is the total revenue that he makes in the first case. And in the second case, he sells the first 100 pens at 12 and the remaining pens, that is n minus 100 pens, at rupees 9. So the revenue differs. So if you are simplifying the total revenue in the first case, this will be equal to 11n plus 100, and in the second case, this is equal to 9n plus 300. We are told that in the first case, he makes a profit of 300. So 11n plus 100, which is the revenue in the first case, is equal to 8n plus f plus 300, and he makes a loss of 300 in the second case. So 9n plus 300, which is the revenue he makes in the second case, is equal to 8n plus f minus 300. So we have two equations and two unknowns, n and f. We are required to calculate the value of the wage of the employee. So we are required to calculate the value of f. If you are simplifying the first equation, we are going to get that 3n is equal to f plus 200. And in the second case, we are going to get that n is equal to f minus 600. We are required to calculate the value of f. So we are going to substitute the value of n in the first equation. So 3 times n will be 3 times f minus 600 is equal to f plus 200. Or the value of 2f will be equal to 2000, or the value of f is equal to 1000. So the fixed wage that is given to the employee is rupees 1000.
We at Krakow provide all the previous year CAT papers along with many other MBA examinations such as IIFT, ZAT, SNAP, MAT, CMAT, TIS and PGDBA in the actual exam format. You can attempt them as a test and get a detailed analysis of your performance or download them as PDFs.
In this question, we are told that Anil invests some money at a fixed rate of interest which is compounded annually, and the interest that is accrued in the second and third year is 806.25 and 866.72 respectively. We are asked to calculate the interest accrued in the fourth year. If there is an amount P which is invested at a rate of interest R, the amount at the end of the first year is P into 1 plus R. The amount at the end of the second year is P into 1 plus R whole square. The amount at the end of the third year is P into 1 plus R whole cube. The amount at the end of the fourth year is P into 1 plus R whole to the power 4. We are given the interest accrued in the second year. So we are given the value of the amount at the end of the second year minus the value of the amount at the end of the first year. That difference is the interest that has accrued in the second year. So P into 1 plus R whole square minus P into 1 plus R is given. This is equal to 806.25. If you take P into 1 plus R common, we will take 1 plus R from the first bracket minus 1 from the second bracket. So this is P into 1 plus R into R is equal to 806.25. This is just the simplification of the first equation. The interest accrued in the second year is calculated. The interest accrued in the third year is 866.72. So the amount at the end of the third year minus the amount at the end of the second year is given. So P into 1 plus R whole cube minus P into 1 plus R whole square is 866.72. Now if you are taking P into 1 plus R whole square common, we will get 1 plus R from the first bracket minus 1. So this is R. So P into 1 plus R whole square into R is equal to 866.72. So this is the second equation and this is the first equation. If you divide the second equation by the first equation, you are going to get that 1 plus R is equal to 866.72 divided by 806.25. What are we required to calculate? We are required to calculate the interest that is accrued during the fourth year. So we are asked to calculate P into 1 plus R to the power 4 minus P into 1 plus R whole cube. This is equal to what? If you take P into 1 plus R whole cube common, you will get 1 plus R from the first equation, from the first term, minus 1 from the second term. So this is R. What is the value of P into 1 plus R whole cube into R? We know that the value of P into 1 plus R whole square into R is 866.72. We also know that the value of 1 plus R is 866.72 divided by 806.25. So the value of P into 1 plus R whole cube into R will be equal to 866.72 into 866.72 divided by 806.25. You can simplify this. This will be equal to 931.72. So the answer for this question is option C, which is 931.72. In this question, we are told that there are three friends, Amar, Akbar and Anthony, and they work together to finish a project. If Amar and Akbar are working together, they finish a project in 1 year, that is in 12 months. If Akbar and Anthony are working together, they finish it in 16 months. And if Anthony and Amar are working together, they complete it in 2 years, that is 24 months. Here we are given the amount of time that a pair of these people are taking. So let us assume that the total work that needs to be done is, say, the LCM of 24, 16 and 12. What is the least common multiple of 12, 16 and 24? That is 48. So let us assume that the total work that needs to be done is, say, 48 units. We arrived at 48 because it is the LCM of 12, 16 and 24, and we are using 48 because that will make the calculations easy. We can assume this total work that needs to be done to be any number. But if it is the LCM, many of the calculations become easy and we'll arrive at the answer faster. Let us assume that the amount of work done in 1 month by Amar is A, by Akbar is B, and by Anthony is say C. Then what is the value of A plus B? That is, what is the total amount of work done by Amar and Akbar in 1 month? They finish 48 units of work in 12 months. So in 1 month they will be doing 4 units of work. What is the amount of work done by B and C, that is Akbar and Anthony? The amount of time taken by Akbar and Anthony to finish 48 units of work is 16 months. So in 1 month they will be finishing 3 units of work. What is the amount of work done by Amar and Anthony, that is A plus C? Amar and Anthony, when they are working together, they finish the project in 2 years, that is 24 months. 48 units is completed in 24 months. So in 1 month they finish 2 units of work. If you are adding all 3 of these equations, the left hand side becomes equal to 2 times A plus B plus C. This is equal to 9, or the value of A plus B plus C is equal to 4.5 units. So if all 3 of them are working together, in 1 month they finish 4.5 units of work. We know that A plus B is 4 and A plus B plus C is 4.5. So the value of C is 0.5. Similarly, the value of A is 4.5 minus 3, which is 1.5. And the value of B is 4.5 minus 2, which is 2.5. This is the amount of work done by each one of them individually in 1 month. So the person who is not working the fastest or the slowest is A, and he does 1.5 units of work every month. And he has to complete 48 units of work. So how much time does it take? He is going to take 48 divided by 1.5, which is equal to 32 months. This is the number of months that the person who is in the middle takes to finish the entire work. In this question, we are told that the strength of an indigo solution in percentage is equal to the amount of indigo in grams per 100 cc of water. We have two 800 cc bottles which are filled with indigo solutions. One of them has 33% and another one has 17%. Some indigo from the first bottle is removed, and the same amount of indigo from the second bottle is used to fill the first bottle, and now the amount of the percentage of indigo in the first bottle has decreased. From 33% it has become equal to 21%. What we are asked to calculate is the volume of indigo, the volume of the solution that is left in the second bottle. Let us assume that the amount of solution that is left in the second bottle is X. So we are required to calculate the value of X. If X is remaining in the second bottle, what is the amount of solution that was poured from the second bottle to the first bottle? That would be 800 minus X. So what is the amount of indigo that was thrown out? The amount of indigo that was thrown out has to equal 800 minus X, because that is replenished by the solution from the second bottle. So the amount of the original solution of 33% which is left in the first bottle is therefore equal to X. So now we have X of 33% and we have 800 minus X of 17%. When you are mixing both of them, you are getting a solution. The strength of that solution is 21%. Using allocations method, we can calculate the ratio between X and 800 minus X. How can we do that simply? We'll first calculate 33 minus 21. 33 minus 21 is 12, so that will be over here. And what is 21 minus 17? 21 minus 17 is 4. So this is 4. So the ratio of X is to 800 minus X has to be equal to 4 divided by 12. 4 by 12 is basically 1 by 3. So now if you cross multiply, 3x will be equal to 800 minus x, or the value of 4x is 800, or the value of x is 200. So the amount of solution that is left in the second bottle will be 200 ml. In this question, we are told that identical chocolate pieces are sold in two different types of boxes. One is a small box and one is a large box. The price of the large box is twice the price of the small box. So if you're looking at prices, if you assume that the price of a small box is X, then the price of a large box is 2X. But the selling price per gram, this is the total price, the price per gram of the large box is 12% less than that of the small box. So if you assume that the price per gram of the small box is K, the price per gram of the large box will be 0.88 K. The percentage by which the weight of the chocolate in the large box exceeds that of the small box is what we are required to calculate. If you are given the price and if you are given the price per gram, what is the weight? The weight will be X divided by K. Because if you are told that there is a quantity, there is a price for 1 gram is say rupees 10. And if you are told that the total price of a particular object is say 1000, then the weight of the object will be 1000 divided by 10. Similarly, in this particular case, if you are given the price and the price per gram, the weight will be X divided by K. And in case of the large one, it will be 2X divided by 0.88 K. 2X divided by 0.88 K, you can use your calculator. This will be equal to 2.2727 X by K. That is the weight. So the weight of the large one, which is equal to 2.2727 xk, exceeds the weight of the small one, which is x by k, by 127.27%. Amongst the options, the closest one is option B, which is 127%. In this question, we are told that Raj invested 10,000 rupees in a fund. So he has 10,000 with him. And the first year he encountered some loss. Let us assume that the loss percentage is X%. So what is the value of the fund after the first year when there was a loss of X%? It will be 10,000 into 1 minus X by 100, which if you simplify will be equal to 10,000 minus 100x. We are told that this is greater than 5,000. That is, whatever was 10,000 after getting a loss is greater than 5,000. This would imply that the loss percentage X is less than 50%. Because if he had lost more than 50%, then the value remaining would be less than 5,000. Now this balance was invested and the percentage of growth in the next year is 5 times the percentage lost in the first year. So in the second year, the percentage gain is 5x%. And now the overall return on investment is 35%. The amount invested is 10,000. If the overall return is 35%, the final amount will be 13,500. So if 10,000 minus 100x gains 5x%, then it becomes 13,500. Or if you are looking at the profit in the second year, that will be 13,500 minus 10,000 minus 100x. So the profit in the second year will become equal to 3,500 plus 100x. If you divide it by the initial investment, which is 10,000 minus 100x, this is 5x% or this is equal to 5x by 100. You can cancel 100 in the numerator and denominator of the left hand side. So this becomes equal to 35 plus x divided by 100 minus x is equal to 5x by 100, which is x by 20. Now if you cross multiply, you are going to get that 20x plus 700 is equal to 100x minus x square, or x square minus 80x plus 700 is equal to 0, or x minus 10 into x minus 70 is equal to 0. So the value of x is either 10 or 70. But we know that the value of x is less than 50. We know that the end of first year the amount was greater than 5,000. So x cannot be equal to 70. So the loss incurred in the first year, the loss percentage is equal to 10%. That will be the answer. In this question, we are told that there are two trains A and B and their speeds are in the ratio 5:3. So let us assume that this is train A and this is train B. The speeds are in the ratio 5:3. So let us assume that the speed of train A is 5s and the speed of train B is 3s. The front end of A crossed the rear end of B in 46 seconds. Let us assume that the length of A is LA and the length of B is LB. If the front end of A crossed the front and rear ends, and if this time has taken 46 seconds, it would imply that the distance of LB can be crossed in 46 seconds when both of them are traveling in opposite directions. And when both of them are traveling in opposite directions, what is the relative speed? It will be 5s plus 3s, which is equal to 8s. We are also told that once the train crosses the rear end of LB, it takes a further 69 seconds for both of them to completely cross each other. Now, once the first train LA crosses the rear end, this is say A. At this point, the rear end of B is crossed by train A. And if both of the trains are completely crossing each other, the distance that is travelled effectively becomes LA. This has taken a further 69 seconds, and the speed is again 8s because both of them are travelling in opposite directions. What we are asked to calculate is the ratio of the length of train A to that of train B. Now, if you divide one equation by the other, LA divided by LB is equal to 69 divided by 46, which is equal to 3 by 2. So, the required ratio is option A, which is 3:2. In this question, we are told that there is a container which had some milk. Let us assume that the volume of the container is V. From this, 9 liters are removed and replaced with water. Again, this process continues. There is a formula for figuring out the amount of milk finally left in the container. If this process is repeated n times, then the volume of milk will be V, which is the initial volume of milk, into 1 minus K by V whole to the power n, where K is the amount of water or the amount of milk that is being replaced. In this particular case, the value of K is 9 liters. So, after the first time when this process happens, the amount of milk that is left in the container will be V into 1 minus 9 by V. If you simplify it, this is basically V minus 9. If this process is repeated 2 times, that is once 9 liters are replaced, again 9 liters are taken from the solution and they are replaced with water, the amount of milk that is left in the container will be V into 1 minus 9 by V whole square. This is repeated 2 times, so at the end this is the amount of milk that is left in the container. We are told that the ratio of milk to that of water is 16:9. So let us assume that the volume of milk is 16K and the volume of water is 9K. This is at the end. So the total volume will be 16K plus 9K, which is 25K. So this is the value of V. Or this would imply that V into 1 minus 9 by V whole square, this is equal to 16K, and the value of V is 25K. So this would tell us that 1 minus 9 by V whole square will be equal to 16 by 25, or the value of 1 minus 9 by V is equal to 4 by 5, or the value of 9 by V is equal to 1 by 5, or the value of V is equal to 45 liters. So the correct answer, that is the capacity of the container, is 45 liters. In this question, we are told that Anil can paint a house in 60 days and Bimal can paint it in 84 days. So let us assume that the total work that needs to be done in painting is the LCM of 60 and 84, so that calculations become easy. What is the LCM of 60 and 84? It is 420. So let us assume that the total work that needs to be done is 420 units. Anil completes it in 60 days. Bimal will complete it in 84 days. So in 60 days, Anil will do 420 units of work. So in one day, he does 7 units of work. Similarly, Bimal takes 84 days to complete 420 units of work. So in one day, he does 5 units of work. We are told that Anil paints for the first 10 days alone. So the total work that he does is 7 into 10, which is 70. Then Bimal and Charu work with him, and all of them work for 14 days. So if Bimal and Charu work for 14 days, Anil will work for 14 more days. So he will complete 7 into 14. This is the total work done by Anil. 70 in the first 10 days and 7 into 14 in the remaining 14 days. Bimal works for a total of 14 days and he will complete 5 into 14. We don't know how much work Charu does in one day. Let us assume that that is C units per day. Charu also works for 14 days. So he does 14 C units of work. This is the total work done by all of them, and this has to equal 420. So this is equal to 420. 5 into 14 is 70. 7 into 14 is 98. So what is the value of 14C, which is the work done by Charu? The value of 14C will be 420 minus 70 minus 70. So this is 420 minus 140 is 280. 280 minus 98. 280 minus 98 is 182. This is the work done by Charu, 182 units of work. The work done by Bimal, total work is 5 units into 14 days that Bimal worked, so that is 70 units. This is by Bimal. And the total work done by Anil will be 7 into 10, first 10 days that he worked alone, plus 7 into 14, so 98, so total is 168 units. This is the total work done by Anil. If you add up all of them, again you are going to get 420. What we are told is that all of them were paid 21,000 total for the job, and the share of Charu will be how much? The share of Charu will be 182, which is the work done by her, divided by 420, which is the total work, into 21,000. 21,000 divided by 420 is 50, so this is equal to 99,100 rupees. That will be the answer. In this question, we are told that there are a total of 450 balls. Some of them are white and some of them are black. So let us assume that these are the white balls and these are the black balls. Again, there is another distinction. Some of them are metallic balls and some of them are non-metallic balls. So let us assume that these are metallic balls. These are non-metallic balls. We are told that the number of metallic white balls is the same as the number of metallic black balls. So let us assume that both of them are equal to x and x. Now 40% of the white balls are metallic and 50% of the black balls are metallic. So what is the total number of white balls? Metallic balls, which are x, constitute 40% of the total white balls. This would imply that the total number of white balls will be x divided by 40%, which is equal to 2.5x. This would also imply that because the number of black balls is x and they constitute 50% of the total number of black balls. The total number of metallic black balls is x. So this would imply that the total number of black balls will be x divided by 0.5, which is 50%, which is equal to 2x. So the number of white balls is 2.5x, number of black balls is 2x. So the total number of balls is 4.5x. But this has to equal 450. Or the value of x has to equal 100. So the number of metallic white balls is 100. Number of metallic black balls is also 100. Both of them are the same. Total number of white balls is 250, which is 2.5x. Total number of black balls is 200, which is 2x. What we are asked to find out is the number of non-metallic balls in the box. So what is the number of non-metallic white balls? That is 250 minus 100, which is 150. And number of non-metallic black balls will be 200 minus 100, which is 100. So the total number of non-metallic balls will be 150 plus 100, which is equal to 250. So the required answer for this question is 250. In this question, we are told that in a football tournament, a person has played a certain number of matches. So let us assume that he has played n matches and there are 10 more matches that are supposed to be played. So the total number of matches that he will play by the end of the tournament will be n plus 10. Let us assume that till now he has scored G goals. And we are told that if he scores a total of one more goal in the next 10 matches, his average will be 0.15. So the total number of goals that he would have scored will be G plus 1. So what we are told is that G plus 1 divided by n plus 10 is equal to 0.15. However, instead of scoring one goal, if he has scored two goals, then the total number of goals he would have scored will be G plus 2. The total number of matches he played would remain n plus 10. And the average number of goals that he scored per match will now become equal to 0.2. So we have two equations and two unknowns, G and N. We are required to calculate the number of matches he has played. That is, we are required to calculate the value of N. If you divide the first equation by the second equation, the denominator N plus 10 gets cancelled. So the left hand side becomes equal to G plus 1 divided by G plus 2. This is equal to 0.15 divided by 0.2, which is equal to 3 by 4. So if you now cross multiply, 4G plus 4 is equal to 3G plus 6, or the value of G is equal to 2. If the value of G is equal to 2, the first equation becomes equal to 2 plus 1, that is 3, divided by N plus 10 is equal to 0.15. But 3 divided by 0.15 is 20. So the value of N plus 10 is equal to 20, or the value of N is equal to 10. So the required answer for this question is that the player has played 10 matches till now.
Google search Krakow CAT formulas PDF. Click on the first link. You will get a list of topics for CAT. Click on one of the topics. Download the PDF to get a list of formulas for the topic.
In this question, we are told that there is a person who buys tea of three different qualities. One of them is priced at 800 per kg, one of them is priced at 500 per kg, and one of them is priced at 300 per kg. And the ratio in which they were mixed is 2:3:5. So let us assume that he bought 2x kgs of the first quality, 3x kgs of the second quality, and 5x kgs of the third quality. Now he mixes all of them and he sells 1/6 of the mixture at rupees 700 per kg. Now just to make things easier, let us assume that x is equal to 6, so that there won't be any fractions. Or essentially we are saying that 800 rupees, the tea which costs rupees 800 per kg, we are buying 12 kgs. And the tea which costs 500 per kg, we are buying 18 kgs. And the tea which costs 300 per kg, we are buying 5 into 6, that is 30 kg. Again, this ratio of 12:18:30 is equal to 2:3:5. But because we have to divide some of this by 1/6, we are assuming that all of them are multiples of 6. So what is the total cost involved in purchasing this much tea? 800 into 12 will be 9,600. 500 into 18 is 9,000. 300 into 30 is 9,000. So the total money that he spent will be 9,600 plus 9,000 plus 9,000, which is equal to 27,600. And the total amount of tea that he bought will be 12 kg plus 18 kg plus 30 kg, which is equal to 60 kg. Now out of this, 1/6 he sold at 70 per kg. What is 1/6 of 60 kg? That is 10 kg, and he sold this for rupees 700 per kg. So the total money that he made will be 7,000. And the total amount of money that he wants to make, or the total amount of profit he wants to make, is 50%. So when he is purchased this for 27,600 and he wants an overall profit of 50%, the total selling price should be 27,600 into 1.5. This you can calculate will be equal to 41,400. Now out of this, when he sold 10 kg, he got 7,000 rupees. So the remaining 50 kg should make him how much money? It should be 41,400 minus 7,000, which is equal to 34,400. So what is the price per kg at which he should sell this? That will be 34,400 divided by 50, which is 3440 divided by 5, which is equal to 688 per kg. So the price at which he should sell is rupees 688 per kg. In this question, we are told that there are three people, Anil, Bobby and Chintu. They invest in a business. Let us assume that the total investment is equal to 100x. Anil's investment is 70%, so Anil invested 70x. We don't know how much Bobby and Chintu invested, but we know that Anil invested 70%. We are told that his share of the profit decreases by 420 if the profit overall profit goes down from 18% to 15%. So if the original profit was, because the total investment is 100x, Anil's investment would be 70x. So 70x is his investment, and the original profit would have been 70x into 18%. But if the profit percentage decreases to 15%, that is if it becomes 70x into 15%, this difference is equal to 420. Or what this would imply is that 70x into 3% is equal to 420. This is 6. So the value of x is equal to 200. Or the total investment by all the three people together is 100x, which is 20,000. Out of which Anil's investment is 70x, so this is 14,000. The remaining 6,000 is invested by Bobby and Chintu. Now, Chintu's share of the profit increases by 80 if the overall profit goes up from 15% to 17%. Now, if the overall profit is 15%, the profit would have been 20,000, which is the total investment into 15%. Now, if it becomes 17%, it would become 20,000 into 17%. So, the overall profit would be 20,000 into 17% minus 20,000 into 15%. This is the increase in the overall profit. This would be 20,000 into 2%. 20,000 into 2% is equal to 4,000. Is equal to 400, sorry. This is the overall profit. This is the increase in the overall profit. Now, Chintu is getting 80 rupees out of this increase. The increase is 400 and Chintu is getting 80 rupees of that increase. This would imply that Chintu's share is 20%. So, the amount invested by Chintu would be 20% of 20,000, which is equal to 4,000. And the remaining 2,000 was invested by Bobby. In this question, we are told that there are two pipes A and B which are connected to an empty water tank. Let us assume that this is the empty water tank. Now, A fills water into the tank and B empties the water from the tank. Let us assume that in 1 hour, A fills A liters every hour and B empties B liters every hour. Now, if A is opened at 2 p.m. and B is opened at 3 p.m., the tank becomes completely full by 10 p.m. If you assume that the volume of the tank is V is equal to pipe A is open from 2 p.m. till 10 p.m. so it is open for 8 hours. And pipe B is open from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. so it is emptying the tank for 7 hours. So the volume V of the tank is equal to 8A minus 7B. We are also told that if pipe A is opened at 2 p.m. and pipe B is opened at 4 p.m., the tank is completely full at 6 p.m. If the tank is completely full at 6 p.m., pipe A is open from 2 to 6, so it is open for 4 hours, and pipe B is open for just 2 hours from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. So 8A minus 7B is equal to 4A minus 2B. If both of them are the same, it would imply that 4A is equal to 5B, or the value of A is equal to 5 by 4B. Just to make things easy, let us assume that the value of B is equal to 4K for some constant K. That is, pipe B is emptying 4K liters every hour. So the value of A, which is 5 by 4B, becomes equal to 5K. So the volume of the tank is equal to 8A, which is 40K, minus 7B, that is minus 28K, which is equal to 12K. So the amount of time that it takes pipe A to fill the tank will be 12K divided by 5K hours, which is equal to 12 by 5 hours. We are asked to calculate this in minutes, so you multiply this with 60. So this becomes 12 into 12, which is 144 minutes. That will be the answer. In this question, we are told that Rahul started a work at 9 a.m. and Gautam joined him 2 hours later. So Rahul started a work at 9 a.m. and Gautam joined him 2 hours later, so that is at 11 a.m. They worked together and finished the job at 5 p.m. So how much time did Rahul work? Rahul worked from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. so that is 8 hours. So if he does R units of work every hour, the total work done by Rahul is 8 hours, plus Gautam worked from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. that is he worked for 6 hours. If you assume that he does G units of work every hour, 8R plus 6G is the total work that needs to be done. We are told that if Gautam, instead of joining him at 11 am, if he had joined him at 9 am itself, then the work would have been finished half an hour earlier. That is, the work would have finished at 4:30 pm. In this particular case, Rahul and Gautam, both of them would have worked for 7.5 hours each. So 7.5 R plus 7.5 G is also equal to W. We can equate both of them. If you are equating both of them, we will get a relationship between R and G. It would imply that 0.5 R is equal to 1.5 G, or the value of R is equal to 3G. Therefore, what is the total work that needs to be done in terms of R? It will be 8R plus what is 6G? 3G is equal to R, so 6G will be equal to 2R. This is the work that needs to be done, or work that needs to be done is 10R. So if Rahul is working at it alone, he would have taken 10 hours to finish the job. So that is option B. In this question, we are told that in a tournament, a team has played 40 matches and won 30% of them. So the total matches that are played by the team right now is 40, and the matches won is 30% of them, which is 12. We are told that if they win 60% of the remaining matches, let us assume that the number of remaining matches is n, and if they are winning 60% of them, they are winning 0.6n. Then their overall win percentage will be 50%. So what this would imply is that the total number of matches that they won, 12 plus 0.6n, divided by the total number of matches that they have played, which is 40 plus n, is equal to 50%, which is 0.5. Or if you simplify it, 12 plus 0.6n is equal to 0.5 into 40 plus n, so that is 20 plus 0.5n. Or the value of 0.1n is equal to 8, or the value of n is equal to 80. So the remaining number of matches is 80. Now if they won 90% of the remaining matches, the number of matches that they would have won would be 90% of 80, which is 72. Then the total number of matches won by the team in the tournament will be 12 plus 72, which is equal to 84. So the correct answer is option C. In this question, we are told that the total male and female population in city increased by 25% from 1970 to 1980. So this is the numbers in 1970, this is the numbers in 1980, and we will have some numbers in 1990. The total population, let us assume in 1970 was X. So it has increased by 25%, so it becomes 1.25x. We are told that during the same period, the male population increased by 40%. So if you assume that the number of males in 1970 is M, the number of males in 1980 becomes 1.4m. And the number of females increased by 20%. So if you assume that the number of females in 1970 is F, the number of females in 1980 becomes 1.2f. Now we have two equations and we can figure out a relationship between M and F. What are the two equations that we have? M plus F will be equal to X, because the number of males plus the number of females is the total population in 1970, and it is the same case even in 1980. You have 1.4m plus 1.2f is equal to 1.25x. So we have three variables and two equations. But the first thing we want to figure out is what is the relationship between M and F. So we'll try to eliminate X. We have X on the right hand side here and 1.25x. We'll try to make both of them the same. So we'll multiply the first equation with 5 so that the right hand side becomes 5x, and the second equation will multiply by 4 because 1.25x into 4 is again 5x. Or essentially what we are saying is that 5m plus 5f from the first equation is equal to 5x, and from the second equation 1.25x into 4 is also equal to 5x. So that will equal 4 times 1.4m plus 1.2f. So that is 5.6m plus 4.8f. Or this would imply that 0.6m is equal to 0.2f, or the value of 3m is equal to f. So now we will substitute f with 3m. Therefore, the value of 1.2f will be equal to 3.6m. And the value of x will be m plus 3m, which is equal to 4m. Therefore, the value of 1.25x will be equal to 5m. So the total population in 1970 is 4m, which had m males and 3m females. The total population in 1980 is 5m, which had 1.4m and 3.6m females. We are given some information about 1990. We are told that the female population increased by 25% from 1980 to 1990. So there is an increase of 25% from 3.6m. So the number of females in 1990 will be 1.25 into 3.6m, which is equal to 4.5m. And the number of females is twice the number of males. So the number of males will be 2.25m. Therefore, the total population in 1990 will be 2.25m plus 4.5m, which is equal to 6.75m. Therefore, the percentage increase in the total population from 1970 to 1990 is 6.75 minus 4 divided by 4 into 100, which is equal to 2.75 into 100 by 4, which is equal to 275 by 4. This is 68.75%, which is option B. We are told that the arithmetic mean of 25 students in an examination is 50. So there are 25 students, the average marks scored by them is 50. So the total marks scored by these 25 students is 25 into 50, which is 1250. We are told that 5 of the students are the toppers and they have scored the same number of marks. So let us assume that each of them has scored T. So because there are 5 toppers, the total marks scored by these 5 toppers is 5T. So there are 20 students left who are not the toppers, and the scores, the total score by these 20 students will be equal to 1250 minus 5T. We are told that the least marks was 30. And all of these remaining 20 students scored distinct integers. So we are trying to maximize the scores by the toppers. So as you are trying to maximize the scores by the toppers, you would want to minimize the scores by the remaining 20 people. So the remaining people would have to score 30 plus 31 plus 32 plus dot 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 till 49. What is the minimum value of this? What is the sum of these 20 students? That is, what is the value of 30 plus 31 plus dot 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 till 49? That will be equal to 20 divided by 2 into 30 plus 49. Remember that in any arithmetic progression, if you know the first term and if you know the last term and you know the number of terms, the sum is equal to the number of terms into the first term plus the last term divided by 2. In this particular case, there are 20 terms, so it is 20 by 2 into the first term plus the last term. This will be 790. The scores by the remaining 20 students is 790. That is the minimum possible value of the sum of the remaining 20 students. This would imply that if you are trying to maximize the value of T, 1250 minus 5T is equal to 790, or the value of 5T is equal to 460, or the value of T is equal to 92. So the maximum possible score by the toppers is 92. Because the minimum score of the remaining 20 students, the minimum sum of those 20 scores is 790. In that particular case, the value of T is 92, which will be the maximum possible score of the toppers. In this question, we are told that one part of a hostel's expense is fixed while the other is proportional to the number of its boarders. So the expense of a hostel is fixed. Let us call the fixed portion to be equal to F plus a proportionality constant K into N. Okay, where N is the number of boarders. As the number of boarders increases, the variable expense also increases proportionally and the fixed cost will remain the same, which is F. The revenue that it generates per boarder is the same, it is 1600. So the revenue is 1600 N. So the total profit that it makes will be equal to 1600 N, which is the total revenue, minus F minus Kn. So the profit per boarder, which is the information that is given to us, will be equal to this total profit divided by N. So this will be 1600 minus K minus F divided by N. We are given the profit per boarder when the number of boarders is 50. We are also given the profit per boarder when the number of boarders is 75. So when the number of boarders is 50, the profit per boarder will be 1600 minus K minus F divided by 50. This we are told is equal to 200. And when the number of boarders is 75, the profit per border will be 1600 minus K minus F by 75. This we are told is 250. So if you subtract the first equation from the second equation, we are going to get that F by 50 minus F by 75 is equal to 250 minus 200, which is 50. F by 50 minus F by 75 is F by 150. F by 150 is 50, or the value of F is equal to 7500. Now we can calculate the value of K also. What is 1600 minus K? In the first equation, you can substitute the value of F in any one of the two equations. If you are substituting it in the first equation, 1600 minus K minus F by 50, that is 7500 divided by 50 is 150, is equal to 200, or the value of K is 1250. We are asked to calculate the total profit when the number of borders is 50. The total profit is 1600N minus F minus Kn, or the total profit when N is equal to 80 will be equal to N into 1600 minus what is F, 7500, minus Kn. K is 1250 minus 1250N, or simplifying it, this is 350 into N minus 7500. What is the value of N? The value of N is 80. So this is 350 into 80 minus 7500. 350 into 80 is 28,000 minus 7500. So the total profit will be 20,500. In this question, we are told that a tea shop offers cups in 3 different sizes. There is a small cup, there is a medium cup, and there is a large cup. The ratio of the prices of the small and the medium cup is 2:5. So let us assume that it is 2K and 5K, and let us assume that the cost of the large cup is, say, L. Now the product of these 3 numbers, 2K, 5K and L, was told to be equal to 800. If the price of the small cup and medium cup was increased by 6 rupees, they become 2K plus 6, 5K plus 6, and the cost of the large cup remains unchanged. Let us assume that it is again L. The product of these 3 numbers is 3200. So the first thing you should notice is that 2K plus 6 into 5K plus 6 divided by 2K into 5K will be equal to 3200 divided by 800, which will be equal to 4. You can cancel 2 from both sides, so this becomes, instead of 2K plus 6, it becomes K plus 3, and here we can remove 2 in the denominator. Now if you cross multiply, you are going to get the left hand side as 5K plus 6 into K plus 3 is 5K square plus 15K plus 6K plus 18 is equal to 20K square. This would imply that 15K square minus 21K minus 18 is equal to 0, or 5K square minus 7K minus 6 is equal to 0. We can simplify this as 5K plus 3 into K minus 2 is equal to 0. This would imply that the value of K is equal to 2. So the price of the small cup was 4. Price of the medium cup was 10. So what is the price of the large cup? The product of the 3 cups is 800. 4 into 10 is 40. 800 divided by 40 is 20. And after increase, it becomes 2K plus 6. So this becomes 10. 5K plus 6. So this becomes 16. And this remains 20. Again, the product is 20 into 16 into 10, which is 3200. So the sum of the prices of the small, medium and large cups at the start is 4 plus 10 plus 20, which is equal to 34. In this question, we are told that there are 2 friends who are walking around a circular track. Let us assume that the circumference of the track is equal to C. Let us assume that in 1 minute, the amount of distance that Meera walks is equal to M, and the distance that Amal walks is equal to A. We are told that if they are walking in opposite directions, within 3 minutes, they complete 1 round. So the distance that Meera walks in 3 minutes is 3M. The distance that Amal walks in 3 minutes is 3a. So 3m plus 3a is equal to c. We are also told that if they are walking in the same direction, after 45 minutes, Amal completes exactly 3 more rounds than Meera. In 45 minutes, the distance that Amal walks is 45a. The distance that Meera walks is 45m. The difference between these two is 3c. Now we can find out the value of m and a in terms of c. So let us first try to do that. We will multiply the first equation by 15. So 45m or 45a plus 45m is equal to 15c. So now if you subtract the first equation from the second equation, we are going to get that 90m is equal to 12c, or the value of m is equal to 12 by 90c, which is equal to 2 by 15c. So in 1 minute, Meera walks 2 by 15th of the circumference. So in 1 hour, she is going to walk 2 by 15 c into 60. 60 by 15 is 4, so this is equal to 8c. So in 1 hour, she will complete 8 rounds around the circular track.
Google search Krakow free cat mock. Click on the first link. You can attempt a free mock test which was attempted by 30,000 cat aspirants in the actual exam format. After completing the test, you get detailed solutions, analysis and percentile along with your scorecard to gauge your All India performance. Click on the solution to get video solutions from our expert faculty.
In this question, we are told that if a certain weight of an alloy, which contains silver and copper, is mixed with 3 kg of pure silver, the resulting alloy will have 90% silver by weight. Let us assume that the initial alloy is S plus C, that is, it contains S kgs of silver and C kgs of copper. We are told that if you are adding 3 kgs of silver to it, that is, if it has 3 plus S silver and C copper, this maintains 90% of silver by weight, so the remaining 10% will be copper. So the first thing you should notice is that 3 plus S is equal to 9C, because 3 plus S is 90% and C alone is 10%, so 3 plus S is 9C, or the value of S is 9C minus 3. We are also told that if the initial alloy was instead mixed with 2 kg of another alloy which contains 90% silver by weight. So the 2 kg new alloy contains 90% silver by weight. So this contains 1.8 kgs of silver and 0.2 kgs of copper. If this is mixed with the original alloy, what is the amount of silver in it? The amount of silver will be S plus 1.8. And what is the amount of copper in it? It will be C plus 0.2. We are told that S plus 1.8 is 84% and C plus 0.2 is the remaining 16%, or S plus 1.8 divided by C plus 0.2 is equal to 84 by 16. S is 9C minus 3. So 9C minus 3 plus 1.8 divided by C plus 0.2 is equal to 84 by 16. What is 84 by 16? That is 21 by 4. 9C minus 3 plus 1.8 will be 9C minus 1.2 divided by C plus 0.2 is equal to 21 by 4. If you cross multiply, 36C minus 4.8 is equal to 21C plus 4.2, or the value of 15C is equal to 9, or the value of C is equal to 0.6 kgs. So the initial value or the initial weight of copper in the alloy is 0.6 kgs. What is the initial weight of silver in it? S is equal to 9C minus 3. 9C will be 5.4 minus 3 will be 2.4. So the initial weight of silver is 2.4 kgs. So the total weight of the alloy originally is 2.4 plus 0.6, which is 3 kgs. So the correct answer is option C. In this question, we are told that Bank A offers 6% interest rate compounded half yearly. So essentially, this is 3% interest rate every 6 months. We are told that there are two people, one is Raju and one is Rupa. Both of them have invested in two other banks. Both of them are getting simple interest. The interest rate on Raju's bank is half of that of Rupa's bank. So if you assume that Raju's interest rate is R%, Rupa's interest rate will be 2R%. And Rupa has invested 10,000 rupees. Raju has invested for 1 year and Rupa therefore has invested for twice that period, so for 2 years. We are told that the interest that Raju would get is the same that he would have got if he had invested in the first bank, which was giving him 3% interest rate compounded semi-annually. What is the interest that he would get at the end of 1 year from bank A? That would be P into 1.03 whole square, because he has invested for 1 year, which is 2 times 6 months, and the interest is 3% every 6 months, because the overall interest rate is 6%, but this is compounded semi-annually, that is half yearly. So the interest from the first bank will be P into 1.03 whole square minus P. This is P into 1.0609 minus P, which is equal to 0.0609 P. Or essentially the interest rate R, because this is for 1 year, is 6.09%. Therefore, the interest on the second bank, which is twice this, will be 12.18%. This is simple interest. So, the simple interest that Rupa would get in 2 years when she has invested 10,000 rupees is equal to 10,000 into 12.18 divided by 100 into 2. You can cancel 100 over here and here. This is 1218 into 2, which is equal to 2436. So, the correct answer is option B. In this question, we are told that Anil can paint a house in 12 days. Barun can paint it in 16 days. And if Anil, Barun and Chandu, all of them are painting, they can finish it in just 6 days. So let us assume that the total work that needs to be done for painting this house is equal to the LCM of 12, 16 and 6, because then it will make the calculations easy. What is the LCM of 12, 16 and 6? That will be 48 units. So let us assume that the total work that needs to be done is 48 units. Anil can complete 48 units in 12 days. So every day he does 4 units per day. Barun can complete 48 units in 16 days. So every single day he is going to do 3 units every day. And all 3 of them can finish this in 6 days. So all 3 of them together will do 48 divided by 6, that is 8 units per day. Out of which Anil does 4 and Barun does 3. This would imply that Chandu does 1 unit every day, because 8 minus 4 minus 3 is equal to 1. For the entire work they were paid 24,000 rupees. How much does Chandu make? When they are doing 8 units of work every day, Chandu does 1 unit of it. So the amount of money that he takes will also be 1/8 of the total money that they received, which is 1/8 of 24,000, which is 3,000 rupees. There is a straight road which connects 2 cities A and B. So let us assume that this is the straight road which goes from A to B. We have one car which is traveling from A to B. This is car 1. And we have another car 2, which is traveling from B to A. We are told that both of them start at the same time and they meet each other somewhere in the middle. So let us assume that they meet at a place called C. And after they meet, they take 45 minutes and 20 minutes to go to their destinations. So A will continue to go car 1 and it will take 45 minutes. And B will continue to go, and from C it takes 20 minutes. We are told that car 1 is traveling at 60 kilometers per hour and we are required to calculate the speed of car 2. So let us assume that the speed of car 2 is equal to x kilometers per hour. And let us also assume that the time that it has taken for both the cars to meet for the first time is equal to t. So what is the distance AC? That is the distance traveled by car 1 in t hours. Because the speed of car 1 is given as equal to 60 kilometers per hour. The distance AC will be equal to 60t. And what is the distance BC? The distance BC will be equal to xt. That is the distance traveled by car 2 whose speed is x kilometers per hour in t minutes. But we also know that car 1 in 45 minutes has traveled BC. Or that would imply that xt is equal to 60 into 45 by 60. Or this is equal to 45. And the value of AC, this is the distance traveled by car 2 in exactly 20 minutes. So AC, which is equal to 60T, is equal to X into 20 by 60, or this is equal to X by 3. This would imply that the value of T is equal to 45 by X. This is also equal to X by 180. Now we have a simple equation in X. So if you cross multiply, the value of X square is equal to 45 into 180. This is equal to 90 into 90, or this is equal to 8100, and the value of X is equal to 90 kilometers per hour. So the correct answer is 90 kilometers per hour.
We at Krakow provide all the previous year CAT papers along with many other MBA examinations such as IIFT, XAT, SNAP, MAT, CMAT, TIS and PGDBA in the actual exam format. You can attempt them as a test and get a detailed analysis of your performance or download them as PDFs.
In this question, it is mentioned that a person spent 50,000 rupees to purchase a desktop and a laptop. Let us assume that the cost price of the desktop is D and the cost price of the laptop is L. So D plus L is given to be equal to 50,000. We are also told that he sold the desktop at a profit of 20%. So that would imply that the selling price of the desktop is 1.2 D and the laptop at a 10% loss. So the laptop was sold at 0.9 L. We are told that he made an overall profit of 2%. So if the overall profit is 2%, what is the overall selling price? That will be equal to 50,000 into 102 divided by 100. You can simplify this. This will equal 51,000. And we are asked to calculate the purchase price of the desktop. That is, we are asked to calculate the value of D. So if you are looking at the second equation, let us multiply the second equation by 10 so that we can remove the decimals. So this would imply that 12D plus 9L is equal to 5,10,000. And because we are supposed to calculate the value of D, let us multiply the first equation by 9. So that would imply that 9D plus 9L is equal to 50,000 into 9, which is equal to 4.5 lakhs. Or if you subtract the second equation from the first equation now, 3D will be equal to 5.1 lakhs minus 4.5 lakhs, which is equal to 60,000. Or the value of D is equal to 60,000 divided by 3, which is equal to 20,000. So the cost price of the desktop is 20,000. In this question, we are told that a solution has a volume of 40 liters in which dye and water are in the proportion 2:3. So we have dye here and we have water. The total volume is 40 liters in which dye is 2 and water is 3 parts. So what is the volume of dye? It will be 2 divided by 2 plus 3 into 40, or that is 2 by 5 into 40. 2 by 5 into 40 is 16 liters. Similarly, the volume of water will be 40 minus 60, which is 24, and as expected 16 is to 24 is 2:3. Now some water is added to the solution to change the proportion to 2:5. Now after some water is added, let us assume that x liters of water are added. Dye remains the same, it will be 16 and water becomes 24 plus x. But now 16 is to 24 plus x is 2 by 5 because that is the new ratio. 16 is 8 times 2, so 24 plus x will be equal to 40, or the value of x is equal to 16, or the new volume of water, which is 24 plus x, will be 40 liters. So after some water was added, there are 16 liters of dye and 40 liters of water. Now 1/4 of this diluted solution is taken out. So if 1/4 of the diluted solution is taken out, 1/4 of dye is taken out and 1/4 of water is taken out. So what is the remaining volume of dye? It will be 16 into 3 by 4, that is equal to 12 liters. And what is the remaining volume of water that is remaining? That will be 40 into 3 by 4, that is equal to 30 liters. Now how many liters of dye should be added to the remaining solution to bring the proportion back to 2:3? So let us assume that, or say y liters are added. So the volume of dye is 12 plus y and the volume of water is 30. So now 12 plus y divided by 30 is equal to 2 by 3. 30 is 10 times 3, or 12 plus y is equal to 20 or the volume of Y is equal to 8 liters. So 8 liters of dye should be added to bring the proportion back to 2:3. In this question we are told that an alloy is prepared by mixing three metals A, B and C in the ratio 3:4:7 by volume. So we have three metals A, B and C. In the alloy, let us assume that their volume is 3V, 4V and 7V, because we know the ratio is 3:4:7. We are also told that the weights of the same volume of the metals A, B and C is in the ratio 5:2:6. So let us assume that 1 liter of A is going to weigh 5x kgs, then 1 liter of B is going to weigh 2x kgs and 1 liter of C is going to weigh 6x kgs. So now if you are looking at the alloy, we know their volumes, so let us try to get a sense of their weights. So what is the weight of 3V liters of A? It will be 3V into 5x, which is equal to 15 into Vx. And what is the weight of B? It is 4V into 2x, so that is 8Vx. And what is the weight of 7V liters of C? That will be 7V into 6x, which is equal to 42Vx. So what is the total weight of the solution? It will be 15 plus 8 plus 42, that is equal to 65 into Vx. But now we are told that the weight of the alloy is 130 kgs. So 65 Vx is equal to 130, or the value of Vx is equal to 130 divided by 65, which is equal to 2. So the weight of metal C in the alloy will be 42 into Vx, which is equal to 42 into 2, which is equal to 84 kgs. In this question we are told that leaving the home at the same time, Amal reaches office at 10:15 am if he is travelling at 8 km per hour. But he is going to reach early, he is going to reach at 9:40 am if he travels at 15 km per hour. We are asked to find out at what speed he should travel if he starts at 9:10 am, if he has to reach at exactly 10 am. So let us assume that every day he leaves his office, he leaves his home at T hours. And he is going to reach his office at 10:15 if he is travelling at 8 km per hour. So what is the distance between his home and his office? That is the distance of travel, that is the time of travel, which is 10:15 minus t, that is 10 1 by 4 minus t into the speed. What is the speed? It is 8 kilometers per hour. But this is the same distance we can calculate using the second equation. That is, he is going to reach at 9:40 am. So that the time of travel will be 9 2 by 3 minus t into the respective speed, which is equal to 15. So solving this equation, we can find out the value of t, which is the usual time of starting his travel. So if you calculate this, 10 1 by 4 is equal to 41 by 4 into 8 is equal to 82 minus 8t is equal to 9 2 by 3, that is 29 by 3 into 15, that is 29 into 5, which is equal to 145 minus 15t. So you can simplify this as equaling 70 is equal to 145 minus 82, which is 63, or the value of t is equal to 9. So every day at 9 am, he is going to start his travel from his home to his office. And what is the distance between his home and office? If he starts at 9 am, he is going to reach at 9:40, that is, he is going to travel for 40 minutes at a speed of 15 kilometers per hour. So the distance is equal to 40 minutes is 40 by 60, that is 2 by 3 hours into 15, this is equal to 10 kilometers. So he has to cover 10 kilometers and the time of travel is from 9:10 to 10, that is in 50 minutes, that is 50 by 60, that is 5 by 6 hours. So what is the required speed? The required speed is equal to distance divided by time, which is 5 by 6. This is equal to 12 kilometers per hour. So what we have found out in this question is that the distance between his home and his office is equal to 10 kilometers. He usually starts his journey at 9 am, and if he is starting his journey at 9:10 am and if he wants to reach his office at 10 am, the speed with which he has to travel is equal to 12 kilometers per hour. In this question we are told that a train travels at 1/3 of its usual speed and it reaches the destination 30 minutes after the scheduled time. So let us assume that its original speed or the scheduled speed is s and the normal time it takes is t. But if it is traveling at s by 3, then the amount of time it takes is t plus 30 minutes or t plus 1 by 2 hours. Note that the distance it has travelled is the same in both the cases. Therefore, s into t is equal to s by 3 into t plus 1 by 2. We can cancel s on both sides, or the value of 3t is equal to t plus 1 by 2, or the value of t is equal to 1 by 2 divided by 2, which is 1 by 4 hours, which is equal to 15 minutes. So normally the time that the train takes to move from one place to another is 15 minutes. But what has been told to us is that while coming back, it travels at its usual speed for 5 minutes. So let us assume that again the speed is s. So what is the distance it has travelled in 5 minutes? That will be equal to s by 12. That is s into 5 by 60. Then it stops for 4 minutes. So the total time that has elapsed is 5 plus 4, which is equal to 9 minutes. And then it again restarts, and now we have to figure out by what percentage should the train speed be increased so that it reaches the destination at the scheduled time. We know that the initial time or the original time that was scheduled is 15 minutes, that is 1 by 4 hours. So what is the total journey? The distance of the journey will be s into 1 by 4, which is equal to s by 4 kilometers, of which it has already travelled s by 12. So what is the distance that is remaining? That will equal s by 4 minus s by 12, which is equal to by 12 3s minus s, which is equal to 2s by 12, which is equal to s by 6 kilometers. So s by 6 kilometers are remaining. And what is the time that is left? Initially we have 15 minutes, of which 9 minutes have elapsed. So there are only 6 minutes left, and in this 6 minutes it has to travel s by 6 kilometers. So what should its speed be? Its speed will be equal to s by 6, which is the distance remaining, divided by 6 by 60. This is the time left. That is equal to s by 6 divided by 1 by 10, or you can multiply it by 10. This is equal to 5s by 3. So the train has to travel at a speed of 5s by 3 to reach its scheduled destination at the same time. So what should be the percentage increase in its speed? The original speed is s, the new speed is 5s by 3. So the increase should be equal to 5s by 3 minus s, that is 2s by 3, divided by the original speed, that is s, into 100. This is equal to 2 by 3 into 100, which is 67%. This should be the increase in its speed. In this question, we are told that there are two persons and they are walking beside a railway track at speeds of 2 km per hour and 4 km per hour. A train came from behind them and crossed them in 90 seconds and 100 seconds respectively. And we are required to find out the time it takes the train to pass by an electric post which is nearby. So what we'll do is we'll assume that the speed of the train is s kilometers per hour, and let the length of the train be equal to L kilometers. Now, when it is passing by the person who is moving at 2 kilometers per hour, what is the relative speed of the train? That will be equal to L minus 2. And what is the time it has taken for the train to cross this person? It is equal to 90 seconds, which is equal to into 90 divided by 3600 seconds that are there in an hour. This is the length of the train. Sorry, this will be s minus 2. This is the length. But this is also equal to the, if you compare the same thing with the other person. When it is crossing the person who is walking at 4 kilometers per hour, what is the relative speed of the train? That will be equal to s minus 4 kilometers per hour. And how much time did it take for the train to cross him? It is 100 seconds. So this is equal to into 100 by 3600. Or what it implies is that s minus 2 into 90 by 3600 is equal to s minus 4 into 100 by 3600. We can cancel 3600 in the denominator. We can cancel 0 on both sides. So s minus 2 into 9 is equal to s minus 4 into 10. Or you can expand this, which will imply that 9s minus 18 is equal to 10s minus 40, or the value of s, which is the speed of the train, is equal to 22 kilometers per hour. And what is the length of the train? The length of the train is equal to s minus 2 into 90 by 3600. S minus 2 will be 22 minus 2, which is equal to 20 into 90 by 3600. We can cancel both the zeros in the numerator and denominator. The numerator is 18 and the denominator is 36. So the length of the train is 1 by 2 kilometers, which is equal to 500 meters. So the length of the train is 500 meters and the speed of the train is 22 kilometers per hour. So if it is crossing an electric post which is stationary, what is the time it will take? It will be distance divided by speed, but speed you have to convert it from kilometers per hour into meter per second. So that will be 22 into 5 by 18 meter per second. So the time it takes will be 500 meters divided by 22 into 5 by 18. You can simplify this as 500 into 18 divided by 22 into 5. This is 100, and you can cancel 2 from 18, this will become 9, and 2 from 22, this will become 11. So the required answer is 900 divided by 11. If you are approximating it, it will come to equal 82 seconds. In this question, it is told that there is a group of people and 28% of the members are young and the rest are old. So let us assume that the total number of people, just for ease of calculations, is equal to say 10,000. So what is the number of young people? The number of young people is 28% of this, which is equal to 2,800. And what is the number of old people? All the remaining people are old, so that will be 7,200. We are also told that 65% of the members are literates. So what is the number of literates? The number of literates will be 6,500, and all the remaining are illiterate. So what is the number of illiterates? The number of illiterates will be 10,000 minus 6,500, which is equal to 3,500. We are told that 25% of the literates are young. That is 25% of the 6,500 are young. So if you are just looking at the literates, the number of young people amongst this 6,500 is equal to 6,500 into 0.25. This will equal 1625. And all the remaining people are old. So amongst the literates, the number of old people will be 6,500 minus 1625, which is equal to 4875. This is the number of old people who are literates. What is the total number of old people? That is 7,200. So what is the number of illiterates amongst the old people? So if you are looking for old and illiterates, that will equal 7,200, which is the total number of old people, minus 4875. So that will equal 2325. And we are asked to calculate the percentage of old people amongst illiterates. The total number of illiterates is 3,500, of which 2325 are old people. So what is the percentage of old people amongst all the illiterates? That will be 2325 divided by 3,500 into 100. You can cancel this. So it will be 2325 divided by 35. You can divide the numerator and denominator by 5. So this will equal 465 divided by 7, which will be approximately equal to 66%. So the correct answer is option D, which is 66%. In this question, we are told that Viru invested 10,000 rupees at 5% simple interest, and exactly 2 years later, Joy invested 8,000 rupees at 10% simple interest. We are asked to calculate how many years after Viru's investments will their balances, that is the principal plus the accumulated interest, become equal. So let us assume that Viru has invested for T years. The principal that he has invested is 10,000 and the simple interest is 5% per annum. And Joy has invested for T minus 2 years. The principal is 8,000 and the interest is 10%. So what is the total amount of Viru? It will be principal, that is 10,000, into 1 plus R into T by 100, that is into 5 into T divided by 100. This is the total amount that Viru is going to get after T years. And what is the amount that J is going to get? It is principal, that is 8,000, into 1 plus the rate of interest is 10 into the time period of investment is T minus 2 divided by 100. Both of these have to be the same. So we can cancel 10,000 divided by 8,000 is 5 by 4, and we can cancel 5 and this will be 20, and this 10 will cancel over here, or just the simplified equation will be 5 by 4 into 1 plus T by 20 is equal to 1 plus T minus 2 by 10. We can again expand this. This will equal 5 by 4 plus 5 by 4 into T by 20 will become equal to T by 16 is equal to 1 plus t by 10 minus 2 by 10, that is equal to minus 1 by 5. Or again, if you are simplifying, this will be 5 by 4 minus 4 by 5. This will equal t by 10 minus t by 16. 5 by 4 minus 4 by 5 will equal 9 by 20, and t by 10 minus t by 16 will be equal to, the LCM will be of 16 and 10 is 80, so this is equal to 80 minus 5t, so this is equal to 3t. Or this will be 4 and you can cancel 20, and this will be 3 and you can cancel 3. Or the value of t is equal to 3 into 4, which is equal to 12 years. So 12 years after Viru's investment, both their amounts will be the same. In this question, we are told that there are two alcohol solutions A and B. They are mixed in the proportion of 1:3 by volume. So we have A and we have B. We have mixed 1 unit of A with 3 units of B. So the total volume of the solution is 4x. Now we are told that the volume of the mixture is then doubled. So instead of 4x, it was made 8x. By adding solution A, so the volume of solution B remains the same, it is still 3x. So the remaining amount of 5x is that of A. You can see that the volume of the solution increased by 4x and the volume of A also increased from x to 5x. Now we are told that the resulting solution has 72% alcohol. So this 8x has 72% alcohol and solution A has 60% alcohol. So this 5x has 60% of alcohol, and we are required to find out the percentage of alcohol in solution B. So let us assume that the percentage of alcohol in solution B is P. So when you are mixing 5 units of A with 3 units of B to get 8 units of the mixture, the volume of the solution of alcohol, the volume of alcohol in the entire solution will become equal to 5x into 60% plus 3x into P. This is the amount of alcohol in the solution, which will also equal 8x into 72%. So if you're trying to simplify, we can cancel x on both the left hand side and the right hand side. So 5 into 60 is 300. Notice that we are ignoring percentage, so we'll get a number for P, which we'll add percentage to it. So 300 plus 3P is equal to 8 into 72. The value of 8 into 72 is equal to 576, or the value of 3P is equal to 576 minus 300, which is equal to 276, or the value of P is equal to 276 divided by 3, which is equal to 92. So the percentage of alcohol in solution B is 92%. In this question, we are told that a batsman bats for n plus 2 innings, and in all the innings he gets out, and his average in this n plus 2 innings is 29. So what is the total score scored by the batsman? The total scored by this batsman in the n plus 2 innings is equal to n plus 2 into 29. What we are told is that in the last 2 innings he has scored 38 and 15, and in the n innings before that his average score was 30. So another way of looking at the total score is equal to 30n, which is his total score in the first n innings, plus 38 plus 15 in the last 2 innings. As the total score has to remain the same, these two numbers have to be equal. So this would imply that 29n plus 29 into 2 is 58 is equal to 30n plus 38 plus 15 is 53, or the value of n is equal to 5. So the batsman has batted for 5 plus 2, that is 7 innings, and in the first 5 innings his average score was 30, so his total score over here is 150, and in the last 2 innings he has scored 38 and 15, so his total score across the 7 innings is 203, which is 29 times 7. In the first 5 innings we are told that in none of these innings he has scored 38 runs, so his score in all of these 5 innings is less than 38, and his least score in this innings is x. Let us assume that he has scored x in one of these 5 innings. We are supposed to calculate the minimum value of x. So what we'll do is we'll maximize his score in the remaining 4 innings so that the score or the value of x will become the least. because we know that the sum of the first 5 innings is constant. That is already known, and that equals 150. So in order to minimize X, we'll maximize his score in the remaining 4 innings. Each of these scores, it is told to us, is less than 38. So we'll make each of those 4 scores equal to 37. So this is equal to 37, this is 37, this is 37, and this is 37. So the sum of his scores in the remaining 4 innings is 37 into 4, which is equal to 148. So the minimum possible value of X is 150 minus 148, which is equal to 2. So the minimum possible value of X is 2.
Google search Krakow CAT formulas PDF. Click on the first link. You will get a list of topics for CAT. Click on one of the topics. Download the PDF to get a list of formulas for the topic.
In this question, we are told that a contractor had agreed to build a 6-kilometer road in 200 days. He employed 140 persons for this work, and after 60 days, he realized that only 1.5 kilometers of the road was completed. So 140 people worked, and they worked for 60 days. And after working for 60 days, how much distance of the road were they able to build? They were able to build 1.5 kilometers. So how much of the road is remaining? You have 4.5 kilometers of the road which is remaining. This would also tell us that if one man was working for 1 day, how much road would he build on his own? He would have built 1.5 kilometers divided by 140 into 60. Now we are asked to find out how many additional people would he need to employ to finish the work exactly on time. 60 days have already elapsed, so how much time is remaining? 140 days are remaining, and let us assume that he has employed a total of n people. So what is the total amount of road that they would build in 140 days? It would be equal to n into 140 into, as each person in 1 day builds this much road, 1.5 divided by 140 into 60. This is equal to the remaining road that needs to be built, which is equal to 4.5. So using this equation, we can calculate the value of n. We can cancel, for example, 140 in the numerator and denominator, and 1.5 is 4.5 divided by 3, so this will be 3. For the value of n is equal to 60 into 3, which is equal to 180. So the total number of men that should work for 140 days to finish the 4.5 kilometers which was remaining on time is 180. We are asked to find out how many additional people he should hire. He already has 140 people. So he needs to hire 180 minus 140, which is equal to 40 additional people to finish the work on time. In this question, it is given that Vimla starts for office every day at 9 am from her house and reaches exactly on time at her usual speed of 40 kilometers per hour. So let us assume that this is Vimla's house and this is her office. Let the distance between both of them be s kilometers. She starts at exactly 9 am and she reaches on time if she goes at 40 kilometers per hour. So what is the time it takes for her to go from her home to office? The time that it will take is equal to s divided by 40 kilometers per hour. But she is late by 6 minutes if she drives at 35 kilometers per hour. That is, if she is driving at 35 kilometers per hour, she is going to take s divided by 35, and this is 6 minutes longer. So s divided by 35 minus s divided by 40 is equal to 6 minutes, that is 6 by 60 hours, that is 1 by 10 hours. Using this, we can calculate the distance between her home and her office. So let us multiply both the sides of the equation by 35 into 40. So the left hand side will become equal to 40s minus 35s is equal to 40 into 35 divided by 10. We have just multiplied both sides with 40 into 35, so that some of the terms get cancelled. So the left hand side will become equal to 5s. This is equal to 4 into 35, which is equal to 140, or s is equal to 28 kilometers. So the distance between her home and her office is equal to 28 kilometers. What is then told is that one day she covers 2/3 of this distance to office in 1/3 of her usual time. What is the usual time that it takes for her to go to office? It will be s divided by 40. That is 28 divided by 40 is the usual time that it takes for her to go to office. 28 by 40 is 7 by 10 hours. If you multiply it by 60, you are going to get 42 minutes. So usually the distance is 28 kilometers and it takes her 42 minutes. But this one particular day, she again starts from her home and she covers 2/3 of the distance, that is 28 into 2 by 3 in 1/3 of the time, that is 42 divided by 3 is 14 minutes. Then she stops for 8 minutes. So over here she stops for 8 minutes. So what is the distance that is remaining? That will be 28 minus 28 into 2 by 3, that will equal 28 into 1 by 3 kilometers is remaining. And if she has to reach her office on time, how much time is remaining? It will be 42 minutes minus 14 minus 8, that is 42 minus 22, which is equal to 20 minutes. So she has to cover 28 into 1 by 3 kilometers in 20 minutes. So what should her speed be? It will be 28 into 1 by 3, which is the distance remaining, divided by 20 divided by 60 hours, which is the time remaining. 20 by 60 is 1 by 3. So you can cancel 1 by 3 and 1 by 3 in the numerator and denominator. So her required speed will be 28 kilometers per hour. In this question, it is told that Bishnu got 52% of the score in an examination and Asha got 64% of the marks. Let us assume that the total marks of the examination is equal to 100x. Therefore, what is the score of Bishnu? Bishnu's score will be 52x. And what is Asha's score? Asha's score will be equal to 64x. We are told that the marks scored by Bishnu is 23 less than that of the marks scored by Ramesh. Let us assume that the marks scored by Ramesh is R. Therefore, Bishnu's 52x is equal to R minus 23. And we are also told that Asha scored 34 more than Ramesh. So again 64x is equal to R plus 34. This is the first equation and this is the second equation. So if you subtract the first equation from the second equation, we are going to get that 12x, which is 64x minus 52x, is equal to 34 minus of minus 23, which is equal to 57. And R gets cancelled in both the equations. We are asked to find out the marks obtained by Geeta, who scored 84% of the marks. So we are required to find out what is the value of 84x. So to calculate the value of 84x, we'll have to just cross multiply. So 84x will equal 84x divided by 12x into 57. 84x by 12x is equal to 7. So the answer will be 57 into 7, which is equal to 399. In this question, we are told that a person invested a certain amount of money at 10% annual interest rate, but this is compounded half yearly. We are also told that after 1.5 years, the interest and principal together became 18,522. So the interest is 10% per annum and the time period is 1.5 years. But notice that this is compounded every 6 months. This is compounded every half year. So the effective interest rate for 6 months is 5%. And the number of durations is 1.5 into 2, which is equal to 3 years. Therefore, if you assume that the principal is equal to P, what is the final amount? Final amount will be P into 1 plus effective rate of interest divided by 100 whole to the power of number of durations. That is, this is equal to P into 1.05 whole cube. This we are told is equal to 18,522. So if you are required to find out the value of P, P will be equal to 18,522 divided by 1.05 into 1.05 into 1.05. You can use your calculator to figure out that this will equal 16,000. In this question, it is given that a man buys 35 kgs of sugar and he sets a mark price which is 20% more than the cost price. So let us assume that the cost price of 1 kg of sugar is equal to rupees 100. He bought 35 kgs, so the total cost price is equal to 3,500. Now he marked it up by 20%. So what is the mark price? The mark price is rupees 120, which is 20% more than rupees 100, and he sells 5 kgs at this price. So what is the amount of money that he made from this 5 kgs? It will be equal to 5 into 120, which is equal to 600 rupees. And he sold 15 kgs at a discount of 10%. If he is giving a discount of 10% on 120, what is the selling price? the selling price will be equal to 120 into 1 minus 10%, that is equal to 90%. This is equal to 108. So at 108 rupees per kg, he sold 15 kgs. And what is the total amount of money he would make from it? That is 15 into 108, that is equal to 1620. Accidentally 3 kgs was wasted. So these 3 kgs he sold essentially, or he made no money out of it. So this is equal to 0. And he sells the remaining sugar by raising the mark price by p%. What is the remaining amount of sugar? That is 35 minus 5 minus 15 minus 3. The total amount of sugar that is sold or accidentally lost is 15 plus 5, that is 20, plus 3, that is 23. So there are 12 kgs remaining. Let us assume that the selling price of this 12 kgs is S. So the total amount of money he made is 12S. One thing that we need to note is that S is equal to the mark price, that is 120, and then which is increased by p%. That is S is equal to 120 into 1 plus p%. We'll first figure out the value of S, then we can calculate the value of P. We are also told that the overall profit that he made is 15%. So the total selling price is equal to 3500 into 1 plus 15%. You can use your calculator to calculate that. This is equal to 4025. So 4025 is equal to 600 plus 1620 plus 12S, or 12S plus 600 plus 1620 is equal to 4025, or you can cancel 600 and this becomes equal to 3425. Then you can cancel 1620 and this becomes equal to 1805, or the value of S is equal to 1805 divided by 12, which is very close to 150 rupees. So the selling price of the remaining sugar is 150 rupees. This is p% greater than the initial mark price. So 150 is equal to 120 into 1 plus p%. 150 divided by 120 is 125%, that is 1.25 is equal to 1 plus p%, or p% is equal to 25%, or the value of p is equal to 25. In this question, it is given that there are two railway stations A and B which are 90 kilometers apart. So we have two stations A and B, and the distance between both of them is given. This is say A and this is B. The distance between them is 90 kilometers. Now we are told that a train leaves A at 9 am. So this is starting at 9 am and its speed is 40 kilometers per hour. Another train starts at B at 10:30 am and it is going towards A at 20 kilometers per hour. The trains meet each other at what time? That is what we are asked to figure out. One of the trains starts at 9 am and the other starts at 10:30 am. So let us try to assess where both the trains are at 10:30 am. At 10:30 am, the second train is still at B and the first train would have travelled for 1.5 hours at a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. So the distance it would have travelled is 1.5 hours into 40, which is equal to 60 kilometers. So it would have covered this 60 kilometers and it would have been here at 10:30 am. And at that time, the distance between both of them will be 90 minus 60, which is equal to 30 kilometers. So at 10:30 am, one train is going towards B at 40 kilometers per hour and the other train is starting from B and it is going towards A at 20 kilometers per hour. So the relative velocity is 40 plus 20, which is equal to 60 kilometers per hour, because they are coming towards each other. And the distance between them is 30 kilometers. So the time it takes for them to meet will be 30 divided by 60, which is equal to 1 by 2 hours or 30 minutes. This is 30 minutes after 10:30. So the total time or the time at which they meet will be 10:30 plus 30 minutes, which is equal to 11 o'clock. So both the trains meet for the first time at 11 am. In this question, we are told that there are three friends, Anil, Sunil and Ravi, and they are running around a circular path. The length of the track is 3 kilometers. So let us assume that this is the circular track and all three of them are have started from the same point and they are all running in the clockwise direction. The speed of Anil is 15 kilometers per hour. And the length of the track is 3 kilometers. So after how much time will Anil complete one revolution? That will be equal to 3 by 15 hours. which is 1 by 5 hours, which is equal to 12 minutes. Similarly, the speed of Sunil is 10 kilometers per hour. So, how much time will Sunil take to complete one revolution? That will be equal to 3 by 10 hours. That is 3 by 10 into 60 minutes, which is equal to 18 minutes. Similarly, Ravi's speed is 8 kilometers per hour. We are asked to find out how much distance Ravi will cover before Anil and Sunil meet again for the first time at the starting point. After every 12 minutes, Anil reaches the starting point, and after every 18 minutes, Sunil will reach the starting point. So, at what time do they both meet at the starting point? That will be the LCM of 12 and 18, which is equal to 36 minutes. So, after 36 minutes, both of them, that is Anil and Sunil, will be at the starting point. You can even visualize this, that Anil will be at the starting point after 12 minutes, then after 24 minutes, and then after 36 minutes. Similarly, Sunil will be at the starting point after 18 minutes and after 36 minutes. So, at 36 minutes, both Anil and Sunil will be at the starting point. And in this 36 minutes, how much distance does Ravi run? That will be equal to 36 divided by 60 hours into 8. This is 6 by 10. So, this will equal 48 by 10, which is equal to 4.8 kilometers. That is the answer. In this question, we are told that the distance from B to C is thrice the distance from A to B. So, let us try to draw all the three cities. So, suppose all of them are in a straight line like this. This is A, and you have B over here, and you have C over here. Let the distance between A to B be equal to S. Therefore, the distance between B to C will be equal to 3S. Now, two trains travel from A to C and they travel via B. This train of speed train 2 is double that of train 1 while traveling from A to B. So, you have train 1 and you have train 2. Initially, when they are traveling from A to B, the speed of train 2 is double that of train 1. So, let us assume that the speed of train 2 is 2x over here and the speed of train 1 is x. Now, their speeds interchange when they are traveling from B to C. So, now from B to C, the speed of train 1 will be equal to 2x and the speed of train 2 will be equal to x. The ratio of the time taken by train 1 to that of train 2 while traveling from A to C, that is the total time, is asked. So, let us calculate the total time taken by train 1 first. For train 1, when it is traveling from A to B, that is for the first s kilometers, its speed is x kilometers. So, the time it takes is s divided by x, and from B to C, that is a distance of 3s, its speed is 2x. So, the time it takes is 3s by 2x, or overall you can take s by x common. This will be equal to 1 plus 3 by 2, or this is equal to 5 by 2 into s by x. This is the total time that it has taken train 1. If you are doing the same thing for train 2, to go from A to B, that is for the first s kilometers, its speed is 2x. So, the time it takes is s divided by 2x, and for B to C, that is for 3s, its speed is x kilometers per hour. So, the total time it takes is 3s divided by x. Again, we will take s by x common. So, this is equal to 1 by 2 plus 3. 3 plus 1 by 2 is 3, 1 by 2 is 7 by 2. So, this is equal to 7 by 2 into s by x. Now, if you are taking the ratio of 5 by 2 into s by x and 7 by 2 into s by x, the required ratio after cancelling the common terms will be equal to 5:7. That is the ratio of the times taken by train 1 to train 2. In this question, it is given that John takes twice as much time as Jack to finish a job. So, let us assume that there is John and there is Jack. If Jack is doing 2 units of work every day, the amount of work done by John in one single day will be 1 unit. It is also given that Jack and Jim together, Jim is another person, they take 1/3 of the number of days that is taken by John to finish the job. This would imply that Jack and Jim are 3 times as efficient as John alone. So, the amount of work that is done by Jack and Jim together will be 3 units of work per day. But out of these 3 units, Jack alone will do 2 units. So, the work done by Jim alone will be 1 unit of work per day. It is also given that John takes 3 days more as compared to all three of them working together to finish the job. So if you assume that the total work that needs to be done is equal to say n units, the time taken by John will be n days, because that is n divided by the units of work he does in one single day. And the amount of work done by Jack will be n divided by 2 units of work that he is going to do every day. Now if all three of them are working together, John plus Jack plus Jim, what is the total units of work that they do in one single day? It will be 1 plus 2 plus 1, so that is 4 units of work per day. So what is the number of days that they will take to finish the job? It will be n divided by 4. What is told to us is that n minus n by 4 is equal to 3. Or this would imply that 3n by 4 is equal to 3, or the value of n is equal to 4. So the total units of work that needs to be done is 4 units. We are required to find out the number of days that it takes Jim to finish this job. In one day, Jim does 1 unit of work. There is a total of 4 units. So Jim alone will finish the work in 4 days. In this question, it is mentioned that for the same principal amount, the compound interest for 2 years at 5% per annum exceeds the simple interest for 3 years at 3% per annum by 1125, and we are required to calculate the principal amount. So let us first calculate the compound interest. Let us assume that the principal is P in both the cases. And what is the compound interest for 2 years at 5% per annum? The compound interest will be equal to P into 1 plus R by 100, that is 5 by 100 whole square minus P. P into 1 plus 5 by 100 whole square will be the amount, and if you subtract the principal from it, you will get the compound interest. This is equal to P into 1 plus 5 by 100 is 1 plus 1 by 20, which is equal to 21 by 20 whole square. So that is 21 by 20 into 21 by 20 minus P. This is equal to 441 by 400 P minus P. This is equal to 41 P by 400. So the compound interest for 2 years at a compound interest rate of 5% per annum will equal 41 P by 400 when the principal is P. And what is the simple interest for 3 years at 3% per annum? The simple interest will be equal to P into R, which is 3, into the time period, which is also 3, divided by 100. So this will equal 9P by 100. What we are told is that 41P by 400 minus 9P by 100 is equal to 1125, or 41P by 400 minus 9P by 100 is equal to 1125. 41P by 400 minus 9P by 100 will be equal to 5P by 400. This is equal to 1125. You can cancel 5, you can divide 1125 by 5, this will equal 225. So the value of P is equal to 225 into 400, which will equal 90,000. So the principal amount will be 90,000.
Google search Krakow free CAT mock. Click on the first link. You can attempt a free mock test which was attempted by 30,000 CAT aspirants in the actual exam format. After completing the test, you get detailed solutions, analysis and percentile along with your scorecard to gauge your All India performance. Click on the solution to get video solutions from our expert faculty.
In this question, it is told that car A beats car B by 45 kilometers in a car race. Let us assume that the length of the race is equal to say S kilometers. Therefore, by the time A travels S kilometers, what is the distance travelled by B? B travels the entire distance except for 45 kilometers at the end. So the distance travelled by B will be equal to S minus 45 kilometers. So in the same time that A has travelled S kilometers, B has travelled S minus 45 kilometers. Or the ratio of the speeds of A and B, or A by B, is equal to S by S minus 45. We are also told that B beats C by 50 kilometers. So using the same logic, the ratio of the speed of B by the ratio of the speed of C is equal to S divided by S minus 50. And car A beats car C by 90 kilometers. So again by the same logic, the ratio of the speed of A by C is equal to S by S minus 90. We are required to calculate the distance of the rays or the value of S. So we know that A by C is S by S minus 90. But if you multiply the first equation and the second equation, the left hand side will become equal to A by B into B by C, which is equal to A by C. Or A by C is also equal to S by S minus 45 into S by S minus 50. This should equal S by S minus 90. So this is one equation and one unknown. So if you solve for this, we will get the value of S. So we can cancel S on both sides. So this would imply that S into S minus 90 is equal to S minus 45 into S minus 50. We can expand the left hand side. This will equal S square minus 90S is equal to S square minus 95S plus 45 into 50. We can cancel S square on both sides, and if you bring 95S to the other side, this will become equal to 5S is equal to 45 into 50, or the value of S is equal to 45 into 10, which is equal to 450 kilometers. This is the length of the race. In this question, we are told that a sum of money is split between Amal, Sunil and Mita such that the ratio of the shares of Amal and Sunil is 3:2. So we have Amal and Sunil. Let us assume that Amal received 3x, then Sunil would have received 2x. While the ratio of the shares of Sunil and Mita, there is Beta also, their shares are in the ratio 4:5. So this is 4 and 5. So let us assume that Sunil has received 4y, then Mita would have received 5y. You want to make the ratio of the shares of Sunil to be the same, that is 2x is equal to 4y, or you can figure out that x is equal to 2y. This would imply that Amal's share, which is 3x, is actually equal to 6y, 2x will equal 4y, and then there is 5y, or basically the ratio of the shares, if you are combining the two ratios, is 6:4:5. We are also told that the difference between the largest and the smallest of these three shares is 400. The largest is Amal, which is 6y, and the smallest is Sunil, which is 4y, or the value of 6y minus 4y is equal to 400, or the value of 2y is equal to 400, which implies that y is equal to 200. Therefore, the value of Sunil's share, which is equal to 4y, will equal 800. In this question, we are told that A and B are 2 points on a straight line. So let us assume that these are the 2 points A and B. This is A and this is B. Now Ram is running from A towards B and Rahim is running from B towards A. Now after crossing each other, both of them reach their destinations in 1 and 4 minutes respectively. So let us assume that they meet at a point C. Ram continues to run towards B and Rahim will continue to run towards A. But Ram will take 1 minute and Rahim will take 2 minutes. If they start at the same time, we are required to calculate the ratio of Ram's speed to Rahim's speed. Let us assume that Ram's speed is x and Rahim's speed is y. Let us also assume that the initial time that it has taken before both of them met is equal to t. Therefore, what is the value of AC? AC is the distance Ram has covered in t hours, so it will be x into t. Similarly, what is the distance BC? BC is the distance that Rahim has travelled in t hours, so it will be equal to y into t. But another way to look at BC is that BC is the distance that Ram has travelled in 1 minute. So this is also equal to x into t by x into 1 by 60, because this is the distance that Ram has run in 1 minute. Similarly, another way to look at AC is that this is the distance run by Rahim in 4 minutes, not 2 minutes. It is the distance run by Rahim in 4 minutes. So the length of AC is equal to y into 4 by 60. So x into t is equal to y into 4 by 60. Y into t is equal to x into 1 by 60. We are required to calculate the ratio of x by y. So what we'll do is we'll divide one equation by the other equation. So the left hand side becomes equal to xt divided by yt, which is equal to x by y. This is equal to the right hand side, which will equal 4y divided by x, because the denominator 60 will get cancelled on both sides. So now if you cross multiply, you are going to get that x square by y square is equal to 4, or the value of x by y is equal to 2. So the ratio of their speeds is equal to 2. In this question we are told that there are two circular tracks T1 and T2. So this is T1 and this is T2. The radius of T1 is 100 meters and the radius of T2 is 20 meters. Both of them meet at a point called A, and from both of these points Ram and Rahim start walking on the tracks T1 and T2. So in this track T1 Ram is walking and in T2 Rahim is walking. The speeds of both of them is given. Ram is walking at 15 kilometers per hour and Rahim is walking at 5 kilometers per hour. We are asked to find out the number of rounds that Ram will make before he meets Rahim again for the first time. So let us try to identify how much time Ram is going to take to finish one round, because if they are meeting at any point, that point has to be A, which is the only point of intersection. So Ram will complete one round in 2 pi r, which is the circumference of T1, which is 2 into pi into the radius is 100, divided by his speed, which is 15 kilometers per hour. We'll convert that into meter per second. So this is equal to 2 pi into 18 by 5 into 100 divided by 15. 100 divided by 15 is equal to 20 by 3. For the sake of this question, we need not simplify 2 pi into 18 by 5. So let us consider that to be equal to a constant k. So Ram will complete one round in 20 by 3 k seconds. Similarly, one round will be completed by Rahim. This is Ram. In how much time? By the same logic, it will be 2 into pi into the radius of T2 is 20 meters divided by his speed is 5 into 5 by 18. This is again equal to 2 pi into 18 by 5 into 20 divided by 5, that is equal to 4. As we have said earlier, let us consider this number, that is 2 pi into 18 by 5, to be the constant k. So this will equal 4k seconds. So Ram is going to complete his first round after 20 by 3k. He will complete the second round after 40 by 3k seconds, and he will complete the third round after 20 by 3 into 3, that is 20k seconds. So now let us look at Rahim's completion of his rounds. He will complete the first round after 4k, he will complete the second round after 8k, he will complete the third round after 12k, he will complete the fourth round after 16k, and he will complete the fifth round after 20k. So if you see the list of numbers in both the series, the first overlap occurs at 20k seconds. So both of them meet at 20k seconds, and by this time how many rounds did Ram complete? Ram has completed 1, 2 and 3 rounds. So the correct answer is 3. In this case, because of some ambiguity in the phrasing, CAT has given both 2 as well as 3 as the correct answer, but in our opinion the more appropriate answer is 3. In this question, we are told that Anil bought 12 toys and marked each one of them at the same selling price. So let us assume that the mark price of each toy is equal to M, and out of this he sells 8 toys at a discount of 20%. So out of this 12 toys, 8 of them he sold at a selling price of 0.8 M because he gave a discount of 20%. And then the remaining 4 toys he sold at an additional discount of 25%. So what is the final selling price of these 4 toys? It will be 0.8 M into 0.75, which is equal to 0.6 M. So 8 toys he sold at 0.8 M and the 4 remaining toys he sold at 0.6 M. Now overall he gets a total of 2112 rupees, which makes a profit of 10%. So if you are calculating what is the total amount that he has received, it will be 8 into 0.8, which is equal to 6.4 M, and 4 into 0.6 M, which is equal to 2.4 M. This is equal to 8.8 M. This we are told is equal to 2112, or the value of M is equal to 2112 divided by 8.8. You can calculate this, or you can write 8.8 as into 10 and divided by 88. You can divide the numerator and denominator by 11, so this will become equal to 8 and this will become equal to 192. This is equal to 24 times 8. So the mark price is rupees 240. This was what he originally wanted to sell before giving any of these discounts. We are also told that 2112 he made a profit of 10%. So we can also calculate the cost price. What is the cost price? If the selling price is 2112 and this gave him a profit of 10%, the cost price of the 12 toys will be 2112 divided by 1.1, or this is equal to 2112 into 10 divided by 11. This is again equal to 192. This is equal to 1920. 1920 is the cost price of 12 toys. So what is the cost price of one toy? It will be 1920 divided by 12. 1920 divided by 12 will equal 160. So the cost price of a toy is equal to 160. He initially marked it at 240, but then he gave some discounts. What we are required to find out is, without any of these discounts, what is the percentage of profit. So if he had sold a toy which cost him 160 rupees at a price of 240 rupees, the profit would have been 240 minus 160, which is equal to 80. To calculate the profit percentage, you divide it by the cost price and multiply by 100. So this will be equal to 1 by 2 into 100, which is equal to 50%. So the correct answer is 50. In this question, the average of 30 integers is given as 5. So the average of 30 integers is given as 5. Therefore, the total will equal 30 into 5, which is equal to 150. Now among these 30 integers, there are exactly 20 integers which don't exceed 5. So 20 integers are less than or equal to 5, and 10 integers are definitely greater than 5. Now what is the highest possible value of the average of these 20 integers? We are required to find out the highest average of these 20 integers. We will find out the highest possible sum of these 20 integers, and then we will take it forward. Now because these 10 integers are greater than 5, all these 10 integers are greater than or equal to 6. So in order to maximize the sum of these 20 integers, we have to minimize the sum of the other 10 integers. Why should we minimize the sum of the other 10 integers? Because the sum of these 20 and these 10 integers is constant. We already know that it is 150. So in order to maximize the sum of the 20 integers, we will minimize the sum of the 10 integers which are greater than 5. Now we know that all the 10 integers are greater than or equal to 6. So the minimum possible sum of the 10 integers which are greater than 5 is equal to 6 into 10, which is equal to 60. Therefore, the maximum possible sum of the 20 integers which are less than or equal to 5 is equal to 150, which is the total sum, minus 60, which is equal to 90. Therefore, the maximum possible average is equal to 90 by 20, which is equal to 4.5. Remember that there are 20 integers. Their sum, maximum possible sum is 90. So their maximum possible average is 90 by 20, which is equal to 4.5. This is the answer. In this question, we have Amal, who invested 12,000 rupees at 8% interest and 10,000 rupees at 6% interest compounded semi-annually. Now Bimal invested his money at 7.5% simple interest. The interest on both of them are the same, so we are required to find out how much Bimal has invested. That's the question. So let us find out the interest that Amal has earned. Then we will equate it with the interest that Bimal has earned and calculate the principal. For Amal, first it is 12,000 rupees for 1 year into 8% interest. So this is the amount the 12,000 becomes at the end of 1 year. Whereas the 10,000, because it is invested at 6% interest compounded semi-annually, this will effectively become 3% interest for 2 years. So whenever somebody says that he has invested R% for n years, the amount becomes 1 plus R by 100 to the power n. This is simple compound interest when the interest is compounded annually. But say if somebody says he has invested P rupees at R% interest compounded semi-annually for n years, the effective rate of interest will become R by 2 and the total time becomes 2n. So in that case, the principal will become P into 1 plus R by 2 by 100 to the power 2n. In this case, the interest is halved and the duration is multiplied. So this is the total amount that Amal will receive at the end of 1 year. 12,000 into 1.08 plus 10,000 into 1.03 into 1.03. You can use your calculator to figure out that this total will be 23569. Now the initial principal is 12,000 plus 10,000, which is equal to 22,000. This is the principal and this is the amount. Therefore, the interest that Amal got, Amal's interest will equal 23569 minus 22,000, which is equal to 1569. Now this is the interest that Bimal also earned. Suppose his principal is P. By investing at 7.5% simple interest for 1 year. This is the interest. This is equal to 1569. Here you can multiply and find out that P is equal to 1569 into 100 by 7.5. Again you can use your calculator to find out that the answer will be 20920. So the answer in this case is 20920. The only sort of complication in this question is understanding what semi-annual means. In case of semi-annual compounding, just divide the interest by half and multiply the time period by 2, and then you can do it as normal compound interest. In this question it is given that there are two ants. They start from a point P on a circle and A moves clockwise direction while B moves anti-clockwise direction. So let us assume that this is the circle and this is the point P. A is moving in clockwise direction and B is moving in anti-clockwise direction. This is B. Now they meet for the first time at 10 AM when A has covered 60% of the track. So they meet somewhere over here. A has covered, this is 60%, and B has covered 40%. They meet at 10 AM. Now A continues walking and he returns to point P at 10:12. Then B returns to point P at what time? So by the time A completes 60% of the track, B completes 40% of the track. Therefore the speed of A by speed of B is equal to 60 by 40, which is equal to 3 by 2. So A is faster by 50%. Now for A to cover 40% of the remaining distance, so A covers 40% of the remaining distance in 12 minutes. Now for B to come back to P, he has to cover 60% of the circle. So 60% B covers in how much time? This is the question. So because their speeds are in the ratio 3:2, for B to cover 40% of the distance, it is going to take 12 into 3 by 2, which is equal to 18 minutes. But B has to cover 60% of the distance, not 40%. So for B to cover 60% of the distance, it is going to take 18 into 60 by 40, which is equal to 27 minutes. Therefore, B will return to point P at 10:27 AM. So to solve this question, we have first found out that the speed of A to speed of B is in the ratio 3:2. Once we have done that, we have realized that for B to reach point P, it is going to take 60% of the distance, whereas A has taken 12 minutes to cover just 40% of the distance. So once we have both of them together, the answer is 12 into 3 by 2 into 3 by 2, which again if you simplify will be 27 minutes. So the answer in this case is 10:27 AM. In this question we are given that there are 3 vessels, all of them contain a solution of salt. Vessel A has 500 ml, all of them have 500 ml, and the initial strength of the solution is 10%. For B, the initial strength of the solution is 22%, and for C, the initial strength of the solution is 32%. Initially 100 ml of A is mixed into B, and then 100 ml from the resultant solution of B is mixed into C, and finally 100 ml from C is mixed into A, and we are required to find out what is the strength of the resulting solution in vessel A. So to solve this kind of questions, there is a very simple formula that you should know. That is, if there are 2 solutions A and B, if the volume of both of them is like say 100 and 200, and the solution strength of A is say 12% and solution strength of B is say 24%, to combine and get the solution strength of the resultant, we have to multiply the volume with the strength and divide by the total volume. In this case, it will be 100 into 12 plus 200 into 24 whole by 200 plus 100. This is basically the weighted average of the strengths of both the solutions. So whichever has lesser volume, the impact of it in the final strength will be lesser. So we'll use the same formula multiple times to get the answer. So initially it was 500 ml each of the three solutions and the strengths are given. After the first 100 ml are shifted from A to B, A will have 400 ml and the resultant solution strength will be 10% because nothing is added to A. You just removed 100 ml from A, so the volume will decrease but the strength will not be altered. In case of B, because 100 ml is added, the volume will become 600 ml and now the strength will become, we'll apply the same formula. In this case, 100 ml from A is added, the initial weight solution strength of A is 10 plus the strength of volume of B initially was 500 ml into the solution strength was 22 by the total volume is 100 plus 500, which is 600. You can cancel 100 from all of them, so it will be 10 plus 5 into 22 is 110 by 6, that is 120 by 6. So the strength of B becomes 20%. It has changed from 22%, it has gone down to 20%. And C after the first transaction is not altered. It has 500 ml and its strength is 32%. Now when you are moving 100 ml from B to C, A will remain unchanged. It will be 400 ml and 10%. B will have a decrease in volume. From 600 ml it will become 500 ml. The strength will not change. It will become 20%. C's volume will increase from 500 to 600 ml and the resultant strength will be the same formula that we have applied. 100 ml from B, the strength of B was 20% plus 500 ml of C into the strength of B is 32% by the total volume, that is 100 plus 500 is 600. We will again cancel off 100. So this will be 20 plus 5 into 32 is 160 by 6. 20 plus 160 is 180 by 6 is 30%. Now finally we have to add 100 ml from C to A. So in this case the volume of A will increase from 400 ml to 500 ml and the resultant strength will be 400 ml was its initial volume and the initial strength was 10% plus 100 ml was added and the strength of those 100 ml was 30% by the total volume, that is 400 plus 100, that is 500 ml. We will again cancel off 100, so it will be 4 into 10 is 40 plus 1 into 30 is 30 by 5. This is equal to 70 by 5. 70 by 5 is 14%. So the answer in this case is 14%. There are multiple ways in which you can solve these kind of questions. You just have to ensure that you don't waste a lot of time and you don't commit any silly mistakes. Then you will get the answer very easily. In this question it is given that there is a cyclist who will leave A at 10 am and reaches B at 11 am. So suppose this is 10 am. The cyclist cycles and reaches B at 11 am. Now starting at 10:01 am, every minute a motorcyclist leaves A and moves towards B. So there is a motorcyclist who will start at 10:01 and he will reach B at some time. Similarly, another motorcyclist leaves at 10:02 and he reaches B at a different time, and so on. 45 such motorcyclists reach B by 11 am. So by 11 am, there is another motorcyclist who will leave at some point. All the motorcycles have the same speed. So the time taken by each motorcycle to go from A to B is the same. And we are told that 45 motorcyclists have reached B by 11 am. If the cyclist has doubled his speed, how many motorcycles would have reached B by the time the cyclist reached B? So if the cyclist has doubled his speed, he would have reached B at 10:30 am. Right now he is taking 1 hour to reach B from A. If he doubles his speed, he will just take 30 minutes. Now what we are required to find out is first how much time does a motorcyclist take to go from A to B. Now you can easily see that there are if 45 motorcycles reach B by 11 am, we will try to calculate what is the last time at which the motorcycle left A and reached B at 11 am. So the first motorcycle leaves at 10:01. The second motorcycle leaves at 10:02. Similarly, the 45th motorcycle, which is the last motorcycle to reach B, left A at 10:45. So this is the start time of the last motorcycle which reached B at 11 am. So for a motorcycle, the time it takes to reach B from A is 15 minutes. The motorcycle which left at 10:46 would reach B at 11:01. That is something that you should remember. So now we are required to find out how many motorcycles reached B by the time the cyclist reached B. So if the cyclist doubles his speed, he'll again leave at 10 am, but he'll reach B at 10:30 am. So the last motorcyclist who would reach B before the cyclist or around the same time would have to leave A at 10:15. So the number of such motorcyclists will be 10:01 will be the first motorcycle, 10:02 will be the second motorcycle, and the 15th motorcyclist would leave A at 10:15 am. So the answer we are looking at is 15. 15 motorcyclists would reach B before 10:30 am, and that is the answer. In this question, it is given that John jogs on track A at 6 km per hour. So there is track A on which John jogs at 6 km per hour, and Mary jogs on track B at 7.5 km per hour, and there is track B on which Mary jogs at 7.5 km per hour. The total length of track A and B is 325 meters. So A plus B is equal to 0.325 kilometers. While we are using kilometers and not meters because the speeds of both Mary and John are given in kilometers per hour, so it is better to use the same standard, not intermix between kilometers per hour and meter per second. So everything over here we are going to do it as in kilometers. While John makes 9 rounds of track A, Mary makes 5 rounds of track B. So when John makes 9 rounds of track A, the total distance he covers is 9A. This is the total distance that he covers, and the time that he takes to cover 9 rounds is distance by speed. So 9A by 6, which is John's speed, is equal to 5 rounds of track B by Mary. When Mary makes 5 rounds of track B, the total distance that she covers is 5 into B, and what is her speed? Her speed is 7.5 kilometers per hour. Using this, we can find out the lengths of A and B, at least a ratio. So we can simplify this. 5 by 7.5 is 1.5 and 9 by 6 is 1.5. So what this implies is that 1.5A is equal to B by 1.5, or B is equal to 1.5 into 1.5A. This is equal to 2.25A, which is just the square of 1.5. Now what are we required to find out? We are required to find out in how many seconds Mary will make 1 round of track A. So let us find out the length of A and B. We can use this equation, the first equation. A plus B is 0.325 kilometers, but we know that B is equal to 2.25A. So A plus 2.25A is equal to 0.325, or 3.25A is equal to 0.325, or A is equal to 0.1 kilometers. Therefore, the length of track A is 0.1 kilometers and the length of B is equal to 0.225 kilometers. Now we are required to find out in how many seconds Mary, who is running at a speed of 7.5 kilometers per hour, will make 1 round of track A. Again, we will just do the distance by time. The distance that Mary has to cover is 0.1 kilometers by 7.5 kilometers per hour. So she is going to cover this track, 1 round of this track in these many hours. We want to convert this into seconds because the question asks us to find out how many seconds it is. So to convert the number of hours into seconds, we will just multiply it by 3600. So 0.1 into 3600 is 360 by 7.5. This is equal to 3600 by 75. You can use your calculator or you can just simplify this. You can divide both numerator and denominator by 3. So this is 1200 by 25. 1200 by 25 is equal to 48. So the answer in this case is 48 seconds. So to do this, we have just found out the two equations of between A and B. then found out the values of A and value of B, and then find out how much time Mary is going to take. The answer is 48 seconds. In this question, it is given that John gets rupees 57 per hour when he works in his regular work, and he gets rupees 114 per hour when he does overtime work. He works altogether for 172 hours, and his income from overtime hours is 15% of his regular hours. We are required to find out the number of hours he worked overtime. So let us assume that the normal number of hours he worked is W, and the number of hours he worked overtime is OW. Now we are given that OW plus W is equal to 172. This is the total number of hours that he worked. And whenever he worked in the regular time, the amount of money that he makes is 57 into W. This is the amount of money that he makes during his regular hours. And the amount of money that he makes during overtime is equal to 114 into OW. But we are told that he makes 15% of his overtime money, as in his overtime money is equal to 15% of the money he makes from his regular hours. So 114 into OW is equal to 57 into W into 15%. Now we can simplify. We have two equations. This is the first equation and this is the second equation. And what are we required to find out? We are required to find out the value of OW, which is the number of hours that he worked overtime. Now you can simplify the second equation, because 57 into 2 is equal to 114. So you can cancel it off, and you can find out that W is equal to 2 by 0.15 into OW. You can simplify this further by multiplying the numerator and denominator by 100. So this will be 200 by 15 OW, or you can divide both of them by 5. So this will be 40 by 3 OW. This is just simply simplifying the second equation. Now we know that W plus OW is equal to 172. We know that W is equal to 40 by 3 into OW plus OW is equal to 172. You can simplify this, that the left hand side will become OW into 40 by 3 plus 1 is equal to 172, or OW into 43 by 3 is equal to 172. Now you can cancel 43 on both sides. 43 into 4 is equal to 172. So this will be 4, or OW is equal to 3 into 4, which is equal to 12 hours. So the answer in this case is 12. It is a very simple question. You just have to form both the equations, the first equation and the second equation. Find out the values of W and OW, and you will get the answer. In this question, it is given that a shopkeeper sells 2 tables. Each of the 2 tables was procured at a cost price of P to Amal and Asim. So there is a shopkeeper. He has 2 tables. Both of them, the cost price is P and P. One he sells to Amal and one he sells to Asim. The table that he sold to Amal, he sold at a profit of 20%. So the cost price for Amal will be 1.2 P, which is 20% profit. And for Asim, he sold at a loss of 20%. So the cost price for Asim will be 0.8 P. Amal sells his table to Bimal. Amal sells it to Bimal at a profit of 30%. So for Bimal, the cost price will be 1.2 P into 1.3, which is equal to 1.56 P. While Asim sells his table to Barun at a loss of 30%. So Asim sells it to Barun at a loss of 30%. So he will pay 0.8 P into 0.7. This will equal 0.56 P. If the amounts paid by Bimal and Barun are X and Y. So 1.56 P is X and 0.56 P is Y. Then the value of X minus Y divided by P will equal, we have already figured out that X is equal to 1.56 P minus Y is equal to 0.56 P by P. So 1.56 P minus 0.56 P is P by P. This is equal to 1. So the answer in this case is 1.
Google search Krakow CAT formulas PDF. Click on the first link. You will get a list of topics for CAT. Click on one of the topics. Download the PDF to get a list of formulas for the topic.
In this question, it is given that Mukesh purchased 10 bicycles in 2017, all of them at the same price. So let this price be equal to C, and he has purchased 10 of such bicycles. He sold 6 of these bicycles at a profit of 25%. So 6 of the bicycles he sold at 1.25 C. This is at a profit of 25%, and the remaining 4 he sold at a loss of 25%. So the remaining 4 bikes he sold at a loss of 25%. So he sold each one of them at 0.75 C. In total, he made a profit of 2000 rupees. Then what is the purchase price of each bicycle? So we are required to find out the value of C. So when he sells 6 bicycles at 1.25 C, he makes a total of 6 into 1.25 C, which is equal to 7.5 C. And when he sells 4 bicycles at 0.75 C, he makes a total of 4 into 0.75 C, which is equal to 3 C. So the total money that he makes in this transaction will be 7.5 C plus 3 C, which is equal to 10.5 C. But remember that initially he purchased all 10 bikes for 10 C. So the profit that he makes will be 10.5 C minus 10 C, which is equal to 0.5 C. We are told that this actually equals 2000 rupees. This is given to us. Therefore, the value of C will be 2000 into 2, which is equal to 4000. So the purchase price of each bicycle will be 4000 rupees. That is the answer. In this question, it is given that there is an examination in which the score of A was 10% less than that of B. So score of A, if you assume is equal to A, is equal to 10% less, so it will be 0.9 into B. Similarly, the score of B was 25% more than that of C. So the score of B was 25% more, so it will be 1.25 into C. And the score of C was 20% less than that of B. So again, C is equal to 0.8 into D, which is 20% less than the score of D. We are told that A scored 72, and we are required to find out the value of D. So we can easily calculate the values of B, C and D in this and try to find out the value. So as A is equal to 72, 72 is equal to 0.9 into B, or B is equal to 0.72 by 0.9, this will be 80. Now 80 is equal to 1.25 into C, or C is equal to 80 by 1.25. This is equal to 64. Now 64 is equal to 0.8 into D, or D is equal to 64 by 0.8, which is equal to 80. So the answer in this case is 80. The score of D was 80. In this question, we are given the salaries of 3 persons, Ramesh, Ganesh and Rajesh. So we are given Ramesh, Ganesh and Rajesh in the year 2010. We are told that the ratio is 6:5:7, and we are told that the ratio is 3:4:3 in 2015. So in 2015 it is 3:4:3. If Ramesh's salary has increased by 25% in 2010 to 2015, so in this period it has increased by 25%, then the percentage increase in Rajesh's salary during this period is closest to what? We are given 4 options, we will look at it later. So in fact, in this question you can ignore Ganesh because nothing has been given about him or asked about him. So let us assume that initially their salaries were 6x, 5x and 7x, and in 2015 they became 3y, 4y and 3y. We just know that the ratio of their salaries, we don't know their exact values, but we know that the increase in Ramesh's salary has been 25%. So what this would mean is that 3y is equal to 1.25, which represents 25% increase, into his original salary, which was 6x. You can simplify this, that 3y is equal to 1.25 into 6 is 7.5x, or 30y is equal to 75x, or x is equal to 30 by 75y. You can, or x is equal to 30 by 75y. You can simplify this. You can divide both of them by the numerator and denominator by 15. So x is equal to 2 by 5y, or this will be 0.4y. So we know that x is equal to 0.4y. So the initial salary of Rajesh is 7x, which will be 2.8y. This was in 2010, and in 2015 it becomes 3y. So the percentage increase in his salary is 3y minus 2.8y divided by 2.8y into 100. We are looking for the percentage increase. So this will be 0.2 by 2.8 into 100, or this will be 20 by 2.8, or this will equal 200 by 28. This will be 100 by 14. So this will be roughly around 7%. One of the options given is 7%. So the correct answer in this case is 7%, which is 100 by 14, approximately equal to 7%. In this question, it is given that Anil alone can do a job in 20 days. And Sunil alone can do a job in 40 days. So let us assume that the total amount of work, the total work is equal to 40 units. 40 is the LCM of 20 and 40. We use that because it makes our calculations easier. So this would imply that every day Anil would do 40 by 2, that is 2 units of work. So in 20 days he will do 40 units of work. Similarly, Sunil will do 1 unit of work every day. So in 40 days he would complete the work by completing 40 units. Then it is given that Anil starts the job, and after 3 days Sunil joins him. So in the first 3 days Anil will do 2 into 3, that is equal to 6 units. So for the first 3 days Anil alone will work and he will complete 6 units of work. Then Sunil joins him and both of them work for some time. And after a few more days Bimal joins them and together they finish the work. So here Sunil joins and after some time Bimal joins. Here all 3 of them work and then the work is finished. It is told that Bimal does 10% of the job. So the work done by Bimal is equal to 10% of 40, which is equal to 4 units. Then in how many days was the job done? Let us assume that after the first 3 days, the total job was done after k days. So the total work that is done is 6 units for the first 3 days when Anil alone was working, plus 4 units, this is the work done by Bimal, plus Anil and Sunil have worked for k into, and every day they did 3 units of work. This would equal the total work that is done, which is 40 units. You can simplify and you can find that 3k is equal to 30 or k is equal to 10 days. So k is the work that is done after the first 3 days that Anil has worked alone. So the total number of days that it takes to finish the job is 10 plus 3, which is equal to 13 days. In this question, it is given that Rama's score was 1/12 the sum of the scores of Mohan and Anjali. So it is given that R is equal to 1/12 into M plus A. After a review, the score of each one of them has increased by 6. So Rama's score has become R plus 6, Mohan's score has become M plus 6, and Anjali's score has become A plus 6. The revised score of Anjali, Mohan and Rama were in the ratio 11:10:3. So Anjali, Mohan and Rama were in the ratio 11:10:3. Then Anjali's score exceeded Rama's score by. So we are required to find out the value of A minus R is equal to how much. So let us assume that because the ratios are 11:10:3, the actual values are 11k, 10k and 3k. Using this, we will calculate the value of k, then find out how much each one of them has scored, and then calculate the value of A minus R. So because A plus 6 is equal to 11k, A is equal to 11k minus 6 and M is equal to 10k minus 6 and r is equal to 3k minus 6. Now we are told that r is equal to 1/12 of m plus a. So 3k minus 6 is equal to 1 by 12 into m plus a. The value of m plus a will be 21k minus 12. So now we can cross multiply both the sides with 12. So this becomes 36k minus 6 into 12 is 72 is equal to 21k minus 12. You can simplify this and find out that 15k is equal to 60 or k is equal to 4. Therefore, the value of a, which is equal to 11k minus 6, will be 11k is 44 minus 6 is 38 and the value of r is equal to 3k minus 6, that is 3 into 4 12 minus 6 is 6. We are required to find out the value of a minus r. This will equal 32. So the correct answer is 32. In this question, it is given that there are two cars. They travel from the same distance starting at 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. So the first car starts at 10 a.m. and the second car starts at 11 a.m. They reach the common destination at the same point of time. If the first car traveled for at least 6 hours, then the highest possible percentage by which the speed of the second car exceeds that of the first car is. So let us assume that the total distance that they travel is d. So both the cars travel d distance. It is given that the first car traveled for at least 6 hours. So let us assume that the first car traveled for 6 plus p hours. P is greater than or equal to 0. So as the second car started 1 hour later but reached at the same time, the time traveled by the second car will be 5 plus p. So this will be 1 hour lesser than the first car. Therefore the speed of the first car is d by p plus 6 and the speed of the second car is d by p plus 5. This is distance by time taken. Now we are required to find out the highest possible percentage by which the speed of the second car exceeds the speed of the first car. Let us first find out the percentage and then we will try to maximize it. So the percentage will be d by p plus 5 minus d by p plus 6 by d by p plus 6. This is just by applying the formula for the percentage. So this will be, we can cancel d from all the numerator and denominator. So this will be 1 by p plus 5 minus 1 by p plus 6 by 1 by p plus 6. If you simplify this, you are going to get this as 1 by p plus 5. That is because the numerator in this case will be 1 by p plus 5 into p plus 6 and the denominator is 1 by p plus 6. So you can cancel 1 by p plus 6 from numerator and denominator. So the required percentage is 1 by p plus 5 and we are required to find out the highest possible value for this. So the highest possible value for 1 by p plus 5 will be when p is equal to 0 and the fraction will equal 1 by 5. As we are supposed to find out the value in terms of percentage, this will be 1 by 5 into 100, which is equal to 20%. So the answer that you are looking for is 20%. In this question, it is given that the income of Amala is 20% more than that of Bimala and 20% less than that of Kamala. So let us assume that there are 3 people, A, B and K. The income of Amala is 20% more than that of Bimala. So let us assume that Bimala is 100. So Amala will be 20% more. So that will be 120. And Amala's is 20% less than that of Kamala. So Kamala will be 120 by 0.8, which is equal to 150. If Kamala's income goes down by 4%, so if Kamala's income goes down by 4%, it will become 150 into 0.96. This will equal 144. And Bimala's income goes up by 10%. Bimala was 100 earlier, so now it will become 110. Then the percentage by which Kamala's income would exceed Bimala's is. So we are required to find out by how much 144 is greater than 110. So that will be 144 minus 1110 by 1110. This will be 34 by 1110. You have to calculate this in terms of percentage. If you calculate this, this will be equal to 30.90%. Now amongst the options that you have, the closest will be 31. So the answer that you are looking for is 31%. In this question, it is given that there are two bicycles A and B. Their radii are 30 centimeters and 40 centimeters. So say this is bicycle A and this is bicycle B. Bicycle A's radius is 30 centimeters and bicycle B's radius is 40 centimeters. While traveling a certain distance, each wheel of A required 5000 more revolutions than each wheel of B. So suppose the number of revolutions required by A is RA and the number of revolutions required by B is RB. It is given that RA is equal to RB plus 5000. If bicycle B traveled this distance in 45 minutes, then its speed in kilometers per hour is what? So let us first find out the value of RA and RB. Then we'll get the number of revolutions that RB has done. From that we can calculate the total distance that B has traveled, and we are given that it has taken 45 minutes to travel this distance. So we can find out its speed. So the crucial information here is the relationship between RA and RB. Now as the radii of the wheels are in the ratio 3:4, the radii of A is to the radii of B is in the ratio 3:4. Their circumference, that is circumference of A by circumference of B, will also be in the ratio of 3:4. So whenever A makes one revolution, it travels say 3k meters. B after one revolution travels 4k meters. Therefore the number of revolutions that are needed by A, that is RA, and the number of revolutions that are needed by B will be in the inverse ratio. This will be 4:3. Because for every one revolution, the distance traveled by A is say 3k and the distance traveled by B is 4k. The number of revolutions that will be needed will be in the inverse ratio of their radii. So once we have this simple equation, RA by RB is equal to 4/3, we know that RA is equal to RB plus 5000. This would imply that RB, that is the number of revolutions of B, plus 5000 by RB is equal to 4:3. This would mean that if you simplify 3RB plus 15,000 is equal to 4RB, or RB is equal to 15,000. Therefore, to cover this certain distance, the number of revolutions required for wheels of cycle B is 15,000. You can also infer that the number of revolutions that are needed for cycle A will be RB plus 5000. This is 20,000. So the distance traveled by B will equal 15,000 revolutions into the circumference of B, which is 2 into pi into its radius. Its radius is 40 centimeters, so that is 0.4 meters. And the time that it has taken is 45 minutes. 45 minutes is equal to 3/4 hours. We are doing this because they wanted the speed in kilometers per hour. So this is by 3/4. This is meters per hour. When you want to convert it into kilometers per hour, we'll just divide it by 1000. So we'll just convert 15,000 to 15. If you simplify this, you're going to get 15 into 2 is 30. 30 into 0.4 is 12. So this is equal to 12 pi by 3/4. You can again simplify it and you're going to get the answer as 16 pi. So the answer we are looking at is 16 pi. The most crucial thing to do over here is getting the relationship between the number of revolutions that are required for cycle A to the number of revolutions that are required for cycle B. The number of revolutions that are required for the ratio of the number of revolutions required will be the inverse ratio of their radii. Once you know this simple fact, you are going to get the answer quite easily. In this question, it is given that there is a race in which there were 3 horses. The first beat the second by 11 meters and it beat the third by 90 meters. And the second horse beat the third horse by 80 meters. We are required to find out the length in meters of the race course. So whenever you are given 3 horses or 3 people, the important thing is to try to equate the ratio of their speeds. So let us see how we do that. So let us assume that the 3 horses are A, B and C, and let us assume that the length of the race course, which is what we need to find out, is say S. Now when A has covered S meters, B has covered S minus 11 meters and C has covered S minus 90 meters. So in the same time, that is the time that A takes to cover S meters, B covered S minus 11 and C covered S minus 90. Now the second piece of information that is given to us is that if the second horse beats the third horse by 80 meters, that is by the time B has covered S meters, C has covered S minus 80 meters. So this is what is given to us. So from the first set of information, the ratio of speed of B to C is S minus 11 by S minus 90. Now from the second piece of information, the ratio of speed of B to C is, this is equal to S by S minus 80. Because in the same time when B covers S, C covers S minus 80. Similarly, in the same time that B covers S minus 11, C covers S minus 90. So if you equate both of them, you are going to get an equation which when you solve, you are going to get the value of S, which we are going to do it here. So when you cross multiply, you will get S minus 11 into S minus 80 is equal to S into S minus 90. You can just expand, you are going to get S square minus 11S plus 80S is 91S plus 880 is equal to S square minus 90S. You can subtract, and if you take minus 91S this side, you are going to get 880 is equal to S. You can cancel off S square. So the final answer is S is equal to 880 meters. So the answer is 880. In this question, we have three people, Amala, Beena and Gauri. They invest money in the ratio 3:4:5 in fixed deposits. So again, let us draw the table. Amala, Beena and Gauri. They invest fixed deposits in the ratio, the principals are in the ratio 3:4:5. And the respective annual interest rate is in the ratio 6:5:4. So this is the annual interest rate. This is the rate and this is the principal. What is the total interest income in rupees after a year if Beena's interest exceeds Amala's interest by 250? So let us first calculate the respective interest of each one of them. So this will be 3 into 6 because the time is 1 year. 3 into 6 is 18, 4 into 5 is 20 and 5 into 4 is 20. Now Beena's interest, that is 20, exceeds 18. You can assume that these are all proportions, these are not the exact values. So this will be 18k, 20k and 20k. So 20k is Beena's interest minus 18k, which is Amala's interest, is equal to 250. This is given to us. That is 2k is equal to 250 or k is equal to 125. We are required to find out their total interest income. The total interest income will be 18k plus 20k. This is Beena's income plus Gauri's interest income, which is 20k. This will be equal to 40 plus 18 is 58k. Now we need to calculate the value of 58k. We have already found out that the value of k is 125. So the answer will be 58 into 125. You can use your calculator to find this out. This will be 7250. This is the answer.
Google search Krakow free CAT mock. Click on the first link. You can attempt a free mock test which was attempted by 30,000 CAT aspirants in the actual exam format. After completing the test, you get detailed solutions, analysis and percentile along with your scorecard to gauge your All India performance. Click on the solution to get video solutions from our expert faculty.
In this question, it is given that one can use three different transports which move at 10, 20 and 30 kilometers per hour to travel. So the three different transports are 10 kilometers per hour, 20 kilometers per hour and 30 kilometers per hour. To reach from A to B, Amal took each mode of transport for 1/3 of the journey time. So this is Amal. For him, the time that he used by each of the transport modes is the same. While Bimal took each mode of transport for 1/3 of the total distance. For Bimal, the distance traveled by each mode of transport is the same. The percentage by which Bimal's travel time exceeds Amal's travel time is nearest to, and we are given options. So as for Amal, the time traveled by each mode of transport is the same. Let us assume that he traveled for t hours using each mode of transport. So he traveled t hours at 10 kilometers per hour, t hours at 20 kilometers per hour, and t hours at 30 kilometers per hour. So the distance that he traveled at 10 kilometers per hour is 10t. The distance that he traveled at 20 kilometers per hour is 20t, and the distance that he traveled at 30 kilometers per hour is 30t. Therefore, the total distance from A to B is 10t plus 20t plus 30t, which is equal to 60t. Now for Bimal, the distance that he traveled using each mode of transport is the same, and the total distance is 60t. So he traveled 20t kilometers at 10 kilometers per hour, 20t kilometers at 20 kilometers per hour, and 20t kilometers at 30 kilometers per hour. So for Bimal, the time that he has taken while traveling at 10 kilometers per hour is the distance traveled by the speed, that is 20 by 10, that will be 2t. Similarly, the time at which he traveled at 20 kilometers per hour will be 20t by 20, which will be t. And the time at which he traveled, during which he traveled at 30 kilometers per hour will be 20t by 30, which is equal to 2t by 3. Now for Amal, the total time traveled will be t plus t plus t. This is equal to 3t. For Bimal, the total time that he traveled will be 2t plus t. This is equal to 3t plus 2t by 3. 3t plus 2t by 3 will be 11t by 3. Now in the question we are supposed to find out the percentage by which Bimal's travel time, that is 11t by 3, exceeds Amal's travel time, that is 3t. So the required percentage will be 11t by 3 minus 3t by 3t. If you simplify, this will come to 2 by 9. 2 by 9 is equal to 22.22 percentage. Now amongst the options, you can see that the option which is closest is option A, which is 22. So the answer that we are looking for is 22. In this question, it is given that Meena scored 40% in an examination, and after review, her score increased by 50%, but she still failed by 35 marks. If her post-review score had increased by 20%, she will have 7 marks more than the passing score. The percentage score needed for passing the examination is. So let us assume that the maximum marks that can be scored in the examination is A. Initially, she got 0.4 of A. This was her initial score. But after review, her score increased by 50%. So increasing 0.4A by 50% is multiplying it by 1.5. So this will be 0.6A. This is her marks after her review. But she failed by 35 marks. So the passing mark is 0.6A plus 35. This is the passing mark. If her post-review score increased by 20%, this is her post-review score. When you increase it by 20%, you are going to get 0.6A into 1.2, which is equal to 0.72A. She will have 7 marks more than the passing score. So the passing score will be 0.72A minus 7. This is the passing score. The percentage score needed for passing the examination. So using these two equations, because the passing score is the same, we'll find out the value of A. Once we find out the value of A, we'll find out the value of the passing score and then get the percentage that is required. So once you equate both of them, that is 0.6A plus 35 is equal to 0.72A minus 7. You can subtract them to get 42 is equal to 0.12A, or A is equal to 42 by 0.12. You can simplify this as 4200 by 12. You're just multiplying the numerator and denominator by 100. So 4200 by 12, you can divide both of them by 3. So this will equal 1400 by 4. This is equal to 350. So the maximum marks that are possible in the examination is 350. Now the passing marks, you will have to just multiply it by, you can find out using either one of the two equations, you will get the same answer. So the passing mark will equal 0.6 into 350 plus 35. 0.6 into 350 will be 210 plus 35, which is equal to 245. So the required percentage that we are looking for is 245 by 350 into 100, 245 is 35 into 7, 350 is 35 into 10, so this will be 7 by 10 into 100. This is equal to 70%. So the required answer that you are finding is option C. So in this question we have equated the passing score. We have been given two informations about the passing score. We have equated both the equations to find out the maximum number of marks that are possible in the examination. That in this case is 350. Once we know the maximum marks that are possible, we calculated the actual passing score, which is 245, and then figured out that the passing score is 70% of the maximum marks, which is the answer. In this question, it is given that a person invested a total of 15 lakhs. A part of it was invested in a fixed deposit earning 6% annual interest, and the remaining amount was invested in two other deposits in the ratio 2:1, and the annual interest earned by them is 4% and 3%. So there is a total of 15 lakhs. This is invested in a fixed deposit F, and there are two other deposits in the ratio 2:1. So let us assume that there are 2A and A. Now the interest earned on the original fixed deposit is 6%, and the interest earned on the other two deposits is 4% and 3%. If the total interest income is 76,000, so this is 0.76 lakhs, the total interest, then the amount invested in the fixed deposit was. So we need to calculate what is the value of F. So let us first calculate the total interest earned. So this will be 6F by 100 plus 4 by 100 into 2A plus 3 by 100 into A. This is equal to 0.76. We can multiply both the sides by 100 to cancel the denominator. So this will become 76 is equal to 6F plus 4 into 2A is 8A and 3 into A is 3A. So this will be 6F plus 11A. This is the second equation and this is the first equation. Just writing the first equation again is 15 is equal to F plus 3A. We need to solve both these equations to get the value of F. This is what we need. So we'll have to eliminate A. So let us multiply the second equation by 3, which is the coefficient of A in the first equation, and let us multiply the first equation with 11, which is the coefficient of A in the second equation. So just multiplying this, we'll get 76 into 3 is 228 is equal to 18F plus 33A. And multiplying this equation by 11, we will get 15 into 11 is 165 is equal to 11F plus 33A. Now we can just subtract the second equation from the first equation. We will get 228 minus 65 will be 63 is equal to 18F minus 11F is equal to 9F. Sorry, 8 is 7F. And 33A is cancelled. So the value of F is 63 by 7, which is equal to 9. This is actually 9 lakhs. And so we need to answer the amount of invest in the fixed deposit. So the answer will be 9 lakhs. This is the answer. In this question, it is given that at their usual efficiency levels, A and B together complete a task in 12 days. But if A had worked half as efficiently as she usually does, and B had worked thrice as efficiently as he usually does, the task would have been completed in 9 days. How many days would it take for A to finish the task alone if she works at her usual efficiency? So let us assume that the efficiency of A is A and the efficiency of B is B. So what do we mean by efficiency? It means that if say A was able to complete the job in 10 days, then his efficiency is 1 by 10. That is the fraction of work that she would complete in 1 day. So in this case, we are assuming that the efficiency of A is A and the efficiency of B is B. That is the amount of work that A would do in 1 day is A and the fraction of work that B would do in 1 day is B. It is given that A plus B together finish a task in 12 days. So in 1 day, A and B together would complete 1 by 12th of the work. This is the first equation that we have. But if A was working only half as efficiently, that is normally say he would do 1 by 10, but now he is doing only 1 by 20 of the work, that is A by 2, plus B had worked thrice as efficiently as he usually does, that is 3B, then they would finish the job in 9 days. That is in 1 day they are going to finish 1 by 9th of the work. So using these two equations, we need to find out the value of A. So we'll first find out the efficiency of A. Once we know the efficiency of A, that is the fraction of work that she would finish in one day, the number of days that she would take to finish the task is quite easy. It is 1 by A. So to solve these two equations, we need to eliminate B. So we'll multiply this equation by 3 into 3 and subtract the first equation from it. Sorry, we would multiply the first equation by 3 and subtract the second equation from it. So when you multiply the first equation by 3, you are going to get 3a plus 3b is equal to 3 by 12. 3 by 12 is equal to 1 by 4. Now let us subtract this equation from this equation. So you are going to get 3a minus a by 2 is 5a by 2 is equal to 1 by 4 minus 1 by 9. 1 by 4 minus 1 by 9, the LCM of 4 and 9 is 36, and this will be 9 minus 4, which is equal to 5 by 36. You can simplify this and find out that the value of A is 1 by 18. So the efficiency of A, or the fraction of work that A would finish in one day, is 1 by 18. So the number of days that she would take to finish the job is 1 by A, which is 18 days. Once you understand what is meant by efficiency and what the equations represent, that is, if A halves her efficiency and B triples her efficiency, how you have to represent that. Once you understand this carefully, you can solve the question easily. In this question, it is given that in a class 60% of the students are girls and the rest are boys. So the girls are 60% and as the rest are boys, the percentage of boys is 40%. There are 30 more girls than boys. So the difference between these two is 20%. Now it is being said that 20% is equal to 30. So the total number of students, that is 100%, is equal to 150. Now as 60% of them are girls, it would mean that 60% of 150, that is 90 of them are girls, and 40% are boys. So 40% into 150, that is 60 of them are boys. If 68% of the students, including 30 boys, pass an examination, so total number of students who pass the examination is 68% into 150. 68% into 150 is 102 is the total number of students who pass the examination, of which there are 30 boys. So this is total number and this is number of people who passed. So 30 boys passed the examination. So the number of girls who passed it is 102 minus 30, which is equal to 72. So the total number of girls is 90, which you have calculated, and the number of girls who passed the examination is 72. The percentage of girls who did not pass is, the number of girls who did not pass is 90 minus 72, that is the fail. Number of girls is 18, number of boys is 30, which is 60 minus 30. So the percentage of girls who did not fail, who did not pass, is 18 by 90 into 100. 90 is the total number of girls in the class. So 18 by 90 is 1 by 5 into 100 is 20. So the required percentage is 20. In this question, it is given that on selling a pen at 5% loss and a book at 15% gain, Karim gains rupees 7. So let us assume that the cost price of the pen is P and the cost price of the book is B. So when you sell the pen at 5% loss, so that will be minus 5% of P plus 15% gain on the book of P. The total profit or loss is rupees 7. Similarly, if he sells the pen at 5% gain, that is 5% of P, and the book at 10% gain plus 10% of B, he gains rupees 13. So this is equal to 13. You are required to find out the cost price of the book, so you are required to find out the value of B. So you just add both the equations, this is 1 and this is 2. Then you can cancel off P and you are going to get 15% plus 10%, that is 25% of B is equal to 7 plus 13, which is equal to 20. So B is equal to 20 by 25%. This is equal to 20 by 0.25, which is equal to 20 into 4, which is equal to rupees 80. So the answer that you are looking for is 80. In this question, it is given that a chemist mixes two liquids, 1 and 2. 1 liter of liquid 1 weighs 1 kg. So there is liquid 1 liter of liquid 1 weighs 1 kg, and 1 liter of liquid 2 weighs 800 grams. This is liquid 2, it weighs 0.8 kg. If half liter of the mixture weighs 480 grams, so 0.5 liters of the mixture weighs 480 grams. So 1 liter of the resultant mixture weighs 960 grams, which is equal to 0.96 kg. So when you mix both of them, you are going to get 0.96 kg per liter. Then the percentage of liquid 1 in the mixture in terms of volume is. So let us assume that the percentage of liquid 1 is A% and the percentage of liquid 2 will be 100 minus A%. So 1 into A plus 0.8 into 100 minus A is equal to 0.96 into 100. We have just found out the weighted average of both of them. Now you have to solve this equation to find out the value of A. So this will be A plus 0.8 into 100 is 80 minus 0.8A is equal to 0.96 into 100 is 96, or 0.2A is equal to 16, or A is equal to 16 by 0.2, which is equal to 80. So the answer that you are looking for, which is the percentage of liquid 1 in the mixture by volume, is 80%. In this question, it is given that Ramesh and Gautam are among 22 students who wrote an examination. So there is Ramesh, there is Gautam, and there are 20 other students. Ramesh scored 82.5. The average score of the 21 students other than Gautam is 62. So if you ignore Gautam, the 21 students have scored 62, the average score. So using this, we can find out the total sum of the students of these 20 students. We can figure it out how. The average score of all the 22 students, that is all of them, is one more than the average of the 21 students other than Ramesh. That is other than Ramesh. So let us assume that the average of the 21 students other than Ramesh is A. So the average of all the 22 students is A plus 1. Using this, we can calculate the value of A, and then we'll proceed further. Over here, we have to require the score of Gautam. So using the second information, that is the average of all the 22 students is A plus 1, and the average of the 21 students other than Ramesh is A, we can calculate the score of Ramesh. We will see how. We know that the total 22 students, the average of these 22 students is A plus 1. So the total score by all the 22 students is 22 into A plus 1. Similarly, the average of the 21 students other than Ramesh is A. So the total is 21 into A. Now this difference between these two is the score of Ramesh. So this is equal to 82.5. Using this equation, we can calculate the value of A. This is 22A plus 22 minus 21A is equal to 82.5, or A is equal to 60.5. This is the first step. Now once we know the value of the average of all the 21 students and the 22 students, we need to calculate the score of Gautam. For that, let us, we are also told that the average score of all the students other than Gautam is 22. So the total of all the students other than Gautam is 21 into 62. Whereas the total of all the 22 students is 22 students into their entire average is 60.5. Sorry, their average is A plus 1, so it will be 61.5. So using this, we can calculate the score of Gautam. 21 into 62 is 1302. 22 into 61.5, if you use your calculator, will be 11 into 123. So this will be 1230 plus 123, which will be 3531. So this will be 1353. So 1353 minus 1302 is the score of Gautam. This will be 51. So first we have used the information that is given about the average of the 22 students and the average of the 21 students other than Ramesh to calculate the actual average of all the students. The average of the 21 students, that is A, we calculated this to be equal to 60.5, and the average of all the 22 students, we have calculated this as 61.5. Once we have got that, we have used the information that if you remove Gautam, the average is 62, and if you include Gautam, the average is 61.5. So the total of all the 22 students is 22 into 61.5, which is 1353, and the total of the 21 students without Gautam is 21 into 62, which is equal to 1302. The difference between these two, 1353 and 1302, is the score of Gautam, which is equal to 51. So the answer in this case is 51. In this question, it is given that 3 men and 8 machines can finish a job in half the time taken by 3 machines and 8 men to finish the same job. It is also told that if 2 machines can finish the job in 13 days, then how many men can finish the job in 13 days? So let us assume that the work done by a man in one day is, say, A. And let us assume that the work done by a machine in one day is equal to B. This is basically the amount of work that a man does in a day and the amount of work that a machine does in a day. Now, so 3 men and 8 machines in one day will do 3A plus 8B, while 3 machines and 8 men will do 3B plus 8A. This is the amount of work done in the first case, and this is the amount of work done in the second case. Now we are told that 3 men and 8 machines can finish the job in half the time. So they will be doing twice the amount of work in the same time. So we know that 3A plus 8B is equal to 2 into 3B plus 8A. This is the first equation. We are also told that 2 machines can finish the job in 3 days, in 13 days. So 2B is equal to 1 by 13. That is, 2 machines working for 1 day will finish 1 by 13th of the job. So 1 machine B is equal to 1 by 26. So if only 1 machine is working, in every single day it will finish 1 by 26th of the work. Now let us simplify using the first equation also. 3A plus 8B is equal to 6B plus 16A, or 2B is equal to 13A, or A is equal to 2 by 13 into B. We know that B is equal to 1 by 26. So this will equal 2 by 13 into 1 by 26, which is equal to 1 by 169. So one man, by working for 1 day, finishes 1 by 169th of the work. Now we need to know how many men can finish the job in 13 days. So suppose there are n men who are needed to finish the job in 13 days. So n into A, that is all the n men, in 1 day will finish 1 by 13th of the work. Now we know that A is equal to 1 by 169. So this will be n into 1 by 169 is equal to 1 by 13, or n is equal to 13, which is 169 by 13. So the number of men that are needed to finish the job in 13 days is 13. To calculate this, we have first used both the equations to figure out how much work, what is the fraction of work done by a man in 1 day, and what is the fraction of work that is done by a machine in 1 day. Once we have both the numbers, calculating the number of men required, which in this case is 13, is very straightforward. In this question, it is given that humans and robots can perform a job at different efficiencies. 15 humans plus 5 robots can working together take 30 days to finish the job. So if 15 humans plus 5 robots work, they take 30 days. Similarly, 5 humans plus 15 robots working together take 60 days. That is, 5 humans plus 15 robots take 60 days to finish it. How many days will 15 humans working together without any robot take to finish the work? So we require to find out how many days 15 humans alone will take to finish the job. So because we have 30 days and 60 days on the right hand side, let us try to assume that the total work is a certain number of units. Because it is 30 and 60, let us try to take the LCM of 30 and 60, which is 60. So let the total work be equal to 60 units. Why 60? Because we just want calculations to be simpler, and because there is 30 and 60, we are taking the LCM of the two. So 15 humans plus 5 robots finish 60 units of work in 30 days. So in 1 day, 15 humans plus 5 robots finish 2 units of work. Similarly, in one day, 5 humans plus 15 robots will finish. In 60 days, they are finishing 60 units of work. So, in one day, they finish 1 unit of work. Now, solving these two equations, we will find out the value of H and R, which is the number of units of work one human does in a day and the number of units of work that one robot will do in a day. Then we will find out how much work 15 humans will do in one day, and using that we will calculate the number of days required to finish this job. So, it is quite simple. Whenever you see that the coefficients are symmetrical, that is, this is 15H and 5R and 5H and 15R, the first thing you should do is add both of them up. So, if you add both these equations, you will get 20H plus 20R is equal to 3. Now, you can easily simplify this, that H plus R is equal to 3 by 20. Now, using this, you can easily calculate the value of H and R. Because we need the value of H only, let us try to use the first equation. So, we will multiply the third equation with 5. So, we will get 5H plus 5R is equal to 3 by 20 into 5. So, this becomes 3 by 4. Now, if you look at the first equation, it is 15H plus 5R is equal to 2. Now, you can subtract the first equation, the third equation, basically this equation from this equation. So, 1 minus 3 will be imply that 10H is equal to 2 minus 3 by 4. 2 minus 3 by 4, if you simplify, will be 5 by 4. Or H is equal to 5 by 4 by 10. So, 5 by 4 by 10 will equal 1 by 8. So, one human will do 1 by 8 unit of work in one single day. So, 15 humans will do 15 by 8 units of work in one day. Now, the total work is 60 units. So, how much time will they take? They will take 60 divided by 15 by 8. So, this will be 60 into 8 by 15. 60 by 15 is 4. So, this will be 32 days. So, if only 15 humans work without any robo, they are going to take 32 days to finish the work. In this question, it is given that point P lies between points A and B such that the length of BP is thrice that of AP. So, there are 2 points A and B. Now, point P lies between AB such that the length of AP is 1/3 the length of BP. Now, car 1 starts from A and moves towards B. So, car 1 starts from A and moves towards B. Simultaneously, car 2 starts from B and moves towards A. At the same time, car 2 starts from B and moves towards A. Car 2 reaches point P 1 hour after car 1 reaches point P. So, suppose the time taken by car 1 to reach from A to P, suppose this time is T, then the time taken by car 2 to reach P from B is T plus 1. If the speed of car 2 is half the speed of car 1, so let us assume that the speed of car 1 is S, therefore the speed of car 2 is S by 2. Then the time in minutes taken by car 1 to reach P from A is. So basically we are required to find out the value of T in minutes. Now we assume that the speed of car 1 is S, so the speed of car 2 is S by 2. Similarly, the time taken by car 1 to reach P from A is T. Therefore, the time taken by car 2 to reach P from B is T plus 1, where this 1 is 1 hour. Now, we know that the distance, that is BP, is equal to 3 into AP. Now, the distance BP is actually speed into time. What is the speed? That is the speed of car 2. Speed of car 2 is S by 2 into the time taken is T plus 1 is equal to 3 times AP. And what is AP? It is again speed into distance, where the speed is that of car 1, which is S, into the time taken, which is T. Now, if you simplify this, we can cancel S on both sides. So, T plus 1 is equal to, you can take 2 to the other side of the equation, 2 into 3 into t, which is equal to 60. Therefore 1 is equal to 5t, or t is equal to 1 by 5. But remember that this is 1 by 5 hours, which is equal to 60 minutes by 5, which is equal to 12 minutes. So the required answer where you have to find the value of t in minutes is 12. In this question, it is given that there is a train T which leaves station X for station Y at 3 p.m. So this is station X and this is station Y. Train T leaves it at 3 p.m. Train S traveling at 3/4 of the speed of T leaves Y for X at 4 p.m. So from Y, train S leaves at 4 p.m. The speed of train S is 3/4 the speed of train T. The two of them pass each other at a station Z such that the distance between X and Z is 3/5 that of X, between X and Y. So if the distance is the 1, then they meet at Z such that XZ is 3/5 and YZ will be 2/5. How many hours does the train take for its journey from X to Y? So to make the calculation simple, we'll assume that the distance between X and Y is 50 meters. Why are we assuming it to be 50 kilometers? Because there is 3/5 and 2/5 in the fraction, so we'll assume that it is a multiple of 5 so that the calculations become easy. So let us assume that the initial distance between X and Y is 50 kilometers. So they meet at Z such that XZ is 30 kilometers and YZ is 20 kilometers. Now as we have assumed the distance to be a number 50 kilometers, let us assume that the speed of train T is equal to t kilometers per hour. We can't assume this to be a number because we have already assumed the distance to be a particular number. So in the first 1 hour, that is from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m, in 1 hour, train T will cover t kilometers and it will come to a point. Let us assume the point to be A. So the distance between X and A is t kilometers. Now from at 4 p.m, train T is at A and it is going towards Z. Similarly, train S is at Y and it is coming towards Z. Now in the time during which S travels 20 kilometers, train T would have travelled 20 into 4 by 3 kilometers. Why is this the case? Because from A, both the train T is going towards Z and from Y, train S is going towards Z. So in the time during which S will go from Y to Z, it would cover 20 kilometers. But its speed is 3/4 the speed of train T. So in the same time, when train S covers 20 kilometers, train T would have covered 20 into 4 by 3 kilometers. Therefore, from A to Z, the distance will be 20 into 4 by 3, which is equal to 80 by 3 kilometers. Now we know that from X to A, that is in 1 hour, train T has covered t kilometers. Therefore, 80 by 3 plus t is equal to 30 kilometers. Because 30 kilometers is the total distance XZ, which is equal to XA, which is equal to t, and AZ is equal to 20 into 4 by 3. Therefore, we can easily calculate the value of t to be equal to 30 minus 80 by 3, which is equal to by 3, 90 minus 80, which is equal to 10 by 3 kilometers per hour. So the speed of train T is 10 by 3 kilometers per hour. In 1 hour, it covered 10 by 3 kilometers. So it will cover, in 1 hour, it covered 10 by 3 kilometers. So in how many hours will it cover? 50 kilometers, which is the total distance between X and Y. This is quite simple. This will be 50 by 10 by 3, or this will be 5. You can bring 3 to the numerator. So 5 into 3, which is equal to 15 hours. So the answer in this case is 15. In this question, we have just assumed the distance between X and Y to be 50 kilometers. Then we know that train T has covered a total of 30 kilometers and train S has covered a total of 20 kilometers. Now, if we are assuming that in the first 1 hour, train T has covered t kilometers then in the remaining time it has covered 30 minus t kilometers. So 30 minus t is the distance that train T has covered by 20, which is the distance that train S has covered, will equal 4 by 3. You can solve this and you will get that T is equal to 10 by 3. Once you get the equation that T is equal to 10 by 3, it is the distance that train T covers in 1 hour. You can calculate in how many hours it will cover 50 kilometers by simple division, and you are going to get the answer as 15 hours. In this question it is given that there are two types of teas, A and B. When they are mixed, they are sold at rupees 40 per kg. So the selling price is 40 per kg, and this is the mixture of A and B. The profit is 10% if A and B are mixed in the ratio 3:2. So if they are mixed in the ratio of 3:2, the profit percent is 10%, and the profit percent is 5% if they are mixed in the ratio 2:3. So if they are mixed in the ratio 2:3, the profit percentage is 5%. The cost prices per kg are in the ratio. So we are required to find out the ratio of A is to B. Now when you are told whenever the ratio in which they are mixed is different, the cost price of the mixture itself will change. The selling price is always constant at 40 per kg. So whenever the profit percentage is 10%, it would mean that the cost price is 40, which is the selling price, by 1.1. This is basically 1 plus 10%. And when the profit percentage is 5%, the cost price will be 40 by 1.05, because it is 1 plus the profit percentage. So when they are mixed in the ratio 3:2, the cost price is 40 by 1.1. When they are mixed in the ratio 2:3, the cost price is 40 by 1.05, and we are required to find out the ratio of A is to B. So let us put what this means in the form of an equation. If they are mixed in the ratio 3:2, the combined cost of the mixture will be 3 by 5, which is basically 3 by 3 plus 2 into A, plus 2 by 5 into B is equal to 40 by 1.1. Similarly, when they are mixed in the ratio 2:3, the resultant cost price of the mixture will be 2 by 5 into A plus 3 by 5 into B is equal to 40 by 1.05. Now these are two equations in two unknowns, that is A and B. We can solve the two equations, we can find A, we can find B, and then we can find the ratio A is to B. We can either do that, but in this case, especially in this question, we don't really need to find the value of A and B. We just need to find the ratio of A by B. So what we'll do is, if this is the first equation and this is the second equation, we'll do 1 divided by 2. When we do 1 divided by 2, we are going to get an equation in A by B. We'll solve it and then get A and B, the ratio A by B. So for example, in this case, 1 by 2 will mean that the LHS will become 3A plus 2B by 2A plus 3B. This is basically this left hand side by this left hand side is equal to the ratio of the right hand side, that is 40 by 1.1 divided by 40 by 1.05. Here you can cancel 40 and 40, and the right hand side will become 1.05 by 1.1. 1.05 is 21 into 0.05 and 1.1 is 22 into 0.05. So the right hand side can be again simplified as 21 by 22. This is equal to 3A plus 2B by 2A plus 3B. Now let us just cross multiply. On both sides we will multiply the denominator on the opposite side. So this becomes 66A plus 44B is equal to 42A plus 63B, or 24A is equal to 19B, or A by B is equal to 19 by 24. So the required ratio of A is to B is 19:24. To do this, what we have first noticed is that as the ratio in which the two T's are mixed changes, the cost price of the mixture itself will change. And because the selling price is the same and the profit percentage is different, we will first find out the individual cost price. Now once we have found out the individual cost price of the two different mixtures, we get two equations in A and B, that is 3 by 5A plus 2 by 5B is equal to something, and 2 by 5A plus 3 by 5B is equal to 40 by 1.05. Then we can either calculate the value of A separately and the value of B separately, but because in the question we are just asked the ratio of A's to B, we'll just divide both the equations and simplify and then finally get the ratio A by B, which in this case is 19:24.
Google search Krakow CAT formulas PDF. Click on the first link. You will get a list of topics for CAT. Click on one of the topics. Download the PDF to get a list of formulas for the topic.
In this question, it is given that John borrowed 2.1 lakhs from a bank at an interest rate of 10% per annum compounded annually, and he repays this loan in two equal installments, the first one after 1 year and the second one after another year. Now, we are told that the first installment takes care of the interest as well as some of the principal amount. Similarly, the second one takes care of the rest of the principal and the interest due thereupon. We are required to find out the value of each installment. So, there is 2.1 lakhs that John took. This is at the end of 1 year he pays X, and at the end of the second year he pays another X. Now we are required to find out the value of X. Now when he takes 2.1 at the end of 1 year at an interest rate of 10%, the value becomes 2.1 into 1.1, which is equal to 2.31. Now of this John pays off X. So for the remaining year, the principal will be 2.31 minus X, and this at the end of one more year becomes 2.31 minus X into 1.1. At this point, John pays off X and this will be cleared. So this is actually equal to X. Now if we simplify this, we are going to calculate, we are going to get the value of X, which is 2.31 into 1.1 minus X into 1.1 is equal to X, or 2.31 into 1.1 is equal to 2.1x. Now we can simplify this. 2.31 divided by 2.1 is actually equal to 1.1. We have just found out earlier. So the value of X is 1.1 into 1.1, which is equal to 1.21 lakhs. So the answer that we are looking for is 1.21 lakhs. In this question, it is given that when they work alone, B needs 25% more time to finish a job than A does. So it is given that accordingly, if A and B do the job alone, B needs 25% more time than A requires. So let us assume that the amount of work done by B in 1 day is say 1 unit. Therefore, the amount of work done by A in 1 day is 1.25 units. In this case, we know that the efficiency of A is 25% more, because of which B requires 25% more time to do the same job as A does. Now, it is also told that the two of them finish the job in 13 days in the following manner. A works alone till half the job is done. So, initially for the first 50% of the job, only A will work. Then A and B work together for 4 days. After that, A and B, both of them work for 4 days. And finally, B works alone to complete the remaining 5% of the job. And finally, this 5% is finished by B alone. In how many days can B alone finish the entire job? So if you look at it, A works alone initially for 50% of the job. Then A plus B work alone for 4 days. Then finally, B works alone for the remaining 5% of the job. What this basically tells us is, in the 4 days that A and B work together, they have worked for 100, which is the total amount of work, minus 50, which is the initial work done by A alone, plus 5, which is the work done by B alone. This is equal to 45%. So in 4 days that A and B have worked, they managed to finish 45% of the job. Now in 4 days, A will do 1.52 units per day, and B will do 1 unit per day. So A plus B, when they are working together, they finish 2.25 units of work per day. So in 4 days, they will finish 2.25 into 4, which is equal to 9 units of work. But what we know over here is that this 9 units of work is 45% of the whole job. So this 9 units is equal to 45% of total work. Therefore, the total work that needs to be done is 9 units of work by 0.45, which is equal to 20 units. So the total work that is there that should be completed is 20 units of work, and B does 1 unit of work per day. So the total number of days taken by B to finish the work is 20, because the total work that needs to be done is 20 units and B does 1 unit of work per day. So the required answer is 20 days. In this question, there are 2 key things that you have to remember. Because B takes 25% more time than A takes to complete the job, it would imply that A's efficiency is 25% more than B. So if you assume that B does 1 unit of work per day, A will do 1.25 units of work per day. The second thing that you should observe is, because A finished 50% of the job initially and B finished 5% of the job at the end, A plus B, when they are working together for 4 days, they finished 45% of the job. Once you understand both these things, solving the question will not take a lot of time. In this question, it is given that Raju and Lalita originally had marbles in the ratio 4:9. So there was Raju and there was Lalita. Initially, the ratio is 4:9. Then Lalita gave some of her marbles to Raju. So she gave some marbles to Raju. As a result, the ratio of the marbles with Raju and Lalita became 5:6. So the marbles became 5:6 after Lalita gave some marbles to Raju. What fraction of her original marbles was given by Lalita to Raju? So we are required to find out how many marbles, what is the fraction of marbles that Lalita has given Raju. So in these kind of questions, whenever you need to find out complex calculations which involve fractions, we'll try to find out or we'll try to make the calculations easier. So how are we going to do that? We will assume that certain number of coins were initially there with Lalita. Using that, we can calculate the number of coins that are there with Raju. Also, we'll calculate the number of coins with Raju and Lalita later on, and then calculate the fraction. So to make things easier, 4 plus 9 is equal to 13 here, and 5 plus 6 is equal to 11. That is, the sum of both the ratios is 13 and 11, and the LCM of 11 and 13 is 143, which is 11 into 13. So what we will assume is that initially let the total number of marbles with Raju and Lalita be 143. This is the total number of marbles. We are assuming this because it will make the calculations very easy. Then the number of marbles that were initially there with Raju will be 4 by 13 into 143. This is equal to 44. So initially Raju had 44 marbles. And how many marbles did Lalita have initially? It will be 9 by 13 into 143. So this is 11. So this is equal to 99. So initially Lalita had 99 marbles and Raju had 44 marbles. Now later on, again the total number of marbles will remain the same, which is again equal to 143. So how many marbles does Raju have? It will be 5 by 11 into 143. So if you simplify, this will be 5 into 13, which is equal to 65. And how many marbles does Lalita have? It will be 6 by 11 into 143, which is equal to 6 into 13, this is equal to 78. So after the interchange, the total number of marbles with Raju and Lalita will be 143. There will be no change with that. But initially when Lalita had 99 marbles, later on she has only 78. So the difference between these two, that is 21 marbles, she gave Raju. You can actually notice that 65 minus 44 is also equal to 21. So the fraction of marbles that Lalita gave Raju is 21 by how many marbles did she initially have? Which is 99. This is equal to 7 by 33. So the answer in this case is 7:33. Notice that once we figured out that the total number of marbles we'll assume is equal to 143, all the calculations became easy. Now why did the calculations become easy? 143 is not any magic number. We wanted the 13 in the denominator and the 11 in the denominator to be easily cancelled. So we picked a number which is a multiple of both 11 and 13. In this case, the least common multiple of 11 and 13 is 143. So once you assumed it to be 143, you can calculate that Raju initially had 44 marbles and finally he had 65 marbles. Similarly, Lalita had 99 marbles and later she has 78 marbles. And so the answer will be 21 by 99, which is 7 by 33. In this question, it is given that a wholesaler bought walnuts and peanuts from somewhere. So the wholesaler bought some walnuts and some peanuts. The price of the walnuts per kg is thrice the price of the peanuts per kg. So let us assume that the price of peanuts is x per kg. Therefore, the price of walnuts will be 3x per kg. He then sold 8 kgs of peanuts at a profit of 10%. So he sold 8 kgs of peanuts and the profit is 10%. And 16 kgs of walnuts at a profit of 20%. And he sold 16 kgs of walnuts and the profit is 20%. This is the profit percentage, this is the weight, and this is the cost price. Let us then calculate the selling price because it will help us later on. So the selling price is cost price into 1 plus profit percent. So it will be 3x into 1 plus 20%. So this will be 3.6x per kg. This is the selling price of walnuts. Similarly, the selling price of peanuts will be x per kg, which is the cost price, into 1 plus profit percentage. So this will be 1.1 x per kg. However, the shopkeeper lost 5 kgs of walnuts. So we'll come to the shopkeeper over here. Let us again calculate the total cost, the total selling price that the wholesaler got after he sold this to the shopkeeper. The weight of walnuts he sold is 16 kgs and the selling price is 3.6 per kg. So the total he got will be 16 into 3.6x. 16 into 3.6x, if you use your calculator and find out, will be 57.6x. And the total price that he got by selling the peanuts, that is 8 kgs of peanuts, for 1.1x will be 8.8x. So this is the total amount of money that the wholesaler made by selling this to the shopkeeper. Now let us look at what the shopkeeper has done. He has walnuts and he has peanuts. He has 16 kgs of walnuts and he has 8 kgs of peanuts. The shopkeeper lost 5 kgs of walnuts and 3 kgs of peanuts in transit. So after losing them, he has only 11 kgs of walnuts and 5 kgs of peanuts. He then mixed the remaining nuts and sold the mixture at 166 per kg. So he mixed both of them, that is, he sold a total of 16 kgs of nuts and he sold this at rupees 166 per kg. The selling price is rupees 166 per kg. So the total money that the shopkeeper made is 166 into 16. You can again use your calculator to find out. This will be 1660 plus 166 into 6 will be 960 plus 36. So that will be 996. This is 6565. This will be 2656. This is the total amount of money that the shopkeeper made. Now the shopkeeper made an overall profit of 25%. So the profit percentage is 25. So now we can calculate what the cost price for the shopkeeper was. What is the cost price? The cost price will be selling price, that is 2656 by 1 plus 25%. This is the profit percentage. You can again use your calculator to find out that this will be 2656 by 1.25. This, if you calculate, this will be 2124.8. Now we are required to find out the price per kg that the wholesaler bought the walnuts for. So the total cost price for the shopkeeper will be the exact same as the total selling price for the wholesaler, and the total selling price for the wholesaler is 57.6x plus 8.8x. This is 66.5. 4x, this will equal 2124.8. Now using this you can calculate the value of x. You can again use a calculator and find out that x is equal to 32. Now what are we required to find out? We are required to find out the price per kg of walnuts. That is, we are required to find out 3x. So the value of 3x will be 3 into 32, which is equal to 96 per kg. This is the cost price of the walnuts for the wholesaler. So the answer in this case is 96. In this question it is given that there is an apartment complex and the number of people aged 51 and above is 30. So the number of people who have age greater than or equal to 51 is 30. And there are at most 39 people whose ages are below 51. So less than 51, the age, the number of people is less than or equal to 39. We don't know the exact number of people, but we are told that it can't exceed 39. Now the average age of all the people in the apartment complex, the average age of all the people is equal to 38. This is 38, average age. What is the largest possible average age in years of the people whose ages are below 51 years? So over here we are required to find out what is the maximum possible average age of all the people whose age is less than 51. So what we'll assume is a few things. We'll assume that the average age of people greater than or equal to 51 is P, and the average age of people less than or equal to 51 is Q, and the number of people who are less than or equal to 39 is X. Now what we know from this is that the value of P will definitely be greater than or equal to 51, because this is the average age of all the people who are greater than or equal to 51. Next we know that Q, which is the average age of all the people who are aged less than 51, will be definitely less than 51. And finally we know that X is less than or equal to 39, because this is the number of people who are aged less than 51. All these things are already given. Now we are told that the average age of all the people is 38. So the total age of all the people is equal to average age 38 into the number of people. And how many people are there? It is 30 plus X. This is equal to 38 into 30 is 1140 plus 38x. But this total age can also be calculated as the total age of all the people who are greater than 51, which is their average age is P into their number is 30, plus the total age of all the people who are less than 51. In this case, that is average age is Q into the number is X. So these two should actually equal, and we are required to find out the largest possible average age of people who are less than 51. So we are required to find out the maximum value of Q. What can Q be? So we will try to find out the value of Q from this equation and then try to maximize it. So in this case we know that 30p plus X into Q is equal to 1140 plus 38x. As we need to maximize Q, we will find out the value of Q. Q will equal 1140 plus 38x minus 30p by x, or this is equal to 38 plus 1140 minus 30p by x. We want to maximize this. Now 38 is a constant, so we can't do anything about it, but we can maximize this fraction. Now if you look at this fraction, 30 into p, because p is greater than 51, will be some number which is greater than 1500. So we know that this fraction, which is equal to 1140 minus 30p, will be less than 0. So this term in the fraction is actually negative. So what we will try to do is we will write it this way. We will write it as 38 minus of 30p minus 1140 by x. And this term, which is in negative, we will try to minimize. We will try to minimize this as much as possible. If you are trying to minimize this, we will try to minimize the numerator and maximize the denominator. And the way to minimize the numerator is by selecting the least possible value of p and the highest possible value of x. Now least possible value of p, that is p min, is equal to 51. This will happen if all the 30 people whose age is greater than or equal to 51 are aged exactly 51. And the maximum value of q, the maximum value of x, is equal to 39. Here we are told that the number of people is less than or equal to 39. Here we'll, because we want to find a maximum value, we'll put it as 39. So if you simplify this using that, this will be 38 minus 30 into 51 minus 1140 by x is 39. Now 30 into 51 will be 1530 minus 1140 by 39. This is equal to 390 by 39, which is equal to 10. So 38 minus 10 will be the maximum value of q, and this will equal 28. So the maximum possible average age of all the people who are less than 51 will equal 28. And this will happen when all the people who are greater than or equal to 51, all the 30 guys are aged exactly 30, and the number of people who are aged less than 51 equals 39. That is, the value of x equals 39. So the answer in this case is 28. In this question, it is given that a trader sells 10 liters of a mixture of two paints, paints A and paints B. The total is 10 liters. The amount of B in the mixture doesn't exceed that of A. So if you assume that the amount of B, and this is the amount of paint A sold, because the sum is 10, the amount of paint A sold is 10 minus B, and we are told that the amount of B sold is less than or equal to the amount of A sold. So B is less than or equal to 10 minus B, or 2B is less than or equal to 10, or B is less than or equal to 5. So we are told that the amount of B in the mixture is less than or equal to 5, and everything else is that of A. The cost of paint or the cost of paint A per liter is 8 more than that of paint B. So let us assume that cost price of paint B is equal to rupees x per liter. So cost price of paint A is given as x plus 8 per liter. If the trader sells the entire mixture for 264 and makes a profit of 10%, then the highest possible cost of paint B is what? So let us first, we are told that selling price of the mixture is 264. This is for 10 liters. And we are told that the profit percent is 10%. So let us first calculate the cost price of the mixture. So cost price of the mixture is quite easy to find out. It will be 264 by 1 plus the profit percentage, that is 10%. So this is 264 by 1.1. This is equal to 240. So the cost price of 10 liters of the mixture is 240. Now this cost price has two components. It has paint A and it has paint B. Now how many liters of paint A are there? It is equal to 10 minus B liters. And what is the cost price of paint A? The cost price of paint A is x plus 8. Similarly, what is the contribution of paint B to the cost? It is the volume of B, which is equal to B, into the cost of B, and the cost of B is x. So B into x. We are told that this entire cost price, this is the contribution from paint A and this is the contribution from paint B, is equal to 240. This is the cost price of the entire mixture of 10 liters. If you simplify this, you can calculate that 10x minus bx plus 80 minus 8b plus bx is equal to 240. You can cancel bx. So you know, you get that 10x is equal to 160 plus 8b, or x is equal to 16 plus 4b by 5. Now x is the cost price of paint B. Now what are we required to find out? We are required to find out the highest possible cost of paint B. That is, what is the maximum value of x. Now we know that x is equal to 16 plus 4b by 5. So as b increases, x also will increase. Now the maximum value of b is 5. So the maximum value of x will occur when b is equal to 5, and it will equal 16 plus 4 into b value is 5 by 5. This is equal to 16 plus 4, which is equal to rupees 20. So the answer in this case is 20. In this question, it is given that the distance between A and B is 60 kilometers. So there is A and there is B. The distance between these 2 points is 60 kilometers. Partha and Narayan start from A at the same time and move towards B. So Partha and Narayan both go from A towards B. Partha takes 4 hours more than Narayan to reach B. So let us assume that the time taken by Narayan is equal to n, which would imply that the time taken by Partha will be n plus 4. This is the time taken to go from A to B. Moreover, Partha reaches the midpoint of A and B 2 hours before Narayan reaches B. So by the time Partha goes from A to the midpoint of B, Narayan is just 2 hours short of reaching B. So the time taken by Partha to go to the midpoint is equal to P by 2. Now we are told that P by 2 is equal to the total time taken by Narayan minus 2 hours. So P by 2 is equal to n minus 2. This is the second equation that we have. The first equation that we have is that P is equal to n plus 4. The speed of Partha in kilometers per hour. So we require to find out the speed in kilometers per hour. What we'll do is we'll solve these two equations. We'll find out the value of P. P is the time taken by Partha to go from A to B. And we know that the distance is 60 kilometers. Using these two, we can calculate his speed. So if you want to solve these two equations, it is quite easy. We'll replace P by n plus 4. So n plus 4 by 2 is equal to n minus 2. You can multiply both sides with 2. So this will be n plus 4 is equal to 2n minus 4, or n is equal to 8. This would imply that P, which is equal to n plus 4, is equal to 8 plus 4, which is equal to 12 hours. So Partha takes 12 hours to cover 60 kilometers. Therefore his speed is equal to 60 by 12, which is equal to 5 kilometers per hour. So the answer in this case is 5. In this question, it is given that there is a tank which is fitted with some pipes. Some of them fill it and some of them drain it. All the filling pipes fill at the same rate, and all the draining pipes also drain at the same rate. So there is a tank, there are some pipes which fill. Let us assume that they fill at a rate F, and there are some which drain. Let us assume that they drain at D. An empty tank gets completely filled in 6 hours when 6 filling and 5 draining pipes are on. So in 6 hours, the tank gets filled if there are 6 filling and 5 draining pipes. But this time becomes 60 hours when there are 5 filling and 6 draining. In how many hours will the empty tank get completely filled when there is 1 draining and 2 filling pipes on? So we'll have to figure out the efficiency of the filling pipes and the efficiency of the draining pipes, and then we can figure the answer out. So let us assume that the total volume of the tank is 60 liters. Why are we assuming this to be 60 liters? Because the time period is 6 hours and 60 hours. So we want the volume to be some multiple of 6 and 60 because the calculations get easier. So we are assuming this to be 60 liters. So let us assume that the efficiency of the filling tanks is F liters per hour. That is, every filling pipe fills F liters per hour, and every draining pipe leaks D liters per hour. So because 6 filling pipes and 5 draining pipes take 6 hours to fill 60 liters, in 1 hour 6 filling minus 5 draining will equal 60, which is the total volume that we assumed, by 6, which is equal to 10 liters. Similarly, 5 filling minus 6 draining in 1 hour will fill 60 liters by 60, which is equal to 1 liter. Because 5 filling and 6 draining takes 60 hours to fill 60 liters, in 1 hour they can fill only 1 liter. Using these two, we can figure out the values of F and D. Then we will figure out the value of 2F minus 1D and then figure out the answer. Now whenever you want to solve this kind of equations, when you see there is a symmetry, because there is 6 and 6 and 5 and 5, the first thing that you should do is add both the equations up. So when you add both the equations, you are going to get 11f minus 11d is equal to 10 plus 1, which is equal to 11, or f minus d is equal to 1. Once you have f minus d, you can easily calculate the value of f and d. Let us, for example, multiply f minus d with 5. So we have 6f minus 5d is equal to 10 from the first equation, and by multiplying the third equation with 5, we get 5f minus 5d is equal to 5, or if you subtract the second equation from the first equation, you get f is equal to 5 and d is equal to 4, because f minus d is equal to 1. So every filling pipe fills 5 liters every hour, and every draining pipe drains 4 liters per hour. So when 2 filling pipes and 1 draining pipe combine, they will be filling 2 into 5 minus 4, that is equal to 6 liters every hour. Now what is the volume of the tank that we assumed? It is 60 liters. So the number of hours that will be required will be 60 by 6, which is equal to 10 hours. So the answer in this case is 10. In this question, it is given that a CAT aspirant appears for a certain number of tests and his average score increases by 1 if the first 10 tests are not considered. So let us assume that a CAT aspirant appears for a certain number of tests. Now let the number of tests be equal to n, and let the average across all these n tests be equal to a. Now if we don't consider the first 10 tests and only look at the remaining n minus 10 tests, his average will be increasing by 1. So his average in this remaining n minus 10 tests is a plus 1. Similarly, if we don't consider the last 10 tests and consider only the first n minus 10 tests, his average decreases by 1. So the average becomes a minus 1. If the average scores in the first 10 and last 10 tests are 20 and 30, so in the first 10 tests his average is 20, and in the last 10 tests his average is 30, then the total number of tests taken by him is what? So we'll use the same thing twice. What we are going to use is that the total score across all the n tests by this CAT aspirant is equal to n into a, because a is his overall average. Now if you look at the n tests as the first 10 tests and the remaining n minus 10 tests, the total will be, the total in the first 10 tests is 10 into 20, which is equal to 200, plus in the remaining n minus 10 tests, the total is n minus 10 into a plus 1. Now these two should be equal. Now if you simplify, you are going to get the total as 200 plus an minus 10a plus n minus 10. This is equal to an. You can simplify this and you are going to get that 10a minus n is equal to 190. This is the first equation. We'll do the same thing the other way around. So if you look at the first n minus 10 tests, the total marks that he has scored is n minus 10 into a minus 1. In the first n minus 10 tests, and in the last 10 tests he has scored 10 into 30. So the total he has scored is n minus 10 into a minus 1 plus 10 into 30. This will again equal the total score that he has scored across all the n tests, which is equal to an. So you will get another equation after you simplify this. This will be an minus 10a minus n plus 10 plus 300 is equal to an. You can cancel an and you are going to get that 10a plus n is equal to 310. Over here we have 10a minus n is equal to 190. Now we are required to find out the total number of tests taken by him. So we have to find out the value of n. So we will subtract the second equation from the first equation. Then you can cancel off 10a and it will become 2n is equal to 310 minus 190 is equal to 120, or n is equal to 60. You can also calculate the value of a. The value of a will be 250 by 10, that is equal to 25. Anyway, we are only required to find out the total number of tests. So this will equal 60. In this question, it is given that there is an examination in which the maximum possible score is n and the pass mark is 45% of n. So the pass mark is equal to 45% of n. A candidate obtains 36 marks but falls short of the pass mark by 68%. So a candidate obtains 36 marks. This is equal to, this is 68% less than the pass mark. So this is basically 32% of the pass mark. If you are falling short by 68%, you are going to get 100 minus 68, which is equal to 32% of the pass mark. Now, which of the following is then correct? So we are given 4 options. All of them have different intervals for n. We will have to select which of them is the correct answer. So let us first try to find out the value of n and then we can proceed from there. Because 36 is equal to 32% of p and p itself is 45% of n. Using this, we can calculate the value of n. So 36 is equal to 32 by 100 into 45 by 100 into n. Now we can cancel 9, 5 by 100 is 1 by 20, 32 by 100 is into 8 by 25. So we can cancel 4, so and 10. So the value of n after you simplify this equation will be 250. So the option A says that n is less than or equal to 20. This is not true because the value of n is 250. If you are looking at option B, it says n lies between 243 and 252. This is correct. Now let us look at the other 2 options for completeness. Option C says that n lies between 201 and 242. This is also wrong. And option D says n is greater than 253. This is also wrong. N equals 250 and it lies in the interval given in option B. So the correct answer is option B.
Google search Krakow free CAT mock. Click on the first link. You can attempt a free mock test which was attempted by 30,000 CAT aspirants in the actual exam format. After completing the test, you get detailed solutions, analysis and percentile along with your scorecard to gauge your All India performance. Click on the solution to get video solutions from our expert faculty.
In this question, it is given that there is a water tank. It has 2 types of inlet pipes, type A and type B. When all the inlet pipes of type A are open, they bring water at the same rate. Same is the case for all the inlet pipes of type B. Now an empty tank can be filled in 30 minutes if 10 inlets of type A and 45 inlets of type B are open. So it takes 30 minutes if there are 10 inlet pipes of type A and 45 inlet pipes of type B are there. Similarly, it takes 1 hour, that is 60 minutes, when there are 8 inlets of type A and 18 inlets of type B are open. We are required to find out in how many minutes the empty tank will get completely filled if 7 inlets of type A and 27 inlets of type B are open. So this is a very standard question which is often asked in time, speed and distance. These kind of questions are often asked. So what we'll do is we'll assume that the tank has a volume of say 60 liters. Now why are we implying this to be 60 liters? Because we want it to be a multiple of 30 and 60. So the LCM of 30 and 60 is 60 liters. So if 10 inlets of type A and 45 inlets of type B are used, the 60 liter tank is filled in 30 minutes. So in 1 minute, 2 liters of water is filled. Similarly, if there are 8 inlets of type A and 18 inlets of type B, the 60 liter tank is filled in 60 minutes. So in 1 minute, 1 liter is filled. What we are assuming over here is that inlets of type A fill A liters per minute and inlets of type B fill B liters per minute. So if there are 10 inlets of type A and 45 inlets of type A, they fill 2 liters in 1 minute. Similarly, 8 inlets of type A and 18 inlets of type B fill 1 liter per minute. Using these two equations, solving them, we'll find out the value of A and B. Then we'll calculate the value of 7A plus 27B, and then we'll use it to solve the answer. So if you're looking at the first equation and the second equation, there are many ways in which you can solve it. We will multiply the first equation by 2 and the second equation by 5. Then we can eliminate B. So when you multiply the first equation by 2, you are going to get 20A plus 90B is equal to 4. And when you multiply the second equation by 5, you get 40A plus 90B is equal to 5. If you subtract the first one from the second one, you are going to get 20A is equal to 1 or A is equal to 1 by 20. So inlets of type A fill 1 by 20 liters per minute. Using any one of the two equations, you can solve for B also. So if you are using the first equation, 10A is 10 into 1 by 20 plus 45B is equal to 2, or 45B is equal to 2 minus half, that is 3 by 2, or B is equal to 1 by 30. So inlets of type B fill 1 by 30 liters per minute. We have 7 inlets of type A and 27 inlets of type B. So how many liters will they fill in 1 minute? It will be 7 into 1 by 20 plus 27 into 1 by 30. This will be 7 by 20 plus 9 by 10, which is equal to by 20, 7 plus 18 is 25. This is equal to 5 by 4 liters per minute. So 27 inlets of type A and 7 inlets of type A and 27 inlets of type B fill 5 by 4 liters every minute. Now the volume of the tank we have assumed to be 60 liters. So the total amount of time it will take is 60 divided by 5 by 4. This is equal to 60 into 4 by 5. This is 12 into 4. This is equal to 48 minutes. So the answer in this case is 48 minutes. In this question, it is given that points A, P, Q and B lie on the same line such that P, Q and B are respectively 100, 200 and 300 kilometers away from A. So suppose this is A and this is the straight line. Now it is given that AP is 100 kilometers and AQ is 200 kilometers. So Q will be another 100 kilometers and this is Q, and AB is 300 kilometers, so QB will be another 100 kilometers. Now cars 1 and 2 leave A at the same time and move towards B. So this is car 1 and this is car 2. Both of them are going towards B. Simultaneously car 3 leaves B and moves towards A. So at the same time car 3 starts from B and goes towards A. Car 3 meets car 1 at Q. So at Q 1 and 3 meet, and car 2 at P. So at P 2 and 3 meet. If each car is moving in the uniform speed, then the ratio of car 2 to car 1 is. So we are required to find out the speed of car 2 divided by the speed of car 1. We have information about where 1 and 3 have met, and we have information about where 2 and 3 have met. So let us first calculate the ratio of the speeds of car 3 to car 1. We'll also calculate the ratio of the speeds of car 3 to car 2 and then try to find out the ratio of the speeds of car 2 to car 1. Now because at the same time both the cars 3 and car 1 have started and they meet at Q, in the time where car 3 has gone from B to Q, that is 100 kilometers, car A has gone 200 kilometers in the same time. Therefore speed of car 3 by speed of car 1 is equal to 100 kilometers, which is the distance that car 3 has travelled, that is from B to Q, by 200 kilometers, which is the distance that car 1 has travelled, which is from A to Q. This is equal to 1 by 2. Similarly, in the time when car 3 has gone from B to P, that is it has travelled 200 kilometers, car 2 has travelled from A to P, that is 100 kilometers. Therefore, speed of car 3 by speed of car 2 is equal to 200 kilometers, which is the distance that car 3 has traveled, by 100 kilometers, which is the distance that car 2 has traveled in the same time. So this is equal to 2 by 1. Now what are we required to find out? We are required to find out speed of car 2 by speed of car 1. So what we'll do is we'll divide the first equation by the second equation. This way we are cancelling off speed of car 3. So what it becomes is speed of car 2 by speed of car 1 is equal to 1 by 2 whole divided by 2, which is equal to 1 by 4. Therefore, the required ratio is 1:4. In this question, it is given that the scores of Amal and Bimal in an examination were in the ratio 11:14. So this is Amal and this is Bimal. Initially, the scores were in the ratio 11:14. So let us assume that their scores were 11k and 14k for some number k. After an appeal, their scores increased by the same amount. So after the appeal, suppose the scores have increased by an amount equal to A. The new scores of Amal and Bimal are 11k plus A and 14k plus A. And the ratio of their new scores is 47:56. So it is given that the new ratio is equal to 47:56. Now we are required to find out the ratio of Bimal's new score to that of his original score. So what are we required to find out? We are required to find out the ratio of his new score, which is equal to 14k plus A, to that of his original score, which is 14k. So in order to find out, we have one equation. The equation is that the ratio of the new scores, that is 11k plus A by 14k plus A, is equal to 47:56. Using this equation, we will find out the ratio of k is to A and then substitute it in the required equation to find out the ratio of Bimal's new score to that of his original score. So if you cross multiply here, 56 into 11k plus A is equal to 47 into 14k plus A. You can use your calculator to figure out that 56 into 11k is 616k plus 56a is equal to 47 into 14. 47 into 14, again you can use your calculator, or this is 470 plus 47 into 4 is 188. So this will be 856. So this will be 658k plus 47a. Now you can simplify this and take all the terms of a one side and all the terms containing k to the other side. So 56 minus 47a is equal to 9a is equal to 658k minus 616k is equal to 42k. Both 42 and 9 are multiples of 3. So we can simplify this as 3a is equal to 14k. Now we are required to find out the ratio of 14k plus a by 14k. We already know that 14k is equal to 3a. So this will be 3a plus a divided by 3a, or this is 4a by 3a. So the required ratio is 4:3. That is, the ratio of Bimal's new score to that of his old score is 4:3. In this question, it is given that a 20% ethanol solution is mixed with another ethanol solution of concentration level which is unknown. It is assumed that that is equal to S. Now the volume, the ratio in which they are mixed is 1:3 by volume. So we have two ethanol solutions. One is S1, the other is S2. The concentration of the first solution is 20% and the concentration of the second one is unknown. Let us assume that this is equal to S, and they are mixed in the ratio 1:3. The mixture is then mixed with an equal volume of another 20% ethanol solution. So once these two are mixed and we get a new solution, this is mixed with another 20% ethanol solution of the same volume. The resultant mixture has 31.25% ethanol. Then the unknown concentration of S is what? So we are required to find out the value of S. So in solving these kind of cases, one of the easiest way to do it is assuming different volumes. So let us assume that because the two solutions at the start were mixed in the ratio of 1:3, S1 has 100 ml and S2 was mixed with 300 ml because the ratio is 1:3. and overall we had 400 ml of this solution, and later because we added an equal volume of another 20% ethanol solution, even this had 400 ml. So overall the total volume of the ethanol solutions that were mixed is equal to 800 ml, and 800 ml had a final concentration of 31.25% ethanol. So now let us try to calculate how much ethanol was mixed from S1, how much ethanol was mixed from S2, and how much ethanol came from this 20% ethanol solution which was added towards the end, and then try to find out the value of S. So because 100 ml of S1 was mixed, which had 20% ethanol, the amount of ethanol that comes from S1 is 20 ml. So out of this 400 ml, 20 ml of ethanol comes from S1. Similarly, 300 ml of S2 was added, which had a concentration of S. So 20 ml plus 300 S is the total amount of ethanol that was present when the two ethanol solutions were mixed in the ratio 1:3. Similarly, from the 400 ml that we mixed of the second ethanol, the final ethanol solution, the amount of ethanol that comes is 20% of 400, which is equal to plus 80. So now what we know is the total amount of ethanol present in the final solution is 20 plus 300S plus 80. Now this equals 800 ml, which is the total volume of the solution, into 31.25%, which is the final concentration of ethanol. So 800 ml into 31.25, if you calculate, will be 250. So 20 plus 300S plus 80 is equal to 250. You can simplify this and find out that S is equal to, because 20 plus 80 is 100, which you subtract from 250 is 150. So S will equal 150 by 300, which is equal to 1/2, or this is equal to 50%. So the original concentration of the unknown solution S is equal to 50%. This is very easily solved once you assume that the two solutions at the start were mixed in the ratio, because they were mixed in the ratio of 1:3. The volume of the first solution is 100 ml and the volume of the second solution is 300 ml. So overall we had a 400 ml solution after mixing these two, and hence the new solution that was added of 20% ethanol solution with equal volume also had 400 ml. So once you equate the ethanol values, you will be able to easily find out that S equals 50%. In this question it is given that there is a tank which is emptied every day at a fixed time. Now immediately after that, either pump A or pump B or both of them start working in filling this tank to the brim. Now on Monday it is told that the pipe A was only working, pump A, and it finished filling the tank at 8 p.m. So let us assume that the tank is emptied at X p.m. every day. On Monday, when pump A was working, the tank was full at 8 p.m. So pump A alone took 8 minus X hours to fill the tank. On Tuesday, pump B was working alone and it finished filling the tank at 6 p.m. So on Tuesday, pump B worked from X p.m. to 6 p.m. So pump B was able to fill the tank in 6 minus X hours. On Wednesday, pump A worked till 5 p.m. and pump B worked from 5 to 7 p.m. So on Wednesday again, pump A started working and A filled the tank from X p.m. to 5 p.m. and from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. B filled the tank. So A worked for 5 minus X hours and B worked for 2 hours, and again the tank was filled. Now we are required to find out if on Thursday both the pumps start filling the tank simultaneously from X p.m., when will the tank be filled? So let us assume that A fills small a liters of water per hour and B fills small b liters of water per hour. Now the volume of the tank will be 8 minus X into small a, because pump A was able to fill the tank when it pumped for 8 minus X hours. This is also equal to 6 minus X into B. This is the number of hours that pump B filled the tank alone. This is also equal to 5 minus X into A plus 2B. So now we basically have different equations and we have to find out the relationship between the different variables. So let us first equate the first equation and the third equation. You can solve it in any way you want. I am just using 1 and 3, and the reason I am doing that is because I want to eliminate the x into a product. So in this case 8 minus x into a is equal to 5 minus x into a plus 2b, or 8a is equal to 5a plus 2b, or 3a is equal to 2b, or a is equal to 2 by 3b. Now let us equate the first equation and the second equation. This is that 8 minus x into a is equal to 6 minus x into b. Now we know that a is equal to 2b by 3. So 8 minus x into 2b by 3 is equal to 6 minus x into b. So this, when you simplify, you are going to get 16 minus 2x is equal to 18 minus 3x, or x is equal to 2. So every day the time at which the tank is emptied, which is x, is 2 p.m. Now using this we can also calculate how much time it will take when both the pumps are filling simultaneously. Now the volume of the tank will be 8 minus x into a. This is from either any of the equations. If you use, you are going to get the volume to be the same. Here you are going to get it in terms of a, and we know that x is equal to 2, so this is equal to 6a. Now when a and b are filling the tank simultaneously, they will be filling a plus b liters per hour. Now we know that b is equal to 3a by 2. So they will be filling 5a by 2 liters every hour. Now the total volume that they have to fill is 6a. So the time that they take will be 6a by 5a by 2. This, if you simplify, you are going to get 2.4 hours. So after the tank is emptied at x pm, that is 2 pm, they are going to take 2.4 hours. That is 2 hours, and 0.4 hours will be 0.4 into 60 minutes. 0.4 into 60 minutes is equal to 24 minutes. So they are going to take 2 hours and 24 minutes to fill the tank, and they start filling at x pm, which is 2 pm. So finally they will fill at 4 pm and 24 minutes. So the answer in this case is 4:24. In this question it is given that there are 2 points A and B, and they are 150 kilometers apart. Now cars 1 and 2 travel from A to B, but car 2 starts when car 1 is already 20 kilometers away from A. So first car 1 starts, it travels 20 kilometers, and then car 2 starts and goes towards B. Each car travels at 100 kilometers per hour for the first 50 kilometers, 50 kilometers per hour for the next 50 kilometers, and 25 kilometers per hour for the last 50 kilometers. So we can divide the distance between A to B into 3 parts. Into 3 parts, each of them will be 50 kilometers long. Now both the cars travel at the same speed for each of these 3 journeys, but the individual speeds with respect to each of these segments is different. For the first 50 kilometers they travel at 100 kilometers per hour. For the second one it is 50 kilometers per hour, and for the third one it is 25 kilometers per hour. Now we are required to find out the distance between car 2 and B when car 1 reaches B. So let us first find out the time difference between when car 1 has started and car 2 has started. So car 1 covered 20 kilometers at the speed of 100 kilometers per hour before car 2 has started. So the time gap between car 1 and car 2 is equal to 20 by 100, which is equal to 1 by 5 hours. This is equal to 12 minutes. So 12 minutes after car 1 has started, car 1 has covered 20 kilometers and then car 2 has started. Now the second thing that we should consider is, as the speeds of the cars is the same at each of the respective segments, the total time taken by both the cars is the same. So total time taken by car 1 is the same as total time taken by car 2. The only thing is car 1 starts early and car 1 finishes early. Car 2 starts 12 minutes later and finishes 12 minutes later. Therefore, by the time car 1 reaches B, car 2 is 12 minutes behind. Now we are required to find out what does 12 minutes represent in terms of distance. That is, how much distance is car 2 behind. Now you can figure out that the last segment it covers at 25 kilometers per hour. It covers a distance of 50 kilometers. So again, just to remove any confusion, the first 50 kilometers are covered at 100 kilometers per hour, and this takes 1 by 2 hours, that is 30 minutes. The second 50 kilometers are covered at 50 kilometers per hour, so this takes 1 hour. And the last 50 kilometers are covered at 25 kilometers per hour, so they take 2 hours. So when we are required to find out where car 2 is 12 minutes before reaching B, you know that it is in the last 50 kilometers because it travels the last 2 hours in the third segment. So the speed at which it is traveling is 25 kilometers per hour and the time is 12 minutes. So the distance that car 2 is from B is equal to 12 by 60 into 25, which is equal to 5 kilometers. Notice that the total time taken by car 1 is the same as the total time taken by car 2. Because car 2 has started 12 minutes later, car 2 will reach 12 minutes later. And when car 2 is 12 minutes away from B, we know that it is in the last 50 kilometers. So it is traveling at 25 kilometers per hour. So it is 5 kilometers away from B. In this question, it is given that there is a jar which contains 175 ml of water and 700 ml of alcohol. So there is a jar, the water is 175 ml and alcohol is 700 ml. So the total volume of the jar is 875 ml. Gopal takes out 10% of this mixture and substitutes it with water of the same amount. So what happens is 10% of water is cut and 10% of alcohol is cut and the whole amount is replaced with water. So what will happen overall is that the total of both will remain the same, which is 875 ml. The total alcohol will be cut by 10%. So this becomes 630 ml and all of this is replaced with water. So the amount of water will be 875 minus 630. So that is 245 ml. Now this process is repeated again. So again the total will remain the same. So the total will be 875 ml. Again the amount of alcohol is reduced by 10%. So this becomes 630 into 0.9, or this is 63 into 9. This is 27 plus 540. So that is 567. So this becomes 567 and the difference will be water. The difference is 875 minus 567. So this is 803. So the amount of water after the second iteration is 308 ml. Now the percentage of water in this mixture is now. So the percentage is very simple. It is 308 by 875 into 100. So 308 by 875 into 100. So let us 875 is a multiple of 25. So 100 is also a multiple of 25. So let us cancel 25 in both. 875 is 32 plus 3, that is 35. So 308 is a multiple of 7, 35 is also a multiple of 7, so this is 44 and this is 5. So the simplification will be 44 into 4 by 5, this is 176 by 5, so this is 35.2%. So the percentage of alcohol after this process is repeated 2 times is 35.2%. In this question, it is given that there are 2 drums. Each of them contains a mixture of paints A and B. In drum 1, A and B are in the ratio 18:7. So say this is drum 1, A and B are in the ratio 18:7. In drum 2, the ratio of A and B is not given. The mixtures from drums 1 and 2 are mixed in the ratio 3:4. So drums A and B are mixed in the ratio 3:4, and in the final mixture A and B are in the ratio 13:7. Now we are required to find out in drum 2 the ratio of A and B is what. So we are required to find out this ratio. So in order to solve these kind of questions, it is to make the calculations easier, it is always useful to assume the volume of the drums. So let us assume the volume of one of the drums and then try to calculate how much of A is present in drum 1, how much of B is present in drum 1, and what is the total amount of paint A present in overall mixture. From that we can calculate how much paint was present in drum 2. So let us get started. So because the ratio is 18:7 in drum 1, the volume that we are going to assume for drum 1 should be a multiple of their sum, and their sum over here is 18 plus 7 is 25. So to start off with, let us assume that drum 1 volume is say 25 units. Now because we are mixing 3 of them with respect to 4 of drum 2, the total volume from drum 1 that is mixed is 75. Therefore the total volume from drum 2 that is mixed is 100. Why is this 75:100? Because the ratio is 3:4. We assumed that one container of drum 1 contains say 25 units. So the total volume from drum 1 that is mixed is 75. Now, so the total volume after you mix both the drums is 75 plus 100, which is equal to 175. Now you can continue and you can calculate the answers, but if you notice A and B, the ratio over here is 13:7. Their sum is 20. Now the total volume of drum 1 and drum 2 that we got is 175, which is a multiple of 5, but it is not a multiple of 20. Now you can calculate, you can do the same thing that we are going to do anyway in the future also, but to make calculations easier, let us try to multiply this with 4. That is, we will multiply everything that we have done with 4, so that the total volume that we get will be a multiple of 20, which makes calculations much easier. So instead of 25, let us assume that the volume of drum 1, each unit of drum 1 is say 100 units, which is 25 into 4. This would imply that because there are 3 units of drum 1 which are mixed, the total volume from drum 1 that is mixed is 300. This would imply that the total volume from drum 2 that is mixed is 400. And the total volume of both drum 1 and drum 2 will be 300 plus 400, that is equal to 700. Now 13:7 is the final ratio, their sum is 20, and the total volume 700 is a multiple of 20. Now once you have it this way, calculations will become very easy, as you can see now. So when you mix 100 units from drum 1, A and B are in the ratio 18:7. So if you are looking only at drum 1, the volume of paint A in the mixture will be 18 by 18 plus 7 is 25 into 300. 300 is the total volume of drum 1 that we mixed. So this will be 300 by 25 is 12. So 18 into 12 will be 216. Similarly, the total volume of paint B in drum 1 that is mixed is 7 by 25 into the total volume of drum 1 that is mixed, which is 300. This will be 1284. Now what you have in total, that is after you mixing both the drums, is the total volume is 300 plus 400, which is 700, and the ratio is 13:7. So the volume of A is 13 by 20 into 700. This is 35. So 35 into 13 will be 350 plus 105, so that is 455. And that of B will be 7 by 20 into 700. You can again cancel, this will be 35. So this will be 35 into 7, this is equal to 245. In each of these cases, one simple check that you can make is that the volume of A plus B has to add up to the total volume. In this case, 455 plus 245 is equal to 700. 216 plus 84 is also equal to 300, which is the total volume. Now, so when you mixing drum 1 and drum 2, these are the individual volumes of paint A and paint B. So the volumes of paint A and paint B that have come from drum 2, for A will be 455 minus 216. This will equal 239, and that for paint B will be 245, which is the total volume of paint B in the mixture, minus the volume that has come from drum 1, which is 84. This will be 161. Therefore, in drum 2, the ratio of paint A to paint B will be 239 is to 161. Now the calculations are very easy in this because we have assumed that the total volume of the mixture is 700. And how did we get 700? We started with a drum 1 where the ratio is 18:7. So we want the volume of drum 1 to be a multiple of 18 plus 7, which is 25. Now because drum 1 and drum 2 are mixed in the ratio 3:4, we have multiplied 25 by 3 and we made it 75. Now we went ahead and calculated with 75. When drum 1 volume is 75 and drum 2 volume is 100, we got the total volume to be 175. But then we realized that 175 is not a multiple of 13 plus 7, which is 20. This would make the calculation slightly more tricky. We don't want to do that, so we have multiplied everything with 4 because we realized that 175 is a multiple of 5 but not a multiple of 4. So instead of 75, we assume that the volume of drum 1 is 75 into 4, which is equal to 300. Then the volume from drum 2 will be 400 and the total volume will be 700. Once you get these numbers correct, solving each of them and finding out the final ratio of 239 is to 161 is very easy. In this question, it is mentioned that Ramesh and Ganesh can complete a work in 16 days. So if Ramesh and Ganesh, both of them are working, they can complete the work in 16 days. So let us assume that Ramesh does R amount of work in a day and Ganesh does G amount of work in a day. Then R plus G into 16 is equal to 1. 1 is basically the total work. Now if after 7 days of working together, Ramesh got sick and his efficiency fell by 30%. As a result, they completed the work in 17 days instead of 16. So they started working, and after the first 7 days, both R plus G were working, and for the next 10 days, that is total of 17 days, R's efficiency fell by 30%. So he was working as 0.7 R, plus Ganesh was working full. Even then they completed the entire work. So let us again try to calculate the total work done. The total work done will be 7 into R plus G plus 10 into 0.7 R plus G. This also is equal to 1, which is the total work. So this would imply that 7R plus 7G plus 7R plus 10G is equal to 1. This would imply that 14R plus 17G is equal to 1. In the first instance, we know that 16R plus 16G is equal to 1. You can subtract the second equation from the first equation and you will get 2R is equal to G. Or the efficiency of Ganesh is twice the efficiency of Ramesh. Now what we are required to find out is if Ganesh had worked alone after Ramesh got sick. So for the first 7 days, again, if both of them had worked, and over here Ramesh got sick and Ganesh was working alone here, in how many days would he have completed the remaining work? So suppose he has taken X days to complete the remaining work, we are required to find out the value of X. So let us find out the total work that is done. The total work is 16 into R plus G. This is equal to 16 into G plus 0.5 G, which is equal to 24 G. This is the total work done. Remember that 2R is equal to G or R is equal to 0.5 G. Now in the first 7 days, both of them have completed 7 into R plus G. This is equal to 7 into 1.5 G, which is equal to 10.5 G. So in the first 7 days when both of them were working together, they have already completed 10.5 G. So the remaining work is 13.5 G. And this is finished by G alone in 13.5 days. So in this case, X is equal to 13.5. The answer is 13.5. In this question, it is mentioned that Gopal borrows rupees X from Ankit at X% annual interest. So here is Ankit and he gives X rupees at 8% interest to Gopal. Now Gopal adds Y of his own money and lends rupees X plus Y to Ishan at 10% annual interest. So there is Ishan here and Gopal lends X plus Y at 10%. At the end of the year, after returning Ankit's dues, the net interest retained by Gopal is the same as that accrued to Ankit. So first, in this instance, when Gopal lends X plus Y to Ishan, the total interest that Gopal gets is X plus Y into 10 by 100. And the net interest that Gopal has to pay to Ankit is X by 100 into 8. Therefore, after paying Ankit's dues, the net interest that Gopal receives is X plus Y into, this is 1 by 10. 1 by 10 minus 8x by 100. This is what Gopal has with him after returning Ankit's dues. Now we are told that this is equal to the net interest that Ankit receives. So this is actually equal to 8x by 100. Now you can simplify this. So it will be X plus Y is equal to 16x by 10, or Y is equal to 6x by 10, which is equal to 3x by 5. Now let us continue the question. On the other hand, if Gopal had lent X plus 2Y to Ishan, so instead of X plus Y, if he had lent X plus 2Y at 10%, the net interest that would be retained by him would have increased by rupees 150. So in the second instance and the first instance, the only difference is the additional Y that Gopal has lent to Ishan. So the interest accrued on the additional Y is 150. So for 1 year, Y into 10 by 100 accrues 150, or Y is equal to 1500. Therefore X, which is equal to 5Y by 3, is equal to 2500. Now if all the interests are compounded annually, find the value of X plus Y. We know that X is equal to 2500 and Y is equal to 1500, so X plus Y is equal to 4000. So the answer in this case is 4000.
We at Krakow provide all the previous year CAT papers along with many other MBA examinations such as IIFT, ZAT, SNAP, MAT, CMAT, TIS and PGDBA in the actual exam format. You can attempt them as a test and get a detailed analysis of your performance, or download them as PDFs.
In this question, it is given that there are 3 solved solutions A, B and C, and if they are mixed into the ratio 1:2:3, the resultant solution has a strength of 20%. However, if they are mixed in the ratio 3:2:1, the resultant solution has a strength of 30%. Now a fourth solution is formed mixing only B and C in the ratio 2:7, and we are required to find out the strength of D to that of A. So let us first understand what is the information that is given. There are 3 solutions A, B and C. Let us assume that their strengths are small a, small b and small c. If they are mixed in the ratio 1:2:3, the resultant solution will have 20% strength. So if they are mixed in the ratio 1:2:3, the resultant solution will have A plus 2B plus 3C by 1 plus 2 plus 3. This will be the strength based on the ratio and proportion formula that we know. So this is equal to 20%, or A plus 2B plus 3C is equal to 20% into 6, which is 1.2. So this is the first equation that is given to us. Similarly, if they are mixed in the ratio 3:2:1, the resultant solution will have a strength of 30%. This would imply that 3A plus 2B plus C is equal to 3 plus 2 plus 1. Again, this is 6, so 30% into 6 is 1.8, or 3A plus 2B plus C is equal to 1.8. This is the second equation that is given to us. Now we are required to find out the strength of solution D. The strength of solution D, it has only B and C. They are mixed in the ratio 2:7. So this will be 2B plus 7C by 9. This is the strength of solution D. and we are required to find out the ratio of the strength of solution D to that of A. So we are required to find out 2B plus 7C divided by 9 whole by A. So we are given two equations in three unknowns, and we are required to find out a ratio. So what we'll do is we'll try to find out the value of C in terms of A, we'll try to find out the value of B in terms of A, and then calculate the value of 2B plus 7C by 9 in terms of A, and then divide it by A to get the answer. So using the equations 1 and 2, you can see that the coefficient of B is the same. So let us subtract the first equation from the second equation. So this will be, if it is 2 minus 1, this would be 2A minus 2C is equal to 0.6, or A minus C is equal to 0.3, or C is equal to A minus 0.3. So we already have C in terms of A. Let us try to find out B in terms of A. So from equations 1 and 2, we'll have to eliminate C. So what we'll do is, because the coefficient of C in the first equation is 3 and the coefficient of C in the second equation is 1, we'll multiply the second equation by 3 and then subtract the first equation from it, so that we can eliminate C. So multiplying the first equation by 3 will be 9A plus 6B plus 3C minus A plus 2B plus 3C. This is equal to 3 into 1.8 is 5.4 minus 1.2. If you simplify this, you are going to get 8A plus 4B is equal to 4.2, or B is equal to 4.2 by 4 is 1.05 minus 2A. So let us calculate 2B plus 7C. So 2B will be 2.1 minus 4A plus 7C will be plus 7A minus 2.1. You can cancel off 2.1 from both sides, and this will be 3A. So 2B plus 7C divided by 9 will be 3A by 9, which is equal to A by 3. So we are required to find out the ratio of 2B plus 7C by 9 by A. So that will be A by 3 by A. So that is 1:3. So in this case, the required ratio is 1:3. In this question, it is given that there is a long stretch of east-west road and A and B are 2 points on it, such that B is 350 kilometers to the west of A. So suppose there are 2 points. This is A and this is B. The difference between them, this is 350 kilometers. It is also given that B is to the west of A. So this is west and this is east. One car starts from A and another starts from B at the same time. So there is car 1 here which is going towards B, and there is car 2 here which is going towards A. If they move towards each other, they meet after 1 hour. So let us assume that the speed of the car starting from B is B and the speed of car starting from A is A. So if they move towards each other, they meet after 1 hour. So the speeds A plus B, because initially when they are moving towards each other, the relative velocity is A plus B, is equal to, the distance is 350 kilometers initially and it is covered in 1 hour. So A plus B is equal to 350. Now if they both move towards each, that suppose car 1 goes towards east and car 2 is also going towards east in the same direction, they meet in 7 hours. So at this point, the relative speed is B minus A, because A is moving in east direction and B is also moving in east direction, and the initial relative distance between them is 350 kilometers, but this is covered in 7 hours. So B minus A is equal to 50. Now the difference in their speeds in kilometers per hour is, so we are required to find out B minus A. If we are required to find out something else, then we could have solved A and B and then found out the value. But we already have B minus A using the second equation alone, and that is 50 kilometers per hour. So the answer in this case is 50 kilometers per hour. Just for completion purpose, we can actually solve both of them. So if B minus A is 50 and B plus A is 350, 2B is equal to 400 or B is equal to 200 kilometers per hour, and A is equal to 150 kilometers per hour. So we can find out the values of the speeds of car A, which is 150, and car B, which is 200. If both of them are going in the same direction, they meet after 1 hour. If they're going in different direction, they meet after 7 hours. They meet at some point which is much further from A, but they meet after 7 hours. Anyway, we know the value of B and we know the value of A, and the answer in this case is 50 kilometers per hour. In this question, it is given that there are two people, Arun and Barun. Arun's present age is 40% that of Barun. So we know that A is equal to 0.4 into B. In another few years, Arun's age will be half of that of Barun. So let us assume that k years pass. So in a few years, the age of Arun will be A plus k, and the age of Barun will be B plus k after k years. By what percentage will Barun's age increase during the same period? So we are told that A plus k is equal to 0.5 into B plus k, because Arun's age will be half of that of Barun's. So using this, we can find out a relationship between B and k. Once we know B and k, we will find out B plus k, which will be the age of Barun, by B, which is the present age of Barun, and then we can figure out by what percentage it has increased. So it is quite simple. We already know that A is equal to 0.4 into B. So we will substitute that here. So we can eliminate A. So 0.4 B plus k is equal to 0.5 B plus 0.5 k, or 0.1 B is equal to 0.5 k. Therefore k is equal to 0.2 B. So we have found out the relationship between B and k. Now we will find out what is B plus k by B. So B plus k by B is equal to B plus, we know that k is equal to 0.2 B. So that will be B plus 0.2 B by B, which is equal to 1.2. Now what we are required to find out is how much percentage it has increased. So we have to subtract 1. So it will be 0.2. So the percentage of increase in Barun's age during this period is 0.2 or 20%. In this question, it is given that a person can complete a job in 120 days. He works alone on day 1. So let us assume that the total work that should be done is equal to 120 units, and one person does 1 unit of work every day. We are assuming this just to make the calculations easy. So in this case, this one person will complete the total job in 120 days. So on day 1, he works alone and he completes 1 unit of work. On day 2, he is joined by another person who can also complete the job in 120 days. So on day 2, the original person completes 1 unit of work, and the new person comes and joins and he completes another unit of work. So the total work done is 2 units. On day 3, they are joined by another person of equal efficiency. So on day 3, all the 3 people will do 1 unit of work each. So the total work done is 3 units. Like this, every day a new person is added with the same efficiency. How many days are required to get the total job done? So on 4th day, there will be 4 units of work done. On 5th day, there will be 5 units of work done, and so on. So on the nth day, n units of work are done. So let us assume that the total number of days that are required to finish the job is n. So you know that the total work done will be 1, which is the amount of work done on the first day, plus 2, which is the amount of work done on the second day, plus 3, which is the amount of work done on the third day, plus dot dot dot, plus n. This is the total work done on the nth day. We know that this is equal to the total work that needs to be done, which is 120. Now we have a formula for the sum for the first n natural numbers, that is 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus dot 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 till n. This always equals n into n plus 1 by 2. Now we are told that this is equal to 120, or n into n plus 1 is equal to 240, or n square plus n minus 240 is equal to 0. You can easily calculate the factors for this. This will be n plus 16 into n minus 15 is equal to 0, or n is equal to 15 or minus 16, but clearly n cannot be equal to minus 16 as the number of days has to be positive. So the answer in this case is 15. In this question, it is given that an elevator has a weight limit of 630 kgs. It is carrying a group of people. The heaviest of them is 57 kgs. This is the heaviest. And the lightest of them is 53 kgs. What is the maximum possible number of people in the group? So if you eliminate the highest and the lowest weight, the total of these two is 110 kgs. So if there are n people who are remaining in the group, the weight of these n people has to be less than 630, which is the maximum possible limit, minus 110, which is the weight of the heaviest and the lowest. So this has to be less than or equal to 520. Now you want to maximize n, you want to keep as many people as possible inside the lift. So you want their weight to be as low as possible, the individual weight to be as low as possible. So we'll assume that the lowest possible weight is given as 53. So we'll assume that all of these guys weigh 53 kgs. So the total weight of these n people will be 53n. And we know that 53n is less than or equal to 520. If you calculate this, n is less than or equal to 520 by 53. This is around 9.8. So you know that the number of people in the lift has to be less than or equal to 9.8. Clearly you can't have a fraction. So we'll assume that there can be a maximum of 9 people in the lift. But you'll also have to add the two other people who are the heaviest and the lowest. So the total number of people in the lift cannot exceed 9 plus 2, which is equal to 11. We are told that a man leaves his home and walks at a speed of 12 km per hour, and he reaches the railway station 10 minutes after the train has departed. So let us assume that this is his home and he goes to the railway station. This is his home. Suppose the distance between them is d. When he goes at 12 km per hour, the time he takes to reach the railway station is d by 12, and once he reaches there, the train has already left. So let us assume that the train was going at say time t. So he reaches the railway station at t plus 10 minutes. Now if instead he had walked at 15 km per hour, he would have reached the railway station 10 minutes before the train's departure. So suppose he goes at 15 km per hour, he would have taken d by 15 hours to go there, and he would have reached the railway station at t minus 10 minutes. We are required to find out the distance from his home to his railway station. That is, we are required to find out the value of d. So what we notice over here is we don't know at what time he started from his home or at what time the train was scheduled to depart. What we do know is when he goes at 15 km per hour instead of 12 km per hour, he reaches the railway station 20 minutes early. So instead of going 10 minutes late, he actually reaches 10 minutes early. So the difference between those two is 20 minutes. So we'll use that equation, that is d by 12 is the original time he takes to go to the railway station, minus d minus 15 is the new time that he takes to go to the railway station. The difference between these two is 20 minutes. But because we want to calculate it in hours, this will be 20 by 60. So this is equal to 1 by 3. Now you can simplify this. The LCM of 12 and 15 is 60. So this will be 5d minus 4d is equal to 1 by 3, or d is equal to 60 by 3, which is equal to 20 kilometers. So the answer is 20. In this question, it is given that Ravi invests 50% of his monthly savings in fixed deposit. So he has savings. Let us assume that his total savings is 100 rupees, of which 50% he invests in fixed deposits. And 30% of the remaining, that is of the remaining 50%, 30% of the rest of his savings is invested in stocks. So 30% of this is invested in stocks, and the rest goes into Ravi's saving bank account. So the remaining, that is 70% of this, of the remaining 50% goes into savings bank. If the total amount deposited by him in the bank, that is for savings account and fixed deposits, that is fixed deposit plus savings bank, is 59500, what is Ravi's total monthly savings? So it is quite simple to find out. So fixed deposits we have already figured out is 50, if we are assuming that his total savings is 100. Now the amount that he invests in stocks will be 30% of 50, so that will be 30 into 50, 30% of 50, this is equal to 15, and the amount that he invests in savings bank will be 70% of 50, so that will be 70% of 50, which is equal to 35. So you can see that 50 plus 15 plus 35 is the total savings, total monthly savings is 100. But what we are told is that fixed deposits plus the money that he puts in savings bank is equal to 59500. That is 85 is given as equivalent to 59,500. We are required to find out what the value of 100 will be. This is quite simple. This will be 59500 into 100 divided by 85. Now 59500 divided by 85 is 700. So the total is 700 into 100, which is equal to 70,000. So the answer in this case is 70,000. In this question it is given that a seller gives a discount of 15% on the retail price and she still makes a profit of 2%. So as the profit is 2%, let us assume that the cost price is 100. So the selling price will be 102 as the profit is 2%. Now we are told that after giving 15% discount on the retail price, the selling price is 102. So if we assume the retail price, that is the market price, as equal to M, 102 is equal to 0.85 into M, as the discount is 15%. Therefore M is equal to 102 by 0.85. Now this is equal to 102 into 100 by 85. Now 17 is a common factor between 102 and 85, so this will be 6 by 5, this is equal to 120. So if the cost price is 100, selling price is 102, the retail price is equal to 120. Now which of the following ensures that she makes a profit of 20%? So as the cost price is 100, to make a profit of 20%, the selling price has to be 120. Therefore, as the retail price is also 120, there should be no discount given. So let us look at the options. The first option says that the discount has to be 5% on the retail price. This is wrong. Give a discount of 2% on the retail price. This is also wrong. Increase the retail price by 2%. This is also not needed. If you just sell at the retail price, that is 120, then the profit made on this transaction will be 20%. So the answer is option D. Just sell at the retail price of 120. In this question it is given that a man travels by a motorboat down a river and to his office and back. So suppose this is his home, he goes to his office on a motorboat. Let the distance between his home and office be d, and let the speed of the motorboat in still water, that is when the river is not moving, it be m, and let the speed of the river be equal to r. With the speed of the river unchanged, if he doubles the speed of his motorboat, the total time decreases is reduced by 75%. The ratio of the original speed of the motorboat to the speed of the river is. So we are required to find out the original ratio of the speed of the motorboat to that of the river. That is, we are required to find out m by r. Now we are given some information. Let us try to put that information in terms of an equation to try to understand what exactly is given. So the original time that it takes for him to go to his office and come back will be d by m plus r plus d by m minus r. This is his original time t. because one way he is going upstream, and whenever he is going upstream, that is when he is going against the river, his speed will be m minus r, and he has to cover a distance of d. Now while coming back, he is going downstream, so then the relative speed will be m plus r, and the distance that has to be travelled is again d. So the total time that he will take in this round trip will be d by m plus r plus d by m minus r. This is equal to t. Now when he doubles his motor speed, the total time that he takes has been reduced by 75%. That is, the total time has become t by 4. Because it has decreased by 75%, it is now only 25% of the original time. Now what is the total time that he takes? It will be d by 2m plus r plus d by 2m minus r. This is because when he doubles the motor speed, his speed in normal water, when the water is not moving, is 2m. So when he is going upstream, his velocity will be 2m minus r, and so the time will be d by 2m minus r. And when he is coming downstream, that is along the flow of the river, his speed will be 2m plus r, so the time taken will be d by 2m plus r. Now we are required to find out the value of m by r. So as you can guess, this is the first equation and this is the second equation. There are two variables, variable d and variable t, which we don't want. Now if you divide the first equation by the second equation, you can get rid of both d as well as t. So the first equation by the second equation would imply the left hand side will be 1 by m plus r plus 1 by m minus r whole divided by 1 by 2m plus r plus 1 by 2m minus r is equal to 4. Here we can get rid of d and t on both sides, because the numerator and denominator will get cancelled. Now you just have to simplify this. You can take the denominator to the other side, so this will become by m square minus r square, m plus r plus m minus r will be 2m, is equal to 4 into by 2m plus r into 2m minus r is 4m square minus r square. This will be again 2m plus r plus 2m minus r, this will be 4m. Now you can simplify this, you can cancel the required terms. This will be 8 because this is 16m and this is 2m. So when you simplify, you are going to get and take cross multiply the denominators on both sides. It will be 4m square minus r square is equal to 8 into m square minus r square, or 4m square minus r square is equal to 8m square minus 8r square, or 4m square is equal to 7r square, or m square by r square is equal to 7 by 4. What you are required to find out is the ratio of m by r, so you will just take the square root on both sides. So m by r will be square root of 7 by square root of 4, that is 2. So the required ratio is square root of 7 is to 2. In this question, we have mentioned that there are 5 companies C1, C2, C3, C4 and C5. The profits made by C1, C2, C3 are in the ratio 9 is to 10 is to 8. So the profits of C1 is to C2 is to C3 are in the ratio 9 is to 10 is to 8. We are also told that the profits made by C2, C4 and C5 are in the ratio 18 is to 19 is to 20. We are then told that C5 has made a profit of 19 crores more than C1, and we are required to find out the total profit made by all the 5 companies together. So to solve this, we first need the common ratio. What is C1 is to C2 is to C3 is to C4 is to C5. Once we have the common ratio, then we can equate the profits made by C1 and the profits made by C5 and calculate the exact profits made by all the 5 companies. Now in this case, if you look at it, C2 is the common term. That is 10 and 18 in the first and second ratios have to be equated. We know that the ratio, LCM of 10 and 18 is 90. So we will multiply the first ratio by 9 and we will multiply the second ratio by 5. Then C2 term in both the ratios will become 90. Then we can combine all the ratios. For example, after you multiply the first ratio by 9, you are going to get C1 is to C2 is to C3 is equal to 81 is to 90 is to 72. Now when you multiply the second ratio by 5, you are going to get C2 is to C4 is to C5 will be 90 is to 95 is to 100. Notice that the value of C2 in both the ratios is 90. So now you can combine both the ratios. So C1 is to C2 is to C3 is to C4 is to C5 can now be combined as 81 is to 90 is to 72 is to directly 95 is to 100. So let us assume that C1 is 81x, C2 is 90x, C3 is 72x, C4 is 95x and C5 is 100x, C4 is 95x. Now we are told that C5 has made 19 crores more than C1. So C5 minus C1 will be 100x, this one, minus 81x, which is the first term. This is equal to 19x. This we are told is equal to 19 crores or x is equal to 1. So the profits made by each one of the companies is 81 crores, 90 crores, 72 crores, 95 crores and 100 crores. So the total profit made by all the 5 companies will be just summing all of these up. That is 81 plus 90 plus 72 plus 95 plus 100. 81 plus 90 is 171. 171 plus 72 is 243. 243 plus 95 is 338 plus 100 is 438. We are told that the number of girls appearing in an admission test is twice the number of boys. We are also given that 30% of the girls and 45% of the boys get admission. So we are required to find out the percentage of candidates who did not get the admission. So let us assume that the number of boys who sat for the test is 100 and number of girls who sat for the test will be twice that of boys. So that is 200. Of the boys, the percentage of boys who got admitted is 45%. So the number of boys who got admitted will be 45 because the total number of boys has been assumed as 100. So the number of boys who did not get admission will be 100 minus 45, so that will be 55. Similarly in girls, the number of girls who got admitted, the percentage is 30%, as the total number is 200. The number of girls who got admitted will be 30% of 200, which is equal to 60. So the number of girls who did not get admission will be 200 minus 60, so that is 140. We are required to find out the percentage of students who did not get admission. So the total number of students who did not get admission will be 55 plus 140, which is equal to 195. And the total number of candidates is 100 plus 200, that is 300. So the required percentage is 195 by 300 into 100. This, if you simplify, you are going to get 65%. So the answer in this case is 65. In this question it is given that there is a stall which sells popcorn and chips. It sells them in 3 sizes: large, super and jumbo. The number of large, super and jumbo packets of popcorn are in the ratio 7:17:16, while that of chips are in the ratio 6:15:14. So this is popcorn and this is chips. Both of them have large, super and jumbo. Large, super and jumbo. The popcorns are in the ratio 7:17:16 and chips are in the ratio 6:15:14. If the total number of popcorn packets in the stock is the same as the total number of chip packets, so the total number of popcorn and the total number of chips are the same, then the numbers of jumbo popcorn packets, that is jumbo popcorn, and jumbo chips by jumbo chips are in the ratio. So we need the ratio of jumbo popcorn to jumbo chips. So what we'll do is we'll assume that the number of large popcorn is 7x, super popcorn is 17x and jumbo popcorn is 16x. This we are told is equal to the number of chips, the total number of chips. So let us assume that this is 6y plus 15y plus 14y. Now we will get a ratio of x is to y, then we will calculate 16x is to 14y. That will be the answer. So in this case 7 plus 17 is 24, 24 plus 16 is 40. So 40x is equal to 6 plus 15 is 21, 21 plus 14 is 35. 35y, or x is equal to 7 by 8 into y. Now we are required to find out the ratio of jumbo popcorn. The jumbo popcorn is 16x divided by jumbo chips, that is 14y. So we are required to find out 8 by 7 into x by y. But we know that x by y is equal to 7 by 8. Therefore, this will equal 8 by 7 into 7 by 8, which is equal to 1. So the ratio is 1:1.
Google search Krakow free CAT mock. Click on the first link. You can attempt a free mock test which was attempted by 30,000 CAT aspirants in the actual exam format. After completing the test, you get detailed solutions, analysis and percentile along with your scorecard to gauge your All India performance. Click on the solution to get video solutions from our expert faculty.
In this question, it is given that in a market, the price of medium quality mangoes is half that of good mangoes. So suppose there are medium quality mangoes and there are good mangoes. If the price of the medium quality mangoes is 1, the price of good quality mangoes is 2. A shopkeeper buys 80 kgs of good mangoes and 40 kgs of medium quality mangoes from the market and sells them all at a common price, which is 10% less than the price at which he bought the good ones. So 40 plus 80, total he has 120 mangoes, 120 kg mangoes. And what is the price at which he is selling this 120 kg mangoes? He is selling them at a common price, which is 10% less than the price at which he bought the good mangoes. The price at which he bought the good mangoes is rupees 2 per kg. So this will be, he is selling 120 kgs at 1.8 rupees per kg. This is 10% less than 2. His overall profit is, we have to figure out his overall profit percentage. So remember that we have assumed that the price of a medium quality mango is rupees 1 per kg. As this is half of that of a good quality mango, the price of good quality mangoes is rupees 2 per kg. Now because he is selling the common 120 kgs at 10% less than the good quality mangoes, 10% less than rupees 2 will be rupees 1.8. So he is selling this 120 kgs at rupees 1.8 per kg. So the total money that he makes while selling this 120 kgs is 120 into 1.8. This will be 12 into 18. You can simplify this and this will be 216. Now this is the total selling price that he gets. Now what is the total cost price? The total cost price will be the cost of the medium quality mangoes, which is 40 into 1, plus the cost of the good quality mangoes, which is 80 into 2. So 40 into 1 is 40 and 80 into 2 is 160. So this will be 200. So the total cost price is rupees 200 and the total selling price is rupees 216. Therefore, his overall profit percentage will be selling price minus cost price by cost price into 100. Selling price is 216 minus cost price is 200. So that is 16 by 200 into 100. This, if you simplify, you will easily find out that the answer is 8%. In this question, it is given that Fatima sells 60 identical toys at 40% discount on the printed price and she makes a profit of 20%. So let us assume that the printed price, which is the mark price, is equal to M and the cost price is CP and the selling price is SP. So in this case, because the discount offered is 40%, SP is equal to 0.6 into M. But we are also told that she makes a profit of 20%. So this would imply that SP is equal to 1.2 into CP. You can compare these two and find out that 0.6 into M is equal to 1.2 into CP because the selling price has to be the same, or M is equal to 2 CP. Now it is some more information is given. It is told that 10 of these toys were destroyed in fire. While selling the rest, how much discount should be offered on the printed price so that the amount of profit remains the same. So we can either calculate it normally or we can assume some value so that the calculations become easier. So let us assume that the cost price is 100 because M is equal to 2 into CP. The marked price or the printed price will be 200. Initially the selling price was 1.2 into CP. So initially the selling price was 120 and hence the profit is 20%. Now because 60 toys were sold at the start. The total selling price, total initial selling price is 60 into the selling price of 120, which is equal to 7,200. Now 10 toys were destroyed and 50 toys remain. Now to keep the profit the same, the selling price has to be the same. So even the final selling price, final total selling price is equal to 7,200 because the profit has to remain the same. Now but this 7,200 has to be earned by selling just 50 toys. Therefore the new selling price per toy will equal 7,200 by 50, which is equal to 144. Now the printed price is 200 in both the cases, but in this case the selling price is 144. Therefore the discount offered will be market price or the printed price minus selling price by market price. That is 200 minus 144 by 200 into 100. We are getting the percentage. So this will be 56 by 200 into 100. If you simplify, you will get the answer as 28% discount. So the discount that should be offered on the printed price when 10 toys were burnt and only 50 toys remain is 28%. In this question it is given that there is a class which consists of 20 boys and 30 girls. So there are boys and there are girls. There are 20 boys and 30 girls. In the mid-semester examination, the average score of the girls was 5 higher than the average score of the boys. So let us assume that in the mid-semester, the average score of the boys is A. Therefore, the average score of the girls is A plus 5. In the final exam, however, the average score of the girl dropped by 3. So in the final examination, the average score of the girls is A plus 2 as it has come down by 3. While the average score of the entire class, that is boys and girls together, has increased by 2. Of total, it has increased by 2. Then the increase in the average score of the boys is. So we need to find out the average score of the boys in the final examination. So first let us find out the average score of the class in the midterms. Then we will figure out average score of the entire class in the final exam and then figure it out. So the total score of the entire class in midterms is equal to 20 into A, which is the total of the boys, plus 30 into A plus 5. This is the total of the girls. This is equal to 50A plus 150. Therefore, the average score in midterms is total score by the total number of students, which is 50. So this is equal to 50A plus 150 by 50, which is equal to A plus 3. But we are told that in the final examination, the average score has increased by 2. So the average score in finals is equal to A plus 5, as the score has increased by 2 from midterms. Therefore, the total score in finals is equal to 50 into the average score, which is A plus 5. So this is equal to 50A plus 250. This is the total score of the boys plus the total score of the girls. But we know the total score of the girls. Total score of girls is equal to 30 into A plus 2. So this is equal to 30A plus 60. Therefore, the total score of the boys is just subtracting the total score of the girls from the total score of the entire class. This is equal to 20A plus 190. Therefore, to find out the average, we just need to divide this by 20. So the average score of the boys will be A plus 190 by 20, that is 9.5. So the average score of the boys went up by 9.5. In this question, we are told that while running a 10-kilometer race, A, B and C are running at uniform speed and they get gold, silver and bronze medals respectively. A beats B by 1 kilometer. So speed of A by speed of B is equal to 10 by 9, because by the time A finishes the race, B would have finished 9 kilometers. So the ratio is 10:9. Similarly, B beats C by 1 kilometer. Therefore, speed of B by speed of C is also equal to 10 by 9, because by the time B finishes the race, that is by the time B runs 10 kilometers, C would have run 9 kilometers. Now we are required to find out by how many meters does A beat C. So we are required to find out speed of A by speed of C. So this is quite easy to find out. If this is the first equation and say this is the second equation, when you multiply 1 into 2, you can cancel off speed B in the numerator and denominator. So speed of A by speed of C will be 10 into 10, that is 100, by 9 into 9 is 81, which is equal to 10 by 8.1. So by the time A finishes the race, that is by the time A runs 10 kilometers, C would have run 8.1 kilometers. So A beat C by 10 minus 8.1, which is equal to 1.9 kilometers. But we are asked to answer in meters, so he is going to beat C by 1900 meters. In this question, it is mentioned that bottle 1 contains a mixture of milk and water in the ratio 7:2. So there is bottle 1. This contains milk and water in the ratio 7:2. Similarly, bottle 2 contains a mixture of milk and water in the ratio of 9:4. So this is bottle 2. This also contains milk and water. The ratio is 9:4. In what ratio of volume should the liquids in bottle 1 and bottle 2 be combined to get a mixture which contains milk and water in the ratio 3:1? So we are required to find out what is the ratio in which we should combine the liquids in bottle 1 and bottle 2 to get the final ratio of milk and water to be equal to 3:1. So before we go further, let us first assume that if there is 1 liter of bottle 1, the amount of milk in it in 1 liter will be 7 by 9. This is the milk part, and the water part will be the remaining 2 by 9. This is because the ratio is 7:2. Similarly, in 1 liter of the liquid in bottle 2, this is the total liquid, milk will be 9 by 9 plus 4, that is 9 by 13 liters milk, and water will be the remaining 4 by 4 plus 9, that is 4 by 13 liters is water. Now let us assume that x liters of bottle 1 are combined with 1 liter of bottle 2. So the ratio is x:1, and once they are combined, suppose the final ratio of milk and water is 3:1. So as x liters of bottle 1 are combined, the total milk that is combined will be 7 by 9 into x, and total water will be 2 by 9 x. This is from x liters of bottle 1. If you are combining 1 liter of bottle 2, the amount of milk in it will be 9 by 13. So the total milk will be 7x by 9 plus 9 by 13, and the total water will be 2x by 9 plus 4 by 13. Now we are told that milk is to water ratio is 3:1. Therefore, 7x by 9 plus 9 by 13 is equal to 3 into 2x by 9 plus 4 by 13. Now if you simplify, you are going to get x by 9 is equal to 3 by 13, or x is equal to 27 by 13. Therefore, the required ratio in which the liquids in bottle 1 and bottle 2 should be mixed is 27:13. In this question, it is mentioned that Arun drove from his home to his hostel at 60 miles per hour. So this is his home and this is his hostel. Arun drove from here to there at 60 miles per hour. While returning home, he drove half the way along the same route at a speed of 25 miles per hour. So for half the route, he drove at 25 miles per hour and then took a bypass road which increased his driving distance by 5 miles but allowed him to travel at 50 miles per hour. So then he took a diversion, a bypass route. So he was able to travel at 50 miles per hour, but the distance increased by 5 miles. If his return journey took 30 minutes more than his onward journey, what is the total distance traveled by him? So let us assume that the distance, the original distance from home to hostel is 2x. So initially while coming back for the first half, that is for the first x miles, he drove at 25 miles per hour, and for the remaining x plus 5, because the driving distance has increased by 5 miles, he drove at 50 miles per hour. So then we will equate that while coming back he took 30 minutes more to find out the value of x. Once we find out the value of x, the total distance traveled by him will be 2x on his onward journey and x plus x by 5 on his return journey. So finally we will have to calculate 4x plus 5. Now let us equate that while coming back he took 30 minutes more. So what is the total time that he took to go from home to hostel? It is quite simple. The total distance is 2x and the total speed is 60 miles per hour. So the total time taken by him is x by 30. This is while going. While coming back, the total time taken by him will be initially for the first x miles he drove at 25 miles per hour, and for the remaining x plus 5 miles he drove at 50 miles per hour. So this is the total time that he has taken while coming back. Now we are told that while coming back he took 30 minutes more than while going. So if we equate that, x by 25 plus x plus 5 by 50 minus x by 30 is equal to 1 by 2, because he has taken half an hour more. Now you can simplify this. The LCM of 25, 50 and 30 is 150. So this will be 6x plus 3x plus 15 minus 5x is equal to half, or this will be 4x plus 15 is equal to 75, or x is equal to 15. So what we are required to find out is 4x plus 5, which is equal to 4 into 15 is 60 plus 5, that is 65. So the initial distance from home to hostel is 2x, that is 30 miles, and while coming back he drove 35 miles, so the total is 65 miles. In this question it is given that out of the shirts produced in a factory, 15% are defective. So there are a total shirts, 15% of them are defective. So the remaining 85% are non-defective. While 20% of the rest, that is 20% of the non-defective, are sold in the domestic market. So of the non-defective, 20% are sold in domestic market and the remaining are 80%. If the remaining 8840 shirts are left for export, so we are told that these shirts are exported and this equals 8840. Then the number of shirts produced in the factory is, so let the number of shirts produced in the factory be equal to S. So the number of non-defective shirts will be 0.85 into S. So the number of shirts which are sent for exports will be 0.85 S into 80%. This we are told equals 8840. We are required to find out the value of S. So S will equal 8840 divided by 0.85 into 80% is 0.80. You can use your calculator to calculate the answer for this. This will equal 13,000. So the total number of shirts produced in the factory is 13,000. In this question it is given that the average height of 22 toddlers increases by 2 inches when 2 of them leave the group. So let us assume that there are a total of 22 toddlers. So this is 20 toddlers and these are the 2 toddlers. Suppose the initial average height of all 22 toddlers is equal to A. Then what is given in the question is that the average height of these 22 toddlers is a plus 2. If the average height of these two toddlers is 1/3 the average height of the original 22, then the average height of the remaining 20 toddlers is. It is also given that the average of these two toddlers is a by 3, and we are required to find out the average height of the remaining 20 toddlers. That is, we are required to find out the value of a plus 2. So what we will do is we will compare the total height of all the toddlers, because we have one equation. So let us write it. So if the average height of 22 toddlers is a, the total height of the 22 toddlers is 22a. But this should be equal to the total height of the 20 toddlers, which is equal to 20 into a plus 2 plus the total height of the 2 toddlers, which is equal to 2 into their average height, which is a by 3. So once you solve this equation, you are going to get the value of a. So in this case, 22a is equal to 20a plus 40 plus 2a by 3. So this is 2a, and if you subtract another 2a by 3, you are going to get 4a by 3 is equal to 40, or a is equal to 40 into 3 by 4, which is equal to 30. But we are required to find out the value of a plus 2, which is the average height of the remaining 20 toddlers. So the answer is 32. In this question, it is given that there is a manufacturer of a table. He sells it to a wholesale dealer at a profit of 10%. So there is a manufacturer, he sells it to a wholesale dealer at a profit of 10%. So let us assume that the manufacturer's cost price is C. So he will sell it to the wholesale dealer at 1.1 C, which is a profit of 10%. The wholesale dealer sells the table to a retailer at a profit of 30%. Now this wholesale dealer will sell it to a retailer at a profit of 30%. So the selling price of the wholesale dealer will be 1.1 C into 1.3. This is equal to 1.43 C. Finally, the retailer sells it to a customer at a profit of 50%. Again, the retailer will sell it to a final customer at a profit of 50%. So the selling price will be 1.43 C into 1.5. If the customer pays 4290 for the table, then the manufacturing cost is. So we are told that 1.43 C into 1.5 is equal to 4290, and we had to calculate the value of C, which is the cost price for the manufacturer. So it is quite easy. 1.43 C into 1.5 is equal to 4290. Now 1.43 into 3000 is equal to 4290. So C will equal 3000 by 1.5, which is equal to 2000. So the answer is 2000 rupees. In this question, it is given that a tank has an inlet pipe and an outlet pipe. So there is a tank, there is an inlet pipe I, and there is an outlet pipe O. If the outlet pipe is closed and the inlet pipe alone is there, it fills the tank in 8 hours. So if there is only the inlet pipe, it takes 8 hours to fill the entire tank. And if the outlet pipe is open, then the inlet pipe fills the tank in 10 hours. So if the inlet pipe is filling and the outlet pipe is removing the water, it takes a total of 10 hours. If only the outlet pipe is open, then how many hours does it take for the full tank to become half full? So we need to assume that the volume of the tank is a certain number, because it helps us in making the calculations easy. As it is 8 and 10, let us assume that the volume of the tank is 80 liters. Now suppose the inlet pipe is filling I liters of water every hour, then I is equal to 80 by 8. Because it takes a total of 8 hours to fill the entire tank, this implies that the inlet pipe is filling 10 liters of water every hour. And if the outlet pipe is also open, that is, if the inlet pipe is filling I liters and outlet pipe is leaving O liters, then the total amount of water that is filled in 1 hour is 80 by 10, that is equal to 8 liters per hour. This would imply that the outlet pipe is removing 2 liters of water every hour. 2 is basically 10 minus 8. So now we have the efficiency of the inlet pipe as 10 liters per hour and the efficiency of the outlet pipe as 2 liters per hour. Now what we are required to find out is how many hours does the outlet pipe take to make the full tank half full? The volume of the full tank is 80 liters. So out of this 80 liters, we need to remove 40 liters. Then the tank will become half full. And the outlet pipe is removing 2 liters every hour. So the total time it takes for the outlet pipe is equal to 40 liters, which is the volume of half the tank, by 2. So this is equal to 20 hours. So the answer is 20.
We at Krakow provide all the previous year CAT papers along with many other MBA examinations such as IIFT, ZAT, SNAP, MAT, CMAT, TIS and PGDBA in the actual exam format. You can attempt them as a test and get a detailed analysis of your performance or download them as PDFs.
In this question, it is given that Mayank buys some candies at rupees 15 per dozen and an equal number of different candies at rupees 12 per dozen. So let us assume that he bought X of one type of candies at rupees 15 per dozen. Suppose he bought X dozen. And he bought another X dozen at rupees 12 per dozen. He sells all of them at rupees 16.5 per dozen. So both of them, that is 2x, he sold at rupees 16.5 per dozen. And he makes a profit of rupees 150. How many dozens of candies did he buy altogether? So we are required to find out the value of the total number of candies that he bought altogether, that is x plus x, which is 2x. So we are required to find out the value of 2x. Now we know that the total money that he made by selling 2x candies is 2x into 16.5. And the total money that he required to buy those candies is 15 into x plus 12 into x. Now the difference between the selling price and the cost price is the profit, and this is equal to 150. Now 2x into 16.5 is 33x minus 15 plus 12x is 27x. This is equal to 150, or 6x is equal to 150, or x is equal to 25. We are required to find out the value of 2x, so that will be 50. So he bought a total of 50 dozen candies. In this question, it is given that in a village, the production of food grains increased by 40% and the per capita production of food has increased by 27% during a certain period. We are required to find out the percentage by which the population of the village increased during the same period. So let us assume that initially the total production of food grains is TP, the per capita production of food grains is PR, and the population of the village is say P. Now by definition, the total production is equal to per capita production into the population. This is the definition of per capita production. Now we are told that after some time the production of food grains has increased by 40%. So this has become 1.4 TP and the per capita production has increased by 27%. So this has become 1.27 into PR. We are required to find out the percentage by which the population has increased. Let us assume that the new population is P1. What we are required to find out is P1 by P minus 1. This is the percentage increase in population. Now quite clearly, this is the first equation and this is the second equation. Let us divide the second equation by the first equation. So 2 by 1 would mean that 1.4 because TP gets cancelled is equal to 1.27 because PR gets cancelled into P1 by P, or P1 by P is equal to 1.4 by 1.27. What we are required to find out is P1 by P minus 1. So P1 by P minus 1 will be 1.4 by 1.27 minus 1. This will equal 0.13 by 1.27. You can use your calculator to find out that this is very close to 10%. So the answer is the percentage increase in population is 10%. In this question, we are given that there are three positive integers such that A is to B is equal to 3 is to 4 and B is to C is 2 is to 1. Now notice that between these two ratios B is common. So when you want to find out A is to B is to C, it is important to make the value of B equal in both the ratios. So what we'll do is we'll multiply the second ratio by 2 so that B is to C is actually equal to 4 is to 2. This is 2 into 2. Therefore, now we can combine A is to B is to C. Therefore, the ratio of A is to B is to C is 3 is to 4 is to 2. Now we are required to find out which of the following can be a possible value of A plus B plus C. So using the ratio, we can assume that A is equal to 3k for some integer k, B is equal to 4k and C is equal to 2k. Therefore, the value of A plus B plus C will equal 9k for some positive integer k. So what we know for sure is that A plus B plus C is a multiple of 9. So let us see which of the 4 options is a multiple of 9. 201 is a multiple of 3, but it is not a multiple of 9, so this is not the answer. 205 is neither a multiple of 3 nor a multiple of 9. 2110 is again a multiple of 3 but not a multiple of 9. The only correct answer is 207, which is a multiple of 9. This is equal to 23 into 9. So the correct answer is 207. In this question, it is given that a motorbike leaves a point A at 1 p.m. and moves towards point B at a uniform speed. So there is point A and there is point B. Now at 1 p.m. there is a bike which starts from A and goes towards B. A car leaves point B at 2 p.m. and moves towards point A at a uniform speed, which is double the speed of the motorbike. So let us assume that the speed of the motorbike is S. So at 2 p.m. a car starts from B and it is going towards A at 2s, which is twice the speed of the bike. They meet at 3:40 p.m. at a point which is 168 kilometers from A. So at some point, that is at 3:40 p.m. they meet here. It is given that the distance between A and the point at which they meet is 168 kilometers. What is the distance between A and B? So we need to find out the distance between A and B. What we will do is, because we know that they meet at 168 kilometers from A, the total distance traveled by the bike is 168 kilometers. So the bike travels 168 kilometers, and in how much time does it travel 168 kilometers? It starts at 1 p.m. and they meet at 3:40 p.m. So the time period is 340 minus 1, which is 2 hours and 40 minutes. This is equal to 2 by 3 hours. So in 2 by 3 hours, the bike has traveled 168 kilometers. Therefore, the speed of the bike can be calculated. The speed of the bike S is equal to 168, which is the distance, divided by the time, which is 2 by 3. 2 by 3 can be simplified as 8 by 3. So this is equal to 168 by 8 by 3. 168 is 21 into 8. So the speed of the bike is 21 into 3, which is 63 kilometers per hour. Therefore, the speed of the car, which is 2s, is 2 into 63, which is equal to 126 kilometers per hour. Using this, we can calculate the distance that the car has traveled, because the time the car has traveled is 340 minus 2. So the time traveled by the car is equal to 340 minus 2, which is equal to 1 hour and 40 minutes. This is 2 by 3 hours. So the distance that the car has traveled is equal to 2 by 3, that is 5 by 3 into its speed, that is 126. 126 is 42 into 3. So this is equal to 210 kilometers. So the distance traveled by the car is 210 kilometers. The distance traveled by the bike is 168 kilometers. So the distance between A and B is the sum of those two, that is 168 plus 210. 168 plus 210 will equal 378 kilometers. This is the distance between A and B. In this question, we are told that Amal can complete a job in 10 days, Bimal can complete it in 8 days, while Amal, Bimal and Kamal together can complete the job in 4 days. So Amal takes 10 days, Bimal takes 8 days, while the three of them, Amal, Bimal and Kamal, can finish the job in 4 days. So in order to find out the relative efficiency of each one of them, let us assume that the total work that needs to be done is equal to 40 units. Why did we select 40 units? Because it makes calculations easier. 40 is the LCM of 10, 8 and 4. So this would imply that A does 4 units of work per day. Similarly, B does 5 units of work per day. Because A does 40 units of work in 10 days, he does 4 units of work per day. Similarly, B takes 8 days to finish 40 units of work. So B does 5 units of work per day, while Amal, Bimal and Kamal, all three of them, take 4 days to complete 40 units. So the three of them together do 10 units of work per day. But as we know that Amal does 4 units and Bimal does 5 units, this would prove that Kamal does 10 minus 4 minus 5, which is equal to 1 unit of work per day. Now we are told that they are paid a total remuneration of 1000 rupees. And the amount is shared by them in the proportion of the work that they do. We are required to find out Kamal's share in rupees. So Kamal's share in rupees will be 1 by 10. Because when the three of them have done 10 units of work, Kamal was able to do 1 unit of the 10. 4 was done by Amal and 5 was done by Bimal. So Kamal's share in the remuneration will be 1 by 10 into 1000, which is equal to rupees 100.
Consider three mixtures, the first having water and liquid A in the ratio 1:2, the second having water and liquid B in the ratio 1:3, and the third having water and liquid C in the ratio 1:4. These three mixtures of A, B and C respectively are further mixed in the proportion 4:3:2. Then the resulting mixture has, the options has the same amount of water and liquid B, the same amount of liquids B and C, the more water than liquid C, more water than liquid A. So we have been given a ratio in which these have been mixed, and these ratios in turn are split up in ways 1:2, and 3 is split up as 1:3, 2 is split up as 1:4. So the way we can do this easily is that we multiply each of these, so this is essentially 4 by 3 and 4 by 4:3 is to 2. Let's say the factor is k. Now the factor A means that they are mixed as 4k units, 3k units, 2k units. Now you should assume k in such a way that we can split 4k into 1:2. So k has to be a multiple of 1 plus 2, that is 3. Also 3k has to be split as 1:3. So k has to be multiple of 4. So 3k has to be a multiple of 4. So k has to be a multiple of 4. 2k has to be split in the ratio 1:4. So k has to be multiple of 5. So let's assume a value of k that is 12 into 5, that is 60. So let's assume that k, the common factor, is a multiple of 60, so that we can easily calculate how many units of each are there in the final mixture. So if k is 60, that means that 240 units of the first mixture, 180 units of the second mixture and 120 units of the third mixture are mixed together. Now the first mixture has water and liquid A in the ratio 1:2. So this means water is 1/3 of 240, that is 80 units, and 160 units is liquid A. So this is water, this is liquid A. In the second mixture, the ratio of water to liquid B is 1:3. So this is 1/4 of 185 is 45. So this is water, and 135 is liquid B. And in the third mixture, we have water and liquid C in the ratio 1:4. So 1/5 is 24 units is water, and 4/5 is that is 96 is liquid C. Therefore, if we consider all of these units mixed together, water will be 80 plus 45, that is 125, plus 24, that is 149 units.
A will be in 160 units, and B will be 135 units, and C will be 96 units. So if in 540 units of the mixture, that is the resulting mixture, this is the ratio of each of the elements. So now let's consider what is the what the options are. The same amount, there is the resulting mixture has the same amount of water and liquid B. That is clearly not true. This is 149, this is 135. So this is wrong. The same amount of liquids B and C. Again, this is incorrect. B is 135, C is 96. So option B is also wrong. More water than liquid C. So yeah, this is 149, this is 96. So this is true. More water than liquid A. No, this is 149, this is 160. So the last option is also not true. Therefore, the right option is option C. So as you could see, since we had to use the concept of mixtures and allegations, this essentially resulted, like all you had to do is consider how to represent the overall resulting mixture so that you can easily distribute in one order down into the subparts of water and the liquid. So once you could find out the multiplying factor that was convenient for representation, it was then very easy to find how much of the resulting mixture had water, how much of it was liquid A, how much of it was liquid B, etc. So what was important here was first finding out how exactly to represent the resulting mixture. Once you had that multiplying factor, it became pretty easy.